Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Town. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
We'll give you some juice. Happy Wednesday, everybody. Good to be with you. Appreciate you getting up with us. We were with you till 10 a.m. this morning. I'm Sean Pendergast. He is Seth Payne, and we had some serious juice yesterday. Not a ton of moves, but two big ones for the Houston Texans. It was a good day to be a Houston Texan fan yesterday. What's going on, my man? How you doing?
There was a lot of splashing going on yesterday.
There was splish splash. We were taking a bath. Yep.
There's splashing, and there's a theme that I'm pleased has started to happen with Nick Caserio, really over the past 2 seasons. It's that he's still sticking to, by and large, short-term contracts for guys. It's just he keeps upping it a notch in terms of caliber of free agent.
Yes.
So, last year he went from hiring journeymen to he started starters, but still on 1 or 2 year deals for whatever reason. This year, particularly with Danielle Hunter, who was one of the very best pass rushers in the league last year, and Danico Autry, who was one of the best defensive linemen in the league last year, really over the past few seasons, except they're old. They're in their 30s. Now, Danico Autry, much older. He's going to be 34 this year. But Danielle Hunter will be 30. And still, though, very much in his prime, but on a 2-year contract.
Yeah.
Like this, it's the perfect blend of getting an impact player who can help your team now, especially with veteran players where that they're proven in various systems and what have you. They're proven. It's just a question of, all right, we got to manage. We don't want to sign a guy. We don't want to sign a 30-year-old guy to a 5-year contract.
Yeah.
So you get him to a 2-year deal. Whatever decline there is, it's less likely to be a precipitous fall.
Yeah.
And bam, you've got action.
You got action. And the two big moves yesterday, I think, fit exactly what you're talking about. I think the Joe Mixon move fits what you're talking about in a way.
Right, short term, yeah.
Yes. And let's lay out the particulars here, because there probably are people just tuning in who maybe don't have all the information yet, maybe just got push notifications about it yesterday from Odyssey or whatever the case may be. Danielle Hunter, yesterday, early evening, agrees to a 2-year, $49 million deal, $48 million guaranteed. So it's 2 years, it's $24 million a year for 2 years for one of the premier edge rushers in the NFL. And then earlier in the day, right after we got off the air, as the running back market continued to dwindle, as Aaron Jones signed with Minnesota down to Joe Mixon and Derrick Henry at that point, and the Texans make a move, kind of one of the types of moves we had alluded to during the show yesterday, where a team puts out there that we're getting ready to cut this guy, and they probably get a couple phone calls like, hey, don't cut him. We'll give you something for him, and we'll take on the contract. And that's exactly what the Texans did with Joe Mixon. They send a conditional 7th-round pick, basically nothing, to take on the last year of Joe Mixon's contract. It's going to be about a $6 million cap hit for the Texans, but it's just for 1 year. And so you with these two moves, Seth, to your point, you don't get caught up in a 4-year, $100 million deal, $100 million plus, like the Raiders did with Christian Wilkins, and I love Christian Wilkins, but that was pricey. And you don't get caught up in a 3-year, $37 million deal with Josh Jacobs or Saquon Barkley. You get Joe Mixon, a running back who's been doing it now for 7 years, on 1 year. And I tweeted this yesterday after the Danielle Hunter deal, because you're absolutely right about the approach that Nick Caserio is taking. I said, you could plunk Nick Caserio down working for Jim Crane and he wouldn't skip a beat. They're very, very, very similar philosophies with these two teams.
Yeah, and I think that I guess the difference in football compared to baseball is you can sustain a pipeline. I think you can rely a little bit more on the draft in some ways with football, because so many guys from the later rounds end up working out, what have you. But whatever. Between those two, there's a very similar philosophy, and just being okay with spending judicious and strategic in how you do it. You want to do it with pinpoint accuracy. And I think some of this is borne out in the reason that I feel good about this so far is just the fact that the Texans, who are starting to now garner praise as having a great offseason, this, that, the other thing, I take that with a grain of salt. They're not spending exorbitantly. And the various categories that you can measure it, whether it's total free agency spending or average per year or what have you, they're around 10th in total spending, despite having a boatload of cap space. So they're being very careful in how they throw this money out. The stuff that always makes me nervous is the teams that just go ahead and blow everybody else out of the water with their spending. Like the Patriots. 2 or 3 years ago, 2 years ago, when they made their huge splurge, they were by far the heaviest spenders in free agency, and some of that ended up being stupid money. So, like, the Texans are being aggressive, but they're trying like hell to avoid just throwing out all the stupid money where you end up, 2 years from now, you end up thinking, oh, like, wow, we actually can't just spend everything we want all the time. Oh, crap.
Yeah.
Now we gotta shed good players.
Yeah.
Like, you're avoiding that scenario down the road.
Yep. All right, so that's the fiscally responsible part of this whole thing. The Texans, I think they've gone about it over 2 days here. They've gone about it the right way. As far as these two players go, let's start with Hunter. This is now about as fearsome a duo of edge rushers as there are in the NFL, I would say. I haven't gone through the other. Danielle Hunter, who was a 16.5 sack guy in Minnesota last year, now coming on to a DeMeco Ryans defense. You've got Will Anderson, who was a defensive rookie of the year, 7.5 sacks, but was consistently winning one-on-one battles, one-on-two battles at times, and got most of his sacks in the second half of the season. So he was playing – the ankle kind of hurt him at the end of the year, but he was playing some of his best football at the end of the season. So this is about as fun as it gets for Texan fans when it comes to getting after the quarterback.
And Sean, like, you have to add Danico Autry into that mix.
Yes.
He had 11.5 sacks last year, and he's been steadily consistent. The last 3 years, he's had at least 8 sacks per year since he's been with the Titans.
Great point.
J.J. Watt on October 26th had tweeted this out, so well before he knew that number 99, Danielle Hunter, would be a Houston Texan. He says, Danielle Hunter deserves more credit than he gets, currently leading the NFL in sacks, currently leading the NFL in TFL, averaging 10 sacks a year since he came into the league, a consistent, solid player who is having a hell of a year. So J.J. Watt was already a big fan of Danielle Hunter.
So does he get to wear number 99, do you think? Does J.J. give his blessing for Danielle Hunter to wear number 99?
It's a hell of a question. I wonder if this is one that has to be handled delicately. Mm-hmm. I don't know if somebody from Katy text in and tell us whether Danielle wore 99 in high school. Like, how much emotional attachment is there to the number 99? And B, maybe when you first broach the topic with Danielle, maybe try to present it in such a way of you can forge a whole new identity for Texans fans. I don't know, number 98, so you could be right next to number 99 in the Ring of Honor someday or what have you.
I wouldn't want to wear it if I were Danielle Hunter. I wouldn't want to wear 99. I would leave it be, and I would get my own number and my own Texans identity here. That's what I would do.
This is one thing I'd like to know, maybe we find out along the way, is where this Texans offer stood competitively with other offers. It's a boatload of guaranteed money. So it's only 2 years, but it's a boatload of guaranteed money. So for a guy like Danielle Hunter who's 30, I could see where maybe there was another offer for more total money, but if it was longer, he might have chosen, okay, I'll still be 30. I'll be entering my 32-year-old season the next time I'm a free agent. So there's that chance that he got this fully guaranteed 2-year contract. But I also wonder if this is one of the first real notable big-time guys that the Texans had an edge on because, A, he's local, and B, because the Texans just have a completely different MO and reputation now than they did 2 years ago.
Yeah, there was a lot of that the first day of free agency, of people going, hey, guys, where's this whole people are going to want to play for DeMeco Ryans and play with C.J. Stroud thing that you were talking about? I think we had a promo running where one of us, might have been Clint, was saying that DeMeco Ryans was going to be the big weapon in free agency. This is it. Danielle Hunter, that's your answer. That's the signing. It didn't happen on day one for a signing like that. Although Danico Autry, to your point, is a very under-the-radar signing, I think, for $10 million a year. Let's make sure we get to Mixon in the open here. We haven't talked about Danielle Hunter yet. What do you as lead back?
I think Joe Mixon, honestly, one of the most boring stats about him, except one that is definitely relevant for what's worked for this team and with your young quarterback, is that amongst running backs who've had over 1,200 carries, I believe, in the NFL, he's got the fewest since the year 2000. he's got the fewest fumbles. Like, incredible ball security.
That ain't boring to me, man.
No, he's a machine in a lot of ways. And I think in another part of that, aside from like his ability to just like he runs aggressively, at times he's almost a little too aggressive to where he gets out over his skis and doesn't have quite the balance, but he's still very explosive, very consistent, has worked in different schemes. So whether you want to run zone, whether you start doing more man, whatever, it doesn't matter. Like, he's very adept at running multiple schemes, and he's already very familiar with this variety or this scheme right now.
I think that's the big thing right there, because I think a lot of Texan fans have PTSD from trying to watch Dameon Pierce navigate this thing this year. Fear not. Like, Joe Mixon's been in this scheme. He knows what he's doing. He knows how to put his foot in the ground, do all that good stuff. I'm mildly surprised they did the deal for Joe Mixon, just based on the priors. And I know it was 10 years ago. Thank you for everybody pointing that out to me. Retweeting the tweet I had that said that the incident at Oklahoma where he punched the woman was in 2014. Thank you for replying to my tweet where I said it was in 2014 by telling me, Sean, that was 10 years ago. I know, and I'm fine with the deal, by the way. I'm just pointing it out. Like, this is out of character for the Texans a little bit to take on a player who has, and I'll give Joe Mixon credit, like nothing like that has happened since then. He hasn't hit anybody. You know, like there were some weird things that happened last year that he was acquitted of, but nothing like that has happened. By all accounts, in Cincinnati, he's been a model citizen through most of his time there. So I'm cool. If the Texans have done their due diligence and are cool with the deal, I'm cool with the deal. That's where I'm at with it.
And if you really need like at least 30 minutes on a podcast to do the entire topic subject, do it justice.
Yeah.
I think the fact that he was a teenager when that happened, and then when you start to get into the weeds with all of it as well, you start to get into various degrees of like a really bad thing. And without going there, it's just that it wasn't. Whatever. So anyway, it was a long time ago.
Yeah.
The Texans are okay with it. I'm sure that Nick will get a question or three about that at some point along the way. And that's something that I'd like to talk to a couple people from Cincinnati about. It's something that the Texans are doing where I think maybe in the past, whether or not they even thought that the circumstances were okay, they would err on the side of, hey, we want to have as squeaky clean an image as possible, so we're not even going to take it on. And I think that's where the difference lies, is like, okay, if you as a team make the decision that, we trust this guy's character, we trust that he's matured, he's gone through this thing, now they're willing to take on that PR burden, where I don't think in the past, maybe 20 years, the Texans, I don't think they were willing to.
I was mild surprised, but I'm fine with the deal. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Man, this is exciting, man. It was a fun day yesterday. So let's go through it here. Are the Texans a better football team today than they were walking off the field in Baltimore after that divisional round playoff game? And what's left to do? What more work? Because there is more work to do on this roster. What do we think the next bit of breaking news for the Texans will be? That is next.
Bayway Chevrolet on Broadway in Pearland. The absolute
Available in all states.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Yeah, this is where it starts to get really fun now that the Texans have filled some holes here, and they've got more to do. They know that, we know that. They've got more stuff they've got to do, and they got money to do it in free agency, but it's fun. Ocho texts in, says, Seth, I still want the Texans to add a run stopper, so I'm eyeing Murphy at 23. Byron Murphy, the defensive tackle out of Texas, and of course Ocho, high school football aficionado, says from DeSoto High School. Imagine Murphy, Hunter, and Anderson, and I'll throw Danico Autry in there as well. Yeah, like that's where you start to – it gets fun now because you can start to envision, okay, with that 23rd pick, you know, if they draft a wide receiver, man, what does that look like? If they draft a defensive tackle, boy, look at that front four. Like as we welcome you back in here on Payne and Pendergast. So Danielle Hunter and Joe Mixon were the big moves yesterday. Here's what it sounded like on the NFL Network with Ian Rappaport when the Danielle Hunter signing went down.
Danielle Hunter had a significant market. He had teams willing to pay him more than $25 million. I got the sense that he may have even taken a little less to land with his hometown team. And, you know, you talk about free agent matches, right? And obviously the Texans have Will Anderson on one side. They've been looking for a veteran pass rusher. I wondered, you have general manager Nick Caserio, who has really built through the middle class, the kind of upper middle class free agent. Would they make a splash? This is a splash. This is as big a splash as you can get for the Houston Texans. The top free agent on the board, the top pass rusher on the board, one of the best pass rushers in the NFL, now lands with one of the NFL's hottest teams. Danielle Hunter gets a deal with the Houston Texans, and I'll read you the full deal that I just tweeted while I was on the phone. So Danielle Hunter agrees to terms, 2 years, $49 million, $48 million fully guaranteed. Do you wonder what the real numbers are? It's $48 million fully guaranteed in this deal done by Zeke Sandu of Clutch Sports. The Houston Texans land a major, major piece for their defense.
And I think the cap hit's only 14 this year. You know, they did a lot of it with signing bonus, so they spread it out over the 2 years. So you and I were wishing for a splash. And
at defensive line, especially.
Yeah.
I mean, that was one of your identified. And I think the Danielle Hunter one is interesting, especially because John Grenard goes to Minnesota. So these two franchises are swapping out one for the other. I think that this is, and then it gets more interesting with Danielle Hunter potentially taking less. I always take those with a grain of salt. Like sometimes Ian has a tendency to try to paint guys as being noble or what have you. I think that whether or not Danielle Hunter took less, I think that it's very possible that this is a shorter contract than he would have taken elsewhere. Or certainly if he were going to sign with the Texans a couple years ago when the reputation was so bad, for a guy who's 30 years old and is still very much statistically in his prime and still rushing, like he's still stacking up sack totals. He'd presumably like to have a chance at a championship or something with however many years he has left. He might not have chosen the Texans at all. They might have been disqualified with any competitive offer just because they were the dumpster fire that they were. So, yeah, in a lot of respects, that part of it feels good. But the swap of John Grenard and Danielle Hunter with the Vikings and the Texans is interesting because obviously they're both laying out a bunch of cash. I think the free agency strategy of Nick is to limit risk and to do that partly by signing 1 and 2 year contracts. So Danielle Hunter has been like vastly more productive as a pass rusher almost each of his NFL seasons where he's been healthy than Jonathan Grenard ever has been. Mm-hmm. So the Vikings are betting on upside still with John Grenard. Look, this guy is coming off one of his best seasons, and it was one of the best seasons in the NFL by an edge rusher. And we're not going to get him for 7 more years, but we don't care. We just want him for these next 2.
Danielle Hunter is actually getting more guaranteed money than Jonathan Grenard. Grenard's deal is 4 years, $76 million with $42 million guaranteed. Danielle Hunter's deal is 2 years, $49 million with almost all of it, $48 million guaranteed. So they're in the same neighborhood. Would you rather have Grenard on his deal that he got from the Vikings or Danielle Hunter on the deal he got from the Houston Texans?
I mean, I'm biased, but Danielle Hunter did by a long shot.
Yeah.
And again, it goes down to, I would say the same as Danico Autry. When Danico Autry signed, I said, look at Danico Autry's production over the last 3 years. Each of those years has been more productive than any season John Grenard has ever had. So there's a consistency there that you're not gambling on with Danico Autry, other than his age. You're gambling on his age.
Sure.
I think with Daniil Hunter, likewise, it's an even amped up version of that. You're getting way more money or way more production out of him every year consistently than John Grenard has ever had in a single season. The other part about Daniil Hunter, he's a machine in terms of durability and how much he's on the field. Like he plays 90% of the snaps. Grenard was more of a rotational guy who last year played somewhere between 55 and 60% of the snaps. So you're getting more bang for your buck in a lot of ways. Obviously there's a risk. On paper, you're getting more bang for your buck with Daniil Hunter. And it's short term. He's not going to be here for the next 10 years, almost definitively. But you can bank on it right now.
Other than 2021, he's played every game of every season since 2016.
Yeah.
So you're right. Like he's been a rock for them. No doubt about that. All right. So the reason I bring up Hunter versus Grenard is to lead into this, and I'm with you, Seth. I think it's a home run. I mean, Daniil Hunter kind of on the Texans' terms in a way, on a 2-year deal it's a win-win for both sides. So I think they've upgraded there. If we just take this, let's just take this in a direction of guys that were on the team last year in these spots and ask ourselves, are the Texans better today at these positions than they were at the end of last season? As we just alluded to, Daniil Hunter is an upgrade over John Grenard, at least in our opinion it is. I think it's fair to say Joe Mixon is an upgrade over Devin Singletary. Would you agree with that? Joe Mixon is an improvement over Devin Singletary, right?
Yeah, and I think partly because there won't be the on-ramping of a player this year, which you wouldn't have had with Devin Singletary either. But no, with Joe Mixon, like that just is another one that comes down to the risk of age versus the bird in the hand, and like Mixon just has more kind of like breaking of tackles, power, lowering the shoulder, churning out yardage, like more consistency and dependability with that. And quite that burst to get the huge breakaways and what have you. And I don't think that this is the end of the running back. I don't think the Texans expect Joe Mixon to get 25 carries per game. I
agree. Yep.
I think this is at least having a guy that you feel good about at one of those running back slots, but then whether it's a free agent that you bring in, whether it's somebody you draft, like they got to keep trying to find that second guy.
So Grenard leaves, you replace him with Daniil Hunter. Singletary leaves, you replace him with Joe Mixon. Blake Cashman leaves, you replace him with Azeez Al-Shire. Is that an upgrade at the linebacker position in your mind?
Yeah. I like Al-Shire a lot better than Cashman. Al-Shire is more of a conventionally explosive linebacker. When I think of linebackers, I like a guy that can explode through a blocker. And like sometimes it's best not to sidestep a blocker and get there. It's best to just take a straight route, and that means exploding through a blocker. And I think Al-Shire has a very good sense and feel for that. Cashman's very rangy, and it makes him valuable as a guy that can both cover and play the run. But Al-Shire, when you watch him play and when you watch him move, I think he's equally athletic, but he's just got more of an explosive element. He's also, more so than maybe any linebacker on the roster right now, Al-Shire, thank you, Lord, recognizes play action. And this linebacking core was just deathly detrimental at times, and either being too aggressive versus the run or not recognizing play action and leaving in front of safeties. I give Jalen Petrie a little bit of a break on sometimes being overly aggressive, because there were times where those linebackers just weren't getting the depth that they should have, or if at all, because they're a little low football IQ-ish at times. Mm-hmm. Like I think one of the things that D'Amico really likes about Al-Shire is that he's seen him up close. He knows exactly what he can and can't do from a mental standpoint, and you can feel comfortable putting him at Mike linebacker. Christian Harris can just focus on continuing to get better at being a football player. Maybe he'll evolve into the play caller or the signal caller within a couple years. But I think that this makes a lot more sense. And I think I'll have to go back and find the audio, Sean. There was a press conference towards the end of the year. after Cashman had come back from his injury. But it was really after that Jets game. It felt like D'Amico's tone changed a little bit when asked questions about Brian Cashman. Where like a lot of times, Blake Cashman as well. Yes, no, he hates the Yankees. So when we talk about D'Amico's hatred for for various people, he was when people would ask him kind of the fluff questions like, "Hey, can you talk about how awesome Blake Cashman has been?" He kind of just acknowledged that yes, Blake has played.
He dialed it
well.
back a little bit, huh?
Yeah.
Well, it's Aziz Al-Shire now, so I'm with you on that. Grenard leaves, they upgrade. Singletary leaves, they upgrade. Cashman leaves, they upgrade. This one, okay, this is more of just a swap out of bodies on the defensive line. It's not an exact position. We'll bump inside some, I would imagine, with Hunter and Anderson on the outside. Sheldon Rankins is still out there, but he's not a Texan anymore for now. Is Danico Autry, just in terms of the overall impact that he brings, an upgrade over Sheldon Rankins?
Yes. In terms of overall impact, yes. I think the tricky thing with him is trying to decide exactly what position he is, and I think that this might be one of the things that keeps him from being widely recognized. I think as productive as he is he's kind of he's an interior defensive lineman, but who also plays defensive end, but also he's the classic 3-4 defensive end, where sometimes he's a defensive tackle, sometimes he's playing end. You see in various free agency guides, he'll be listed as either an edge player or a defensive tackle. Yeah. So they can use him with a lot of different versatility. I think the fact that the composition of the defensive line this year might be a little bit more diverse in a good way, where if you have a Fatukasi, he's a big body dude. There's times where he's going to be playing defensive tackle, and Danico Autry might be playing defensive end when you want the big guys on the field. When you want a little bit more of a pass rush package or a NASCAR package or whatever you want to call it, that's when Danico Autry goes down to rush at defensive tackle. And a kind of an amped up Charles Omenihu in a lot of ways. So it was the Hall of Fame Broncos player who called out Russell Wilson the other day.
Was it Carl Mecklenburg?
It was Carl Mecklenburg.
Yeah.
Surprised by, because I ended up reading his bio, or what people were describing his as. I was surprised that he's not a Hall of Famer, because he was a 5-time All-Pro player. And when I was a younger guy, I remember thinking he was an absolute stud.
Yeah.
It's an awesome name too. But I think that was a factor with him in not achieving wide-scale recognition, was that he played all over the place.
Yeah.
He was you couldn't pin down exactly what position he even played. So I think Danico Autry flies under the radar a little bit because of that same dynamic.
And I guess the last free agent that has left the Texans is Cam Johnston. They signed Tommy Townsend. That's an equal to me. It's the punter. I think they're both above average to really good punters in the league, so I'm cool with that.
Yeah. Did we go over? Did we do defensive backs for that comp?
We didn't. Have they didn't. I guess, is Jeff Okudah an upgrade over Steven Nelson? I guess.
No.
Yeah. So that's the one.
Jeff.
They've got work to do still in the secondary, I think.
Look. We've got experience here with the Texans of bringing in first-round busts at cornerback, and how often has it worked out? You get a Phillip Gaines here,
Garyon Conley, an Ohio State guy, just like Jeff Okudah.
Right.
Yeah,
Okudah's an Ohio State
Vernon
guy too.
Hargraves back in the day. Yeah,
because I saw somebody. It was a Texans fan who I like and admire or respect his opinion, but he did say something like. He just refuses to believe that a guy could all of a sudden stop being a good football player, talking about Jeff Okudah. He was a good college football player. Yeah. He has yet to be a good NFL player.
He's stay drafted.
Yeah, it's amazing the way that works. Two things happen sometimes. One is the day you get drafted, sometimes you immediately become a worse football player, but you also become immediately better looking. Which, once you get that signing bonus.
Oh, that's true.
That boy, there's just a certain, he's got a certain quality to him, doesn't he?
He sure does. He sure does. I think there's definitely more moves to make. I think today could be the day they dip into that safety market. We got those 15.
There's so many out there.
15 veteran safeties out there who've all been good at one point or another, some fairly recently. I think they dip into that. That's my prediction. I think they dip into that market today.
Well, one thing Nick said at the Combine press conference, and that he's alluded to in the past, is that when it comes to free agency, I don't think he's ever probably going to be super aggressive on day one, because the way he talks about free agency is that you've got to kind of sit and wait and see how the market evolves and shakes out, and almost by definition, you're going to be less likely to be one of the market setters. You want to figure out what the market is before you go in, which it's not that one is inherently worse than the other or anything. I know I throw the word stupid money around a lot. It's not like it has to be stupid. It's just more likely to be stupid on day one. Certainly people have make good deals. It just, the level of difficulty gets that much higher. And I think it seems that Nick is more a guy that wants to sit and let everything settle before you really start jumping in.
Yeah, and it worked well yesterday for sure. We'll get into that in headlines. 2 new Houston Texans. The pack there. We'll get into that in headlines. Rockets win last night. We'll get into that. And other big signings going on day 2 of free agency. We will get to all of it in headlines next.
Bayway Ram on 225 in Pasadena is the absolute best place to get the 3-time Motor Trend.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines.
All right, let's get to it. The big headline today, two of them for the Texans. One, Danielle Hunter, the other, Joe Mixon. We'll start with Danielle Hunter, former Minnesota Viking, elite edge rusher, 16 and a half sacks last year. He is a double-digit sack machine since he came in. He's got 87 and a half sacks. He's going to get his 100th sack as a Houston Texan this year. That's my first Danielle Hunter prediction. He's a Houston Texan. 2 years, $49 million, 48 of that $49 million guaranteed. He's a Houston Texan as well. The Texans acquiring him in a trade yesterday. The Bengals were getting ready to cut him. The Texans duked the Bengals. A conditional 7th-round pick. It's going to convey next year in 2025. And the Texans pick up the last year of Joe Mixon's deal. So they get him. They basically, Seth, for all intents and purposes, because I don't look at 7th-round picks that you give up as some sort of big draft capital, they basically signed Joe Mixon to a 1-year, $6 million deal yesterday.
Right. Yeah, and he's in an age and playing in a position where it's not like he's going to be agitating for an extension or he's not going to play or anything like that. I think that part of it is where you're in the sweet spot of getting a veteran on a short-term deal, much like with Danielle Hunter, who is a $49 million deal, $48 million of it guaranteed. As our listener Jackie Goss pointed out, he likes that Caserio kept $1 million of unguaranteed money as a motivation there. Yeah, really
keep him on his toes.
Really work for that extra $1 million.
That's right.
And I don't know, whatever other incentives there are there. When it comes to the difference between Danielle Hunter and John Grenard, look, sacks, they fluctuate from year to year. It's not always the best indicator, but Danielle Hunter has been in double-digit sacks 4 out of the last 5 seasons, and that one season he wasn't. It was because he was injured.
And he had 6 in 7 games in that 1 year he was injured.
Yeah, and he's been very durable. Other than that one season where he's injured, he's rarely missed an NFL game. But in terms of total impact, how many QB pressures do you have? He had 80 QB pressure. Each of those seasons of those last 5 seasons where he had all those sacks, he had at least 66 QB pressures. John Grenard this year had 42 QB pressures.
Yeah.
Danielle Hunter has been twice as effective, and he plays almost every snap in a game. He's been very durable. He's a different caliber and level of pass rusher than John Grenard.
Did you know he led the league in TFLs this year too? He had 16.
JJ had said that in November that he was leading the league in TFL. I didn't know that he ended up leading.
He ended up leading the league. So he had 16 and a half sacks and 23 tackles for loss. Those are JJ type of numbers right there.
The one thing that's going to be different in this defense with the Texans compared to Brian Flores' defense last year is the Texans don't blitz nearly as much as the Vikings did. So, does he has to earn it more on his own, except he does have Will Anderson on the other side of him. And then we are kind of leaving Danico Autry out in the lurch when we discuss a lot of this. Danico Autry plays as much defensive end as he does defensive tackle. So you've got a nice 3-person rotation at defensive end already right now.
Yeah.
And I think that and Danico Autry is another guy that each of his last 3 seasons has been more productive and impactful as a pass rusher than anything John Grenard has ever done. So, I love John Grenard, and I think he's got a very good upside and everything. He's still kind of gambling on upside compared to getting bird-in-the-hand veterans who the big risk would really just be that, okay, they're getting older. At some point they'll drop off in production. That's why you get them on short-term deals.
Yeah, I love the 2-year deal. Eric Armstead's still out there too. Talking about, and I know he's banged up. I know he's got a meniscus. He's going to be, it's going to be touch and go as to whether whoever he plays for, if he's going to be ready to go in time for training camp. But let's just pretend for a second that he is ready and that he is talking to the Texans. And now this is where the prophecy gets fulfilled of DeMeco Ryans saying, we're going to invest heavily. I mean, he literally said, we're going to invest heavily in the defensive line. And now they've signed Danielle Hunter. They've signed Danico Autry. Eric Armstead is sitting out there for the taking if they want to use some of the cap space on Eric Armstead from the San Francisco 49ers. Been a really productive interior defensive lineman. And they still got the 23rd overall pick, too, which that could be a defensive lineman.
Right, yeah, there's Johnny Newton, the defensive tackle that I'm slowly falling in love with.
Yeah,
there are a lot of options there.
Yep.
And DeMeco said, hey, we're gonna spend resources on the defensive line. Danico, this is where I get excited. I think both Danico Autry and Danielle Hunter are impactful players who immediately improve the defensive line. D'Amico calls the engine of this team as the defensive line, but those are also very smart contracts. Mm-hmm. Those are also just aggressive enough, but where you're not breaking the bank or doing anything stupid. You're protecting yourself by getting them in the short term. And I think that there's one thing about Nick is Nick doesn't have any illusions about how short-lived most free agents are, and he doesn't have this fantasy that he's going to sign a guy and he's going to be here for 6 years, so just go ahead and give him $100 million or what have you. I think
right.
And that's what I like about these two signings.
Let's touch on the Derrick Henry signing. Since we've not yet, we'll do it here. Derrick Henry to Baltimore, 2 years, $16 million. It can max out at $20 million if he hits some certain statistical thresholds. This feels like one, as much hope as you and I had that Derrick Henry might become a Houston Texan, this feels like one that's been in the works for a while now. As I know Ian Rappaport pointed out, Baltimore's tried to trade for Derrick Henry multiple times over the last year or so.
And this contract was one that I totally would have approved. This is one that we suggested basically
for the Texans with him.
Yeah, anywhere 2 years from anywhere from 16 to $20 million would make a lot of sense for a guy like Derrick Henry, who's still been very effective despite playing behind last year like a consensus worst offensive line in the NFL. I really would have liked having him here because it did end up being more of like the kind of deal that we're talking about. You're not you got a limited 1 or 2 year risk with an older guy. I thought that Derrick Henry was the best fit for the next 2 years for the Texans of anybody in the free agency class. But he is also still a running back, and there's only so much the running back himself is going to do for you. Very, very pleased with Joe Mixon, but they got to get the offensive line right. They've got to get the tight ends right when it comes to blocking. They got to get the wide receivers right when it comes to their run blocking. There's a lot more that needs to go into it, but Joe Mixon is 100% certainly the guy that can bolster. Once you get those things right, and it would have been the same thing with Derrick Henry. If you get those things right, yeah, there are multiple running back.
The other, I guess we should touch on Patrick Queen leaves Baltimore to go to Pittsburgh. We're seeing a lot of that, guys staying in the division. I think that's fun. He goes to Pittsburgh on a 3-year, $41 million deal. So the price of poker for Patrick Queen not nearly as high as we thought. We're getting asked about this one, so I want to make sure we get to it in headlines here, Seth. Hunter Renfrow looking like he's going to be cut by the Raiders. There's a lot of people hotter on Hunter Renfrow than I thought they would be right now.
Well, this is what I would encourage you to do. If you get excited about Hunter Renfrow, just go look at his stats from the last few years without even looking further into it. You can blame Josh McDaniels or what have you, but this is a trend that continued after Josh McDaniels was fired last year. He has disappeared, Hunter Renfrow. Hunter Renfrow has just fallen off the face of the earth to the point where he was only getting 10 or fewer snaps per game last year. Wow. He had 225 yards receiving. He had 300-some yards receiving the year before that. I see a lot of people tweeting about the 2021 version of Hunter Renfrow. Mm-hmm. Whether it's injuries or you blame Josh McDaniels or whatever else it might be, you got to dig in a little bit if you're going to go after Hunter Renfrow. And I don't think I think he's certainly signable, and there's obvious upside there based on what he was just 3 seasons ago. But he's not been the same guy.
All right. Rockets win last night, 103-101 over the Spurs. That's a nice win. First win post Alperen Şengün injury, so they went on the road again. They've gotten very good at winning on the road of late, Seth.
You didn't need a Wembanyama killer it wasn't it turns out you can beat Wembanyama without you've discovered this year in the NBA.
Yeah.
Many teams have discovered that it's not Wembanyama doesn't all of a sudden turn your team into an unstoppable force.
13 points, 10 rebounds for old Wemby last night. So
someday San Antonio will get it together, Sean. Basketball. Someday they'll learn how to play the modern game of basketball.
They might even win a title or 5. So Rockets win last night. Astros win yesterday, 9-1 over who'd they play? Miami over the Marlins. Hunter Brown, man. Hunter Brown's had a good spring. 3 2/3 innings yesterday, no earned runs. He's got a 1.17 ERA. Seth, you know the thing that gets me hot and bothered: 8 swing and misses and a fastball topping out at 98 mph yesterday.
That's right. Yeah, you love power. You're a power hussy.
Chicks and Sean dig the strikeouts. Yes,
hanging out down at batting practice with your little tiny tee on. letting your
Showing
muffin
leg.
top go out. Yeah,
Muffin top, yes.
will bang for strikeouts.
That's it. You know it. All right, those are your headlines for the day. All right, let's circle back to the Texans here. In the AFC South, we've been looking within for the last couple days, and it feels pretty good. How does the Texans' offseason feel compared to their division rivals? The Texans are already starting from a place where they're the champions over these fools. Have they extended over Jacksonville, Tennessee, and Indianapolis? We'll take a look at the AFC South and free agency coming up next. But first, take a look at me. If you're on the YouTube or the Twitch, you can see that there's a whole lot less of me than there was 4 years ago. And
the test. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey station. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, so I think people are feeling pretty good about the Texans' first 2 days of free agency, yesterday being the big part. Joe Mixon trade, Danielle Hunter signing's the big one. 2 years, $49 million. Texans now have Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter as their two edge rushers. Throw into Nico Autry, who had 11.5 sacks last year, too. And you can really start to see the makings of an elite defensive line, depending on what they do at linebacker, elite front seven. I like the Al Shire signing. So we feel pretty good about that. But we've been in our own cocoon for the last couple of days. At least I have. I haven't paid super close attention to everything going on outside of the Texans, just the broad strokes, the big strokes. So I think it makes sense, Seth, to maybe take a look at how things are stacking up. How's the Texans offseason stacking up compared to the AFC South and some of the other teams in here? So let's do that. Let's go through that exercise. Jaguars, who they've been fairly active in free agency. Of course, they put the franchise tag on Josh Allen, so they keep one of their best players from even hitting free agency.
Yeah.
They signed Gabe Davis, I guess, is going to be their Calvin Ridley replacement, I suppose.
Gabe Davis, that's a classic instance where Buffalo had to make some tough decisions in who they retained and let go because of their cap situation this year. Gabe Davis didn't seem necessarily painful for them as much as it was painful that Gabe Davis didn't work out. He was a team captain. They thought he could be the guy that could be the perfect complement to Stephon Diggs, and it just never quite worked out. So I'm not going to pretend that I'm terrified by Gabe Davis, but it is one extra weapon that if you end up retaining Calvin Ridley, and there's reasons that maybe Jacksonville's waited to retain Calvin Ridley. Part of it is because the trade is better for them if they sign Calvin Ridley after the start of the league year today.
Yeah, they don't have to give up as high a pick to Atlanta.
Yeah. So Calvin Ridley, who apparently is trying to make a decision between Jacksonville and New England, might have already made his decision. So if you put Gabe Davis alongside Calvin Ridley, I guess my question is, all right, Gabe Davis didn't turn into what you wanted when he had Josh Allen as a quarterback and Stephon Diggs as a running mate. Not to mention that young tight end up there that's done so well. So I don't know exactly what Calvin Ridley and Trevor Lawrence are going to do for him.
Yeah. So Gabe Davis is their Gabe Davis. They signed they signed Mitch Morse, who was part of the purge up in Buffalo, the salary cap purge. They signed him. That's a good signing. He's a Pro Bowl level center. And then they make the Mac Jones trade for a backup quarterback.
They didn't really lose anybody all that notable. And Fadikasi is a guy that played a good chunk for them, the defensive tackle that the Texans now have. The Texans did do a nice job of yoinking a couple of key guys from the Texans and the Titans, much more so with the Titans when we get to them. If you wanna dunk on somebody over free agency, at the very least, know that you helped deplete the Tennessee Titans as they hit their reset year.
Yep. So I guess my feeling on Jacksonville overall, whereas I think in Jacksonville, I think they're looking at the Texans this morning going, oh, crap. They won the division and they just signed Danielle Hunter and got Joe Mixon. They upgraded at two key positions. I'm not feeling that way about Jacksonville. I'm no more scared of Jacksonville than I was when free agency started.
I guess I don't know if scared is the right word. I'm intrigued by exactly what they do with Gabe Davis, if they get more out of him than Buffalo did, and especially if Calvin Ridley comes back. And then, for whatever it's worth, they brought in Devin Duvernay too on a short-term
I like
contract.
Duvernay. Yeah, as a kick returner, I like him a lot. Yeah.
So they brought in skill positions to help out Trevor Lawrence. And does just simply a better plethora of options end up turning it into more of a polished NFL quarterback? We'll see.
All right. Indianapolis has basically, and I'm being literal here, all they've done is sign a bunch of their own guys. They've not dipped at all into outside free agents. They re-signed Michael Pittman, 3 years, $70 million, so he's their wide receiver one. They re-signed Tyquan Lewis, edge rusher. They re-signed Grover Stewart. That's a good one, $13 million a year. It was a little pricey, but they re-signed him. Zaire Franklin, podcast beast, They re-sign him, 3 years, $31 million linebacker. Kenny Moore comes back on a 3-year, $30 million deal. They spent a pretty ample amount of money, but it's all bringing their own guys back. So they're the same team. Look, Indianapolis is going to go. They lose Gardner Minshew, and I think that's one big thing worth mentioning because Gardner Minshew is who had them in the mix for a playoff spot at the end of the year. They're going to go as Anthony Richardson's health and development goes this year.
All right. So Zach Moss is a bigger loss, I think, than people realize on the marquee level of it. Zach Moss kind of kept their ship afloat well. Jonathan Taylor was injured or coming back from injury or holding out, whichever point along that saga. Like Jonathan Taylor didn't have a great year for the most part, except for the fact that he just absolutely destroyed the Texans twice. They buoyed his stats in a lot of ways. So it's got to go back to next year, Jonathan Taylor being their bell cow. So there is that. There are rumors out there, Sean, emanating, I believe, out of Denver for whatever reason. But the Colts to be the backup to Anthony Richardson, which would actually be kind of scary. Because Anthony Richardson, we know, gets hurt a lot, but if all of a sudden you put Justin Fields in an offense where they can run a lot of the same Anthony Richardson stuff, these are like the RPOs. The RPOs were an issue with Gardner Minshew as a quarterback. When you put it with guys who are actually more impressive athletes than that, like Anthony Richardson, obviously the one that's way more impressive than any other human being alive. That's a potential headache right there.
Yeah, big time. I've not heard that rumor, but that I don't want that to happen for sure.
They lost Gardner Minshew as well.
Yep. They lose Minshew, who had them right in the mix last year. So the Colts, I am not wholly bleep about the Colts. The Colts are the Colts, and I think they'll be a plucky team next year. But I think the Texans having a better offseason than the Indianapolis Colts right now. Let's get to the Titans, who they are the rebuilding team in the division. Have they done anything that's going to make them any scarier this year? Not really. I mean, they signed Tony Pollard, but he's replacing Derrick Henry. I think Derrick Henry is a scarier running back than Tony Pollard. They sign a center, Lloyd Cushenberry, to a 4-year, $50 million deal. Okay. Kenneth Murray, they signed, the linebacker who had been with the Chargers, former first-round pick. Cheeto Awuzie, sign him as a corner, 3 years, $36 million. They sign a long snapper as well. The Titans are more about the guys they've lost than the guys they've signed, Seth, as you alluded to a few minutes ago, losing Derrick Henry. And then the Texans, defense stalwarts in Danico Autry and Azeez Al-Shaair. Take that, Tennessee.
There was an article written in Titans Wire, which is a Titans blog, which I presume that they outsourced to AI or something, given the scarcity of literate people in the state of Tennessee.
It'd be the smart thing to do for sure, yeah.
Yes. So there was an article, and it was based on a Pro Football Focus article, but the two guys that this one blogger stated that the Titans just could not lose because they would be a devastating blow were Al-Shaair and Danico Autry.
Take that.
So, we didn't get our Derrick Henry if we wanted to weaken the Columbia Blue.
Right.
And yet, we did weaken what at least some people in Tennessee. Derrick Henry was a foregone conclusion in a lot of their minds. They thought, all right, at the very least, whether we're resetting or not, if we want to have a respectable defense next year, please retain Al-Shaair and Danico Autry. And they didn't do that. Al-Shaair, the 163 tackles, that's fifth most in the NFL. You guys know how I feel about that. Sometimes that's just an indication that you're on a bad football team. When you have you rack up the tackles when you're on a bad football team. He was apparently a very good leader in the locker room. It had a lot of impact in that regard. So the man is mature. He's 27 years old, but he's very mature. He's been in D'Amico's defense before. I think there's a lot of reason to believe that he'll be able to step right in and pick up where he left off with D'Amico. But the Danico Autry last year, because he had 11.5 sacks last year, but the consistency over the course of 3 seasons. Danico Autry's been very much a jackknife who can play inside, he can play outside. He can play off the ball at times, but he just produces, and he affects the quarterback. So those two guys probably will not make a list of top signings anywhere in the NFL. I really appreciate those two signings more so than maybe a lot of like Danielle Hunter's. I don't want to say it's an easy one, but it's like, okay, Danielle Hunter's out there. You know what he is as a pass rusher.
Yeah.
He's got a name brand. Yeah, that's a good signing as long as you don't overpay. These two are a little bit more subtle, but might be just as impactful because they round out your team. You've added. I like Alshire better than Cashman by a factor of 2 or 3 at least.
Wow.
I really like Alshire compared to Blake Cashman. And Danico Autry's really he's gonna make everybody else around him better, but especially by his versatility from being able to play inside and outside. If you're on a team if you're struggling to stop the run, he can play defensive end for you, and give you a bulk there. If you need an extra pass rusher at defensive tackle, he can go down inside there. And first and foremost, though, you weaken the Titans with these signings.
We love that.
It's a double whammy.
We love that. We've had a few people asking, all right, what's the cap situation now? I am going to cite a tweet from our good friend Texans Cap, who, if you're not following him this time of year, you're just doing this time of year wrong. At Texans Cap. Easy follow on Twitter. Projections of 9 hours ago, so this is, I'm assuming, post Danielle Hunter and everything else. Still $26.5 million in cap space.
Yeah,
which lines up with a lot of the things you were citing in the open to the show, which is the Texans have been very active, but they've been very responsible in their activity.
They've made some really good signings that have limited downside, like there's limited risk. So for the amount of money that they had to spend and oodles and oodles of cap space, we also knew that they had a lot of holes to fill. And that's where you and I were a little bit nervous about just going out and splurging on top end stuff or the premium of the market and then trying to fill in everything else because they still have a lot of spots that they have to fill. But they're currently right now, they're 10th overall in the total amount spent in free agency, on new free agency. In terms of average per year with those contracts, they're 18th amongst all teams. So when you talk about getting guys for reasonable deals or reasonable salaries and everything, I think that's very much been a hallmark of this free agency class so far. They've gotten guys. There isn't a deal yet where I've thought like, oh wow, boy, they really paid a premium for that guy, or they're really stretching themselves for that. They're 11th in total guarantees, 8th in first year cash. They're not one of the extremely aggressive spenders so far, and I like that.
No, but they are, to your point earlier in the show, Nick Caserio is doing some things differently now that good teams do as opposed to full-on rebuilding teams. And to me, the two biggest ones are, A, he shopped in the Dior Danielle Hunter, but did it in a way that was conducive to how he looks at building a team, Nick Caserio being he. 2-year, 49 minutes, a lot of guaranteed money. It's $48 million guaranteed. Practically the whole contract is guaranteed, but it's only 2 years. That's number one. Number two, he's starting to give out 3-year contracts a little bit more, slightly more liberally, multi-year contracts slightly more liberally. Azeez Al-Shaair is the first, other than Cam Johnston a few years ago, he's the first new free agent. I'm going to put punter aside. He's the first new offensive or defensive player, regular, that he gave a 3-year deal to outside of the team. Now I'm not counting guys that he extended that are current Texans, outside of the team. And it would stand to reason if you had to ask me, hey, what type of player do you think D'Amico Ryans and Nick Caserio, and in particular D'Amico here, would want to give a multi-year, a 3-year deal to outside of the Texans? Probably a guy he spent 5 years around in San Francisco.
Right, right.
Probably that guy, I would say. So,
when you watch Alshire play, he's not a big guy at all, but there's just more about him that looks, smells, moves like a linebacker, like the kind of linebacker that you want your kid to be, where he's just taking the straightest line to a guy sometimes, even if it's through somebody. He can take on blocks, but he can also run around them when he needs to. And very, very important for this team. This Texans team was one of the worst in the league at defending play action. The passer rating against everything else, it was just, they gave up huge chunk plays on play action. That was the weakness. And a lot of that was linebackers' inability to recognize play action. Alshire is the type of guy that has that high football IQ that recognizes play action, that understands what they're trying to do to you. When we talk about playing the Colts and how good they were with the RPO, man, that's all the pressure on the linebackers and recognizing run, pass, all your keys and that type of stuff. You got to have high football IQ guys to do that, and he is very much that guy. And while also being kind of an old school linebacker in the way he approaches the game, I like watching him play linebacker.
That second part is going to be the part that if people are going for YouTube cut-ups of Azeez Al-Shaair, they're going to see that. The discipline on play action is something that doesn't show up there. I'm glad you brought up that point. That's a really good one. Text message, what do y'all think of bringing in Alexander Mattison and a guy to compete for the backup running back spot? Probably would only cost a couple mil, I think. I like Alexander Mattison a lot in that role. They tried to make him the number one in Minnesota last year, and it just didn't work out. I think he's better as a number two, getting 7, 8, 10 carries, something like that a game. He's good. I like him a lot. I would do that. I'm guessing we're now into the bin of free agency at running backs where we're in Devin Singletary 2023 territory now. These guys are all 1 year, $2.5, $3 million, $4 million guys, and Alexander Madison's one of them. I would take him. He ran in this. O'Connell runs this offense in Minnesota. I would take him here.
I looked up Matt. Other one, you want to hear exactly what the people in Minnesota and Minneapolis are saying. Just one of the choice sentences I grabbed was, perhaps he can latch on in a reserve role elsewhere, but he blew any chance he had of receiving tons of carries anytime soon because of how rough a season he just had.
Yep.
So, yeah, like that's exactly what maybe you're looking to find the upside of a guy that for whatever reason it wasn't working in a previous spot. I guess the one thing that would give me extra concern or reason for pause is that they run a very similar system up in Minnesota that they do down here offensively. So exactly, okay, why exactly was he not able to latch on or figure it out?
But he'd been good as a backup in that offense. I think maybe it's just the role. Like there's a reason they let Dalvin Cook go and they gave the keys to him at running at RB1 up there. Yeah. They thought he could do it.
He hasn't averaged more than 4 yards a carry since 2020.
Oh, stop it with your yards per carry.
I'm just saying, kind of like with Hunter Renfrow.
Yeah.
This is a lesser version of Hunter Renfrow.
Right.
Hunter Renfrow, I think people see that Hunter Renfrow is reported to be released today by the Raiders, and you get excited because in your mind you're thinking of the various highlights you've seen of Hunter Renfrow. Just know that he has like 500 yards receiving in the last 2 seasons.
Yes.
He's fallen off a cliff.
Yes.
And they thought they could blame Josh McDaniels, but even after Josh McDaniels was gone, Antonio Pierce was like, nah, this guy doesn't need any more touches. Let's put him on the field about 3 times per game.
All right, so we just mentioned $26 million looks to be the number, according to Texans cap, that the Texans still have to go into free agency. They've still got holes to fill. There's still big names left on the market, and who are the few that the Texans, we think, might get involved with based on some of their needs they need to fill? That's next.
Come on down!
SportsCenter.com.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, good to be with you, Payne and Pendergast, Sports Radio 610. All right, so Daniil Hunter yesterday, 2 years, $49 million. Joe Mixon yesterday in a trade. They more or less just signed Joe Mixon, essentially got him 1 year, a little over $6 million cap hit. They make a low-level trade, low-level in terms of the draft capital, trade with Cincinnati. Conditional seventh-round pick next year to the Bengals, and they get Joe Mixon. So Joe Mixon is, as of right now, the Texans' starting running back. So they've still got a lot of work to do, and they've got money to spend. They've got a good chunk. If Texans cap has his math correct here, if he's on his P's and Q's math-wise.
You better be on your P's and Q's, Texans cap.
Better be.
Tell you what.
$26.5 million. Now, a little over $3 million of that they need to set aside for their draft class coming up in April. So it's really more like in the $20 million range, because I think most teams like to keep a few million of dry powder as well there, just in case.
Yeah, injuries and whatnot.
Yeah. So yeah. I would say, probably 18 to 20 million, maybe more the number that they're attacking the market with. Few days. Right?
Yeah, and I do think right now too, even though there's still some guys out there, some name guys out there, even the name guys out there are probably going to get, shorter term deals. The whole league's been trending towards shorter deals and more guaranteed money. Thank you, Kirk Cousins. It was driving me insane that NFL players were still complaining about we want guaranteed contracts, when meanwhile Kirk Cousins had been out there playing on a fully guaranteed contract for 6 straight years.
Yeah.
There's just people are getting closer and closer to fully guaranteed. It's just that it's going to be a shorter contract,
shorter
obviously.
Deals. Yep.
Which makes sense for everybody. Players, You get another chance to get re-upped. While you're still young, and teams don't have to take on so much risk.
They don't. The only hard thing is that for some of these teams need those 5-year contracts so they can spread some of the money out over more years.
Which is, that's a classic, hey, I need high interest credit cards. Damn it.
I'm with you on that, and I'm glad that I root for a team that doesn't seem to operate that way.
Yeah.
But that's how a lot of teams operate. And honestly, it does become somewhat of a necessity when you get a highly paid quarterback. You do kind of need some of that flexibility, but yeah.
So, the guys that, if we're just working off of, NFL.com's list of the best free agents available right now, Tyron Smith is still available. The Cowboys haven't done a damn thing. The Cowboys are just...
Yeah, we got to touch on that.
Jerry Jones said they're all in, remember, but he gets to define what all in means. So the Cowboys haven't done a damn
on guys that are on the roster right now.
Right this
He doesn't
moment,
want to add anybody to them. He's all in on these guys. Yeah.
Calvin Ridley, it looks like he's probably going to re-sign with the Jaguars. It's just that the Jaguars, because of their conditional pick in the trade for Calvin Ridley, they will not have to give up as much if they sign Calvin Ridley at 3 p.m. today as opposed to 9 a.m. this morning. So because once the league year begins, they'll pay less. So it looks like he might be going back to Jacksonville.
Yeah.
Kendall Fuller would be an interesting one, the cornerback, because that's the spot where the Texans are still without a starter, opposite of Derek Stingley. I think Jeff Okudah is a guy that, much like a Phillip Gaines or a Garyon Conley, or take your pick of a former first-round cornerback that the Texans have signed and tried to rehab. It's a dodgy proposition.
It's a scratch-off ticket.
Yeah, Okudah, if it works out, it'll be awesome. But you cannot, under any circumstance right now, say that, that's our day one starter and we're comfortable with it.
Third overall pick in the draft.
Yeah.
Wow. Kendall Fuller, I can listen to that. I think corner is a place where they're still shopping. All right, let's keep paging down the names here. You tell me when names pop out that you like here on this list.
I guess Marquise Brown, I'd be surprised. I think if they're going to go for an extra element in the receiving core, like every other team in the league, they're looking at this draft and saying, man, look, a second or a third rounder, there's going to be a guy that I like his upside, and we can try to get. I would say, especially this year, have his bona fide starters at wide receiver. If I'm the Texans, I'm thinking, I'm going to gamble on the upside of somebody in the third round. Some guy that's got extreme speed but horrible route running, or maybe his college coaches thought he was an idiot, but we think that the college coach is an idiot. That's about what it actually is 2/3 of the time. But, but I'd say look to the draft for receivers.
Are you surprised Robert Woods is still a Houston Texan right now?
Not surprised. I guess I should say that I don't think that they're dead set on having to have him on. There might be, if a different situation arises that they like better, then maybe that'll be the one thing. But they probably right now, where you can have the numbers on the roster, I think they like his veteran presence. And like however much he's helped out C.J. Stroud in adapting to the NFL passing game, I think they probably still feel that that's a valuable commodity. Sometimes the veteran leadership or the coach on the field stuff that's way overblown, I would say, a majority of the time. But for the guys who actually do have that ability to tutor the younger players, and Robert Woods talks about it pretty openly in his press conferences, I think there is a value there, and I think that's what they look at him as now.
They would save about $5 million from what I remember if they were to cut him.
Yeah.
They don't need the cap space right now, so I'm not super surprised he's still on the team. I could see a scenario where these receivers whose market is getting the bottom taken out of it right now by this draft class, like there's a lot of receivers that probably thought they were going to get offers of 10 to 15 million that are sitting around right now twiddling their thumbs, hearing nothing from NFL, to see where the Texans, where Nick might get in on that market, and then there might be a corresponding Robert Woods move to go with that. You know what I mean?
Think everybody's just keeping their powder dry on wide receivers right now until the draft. And I think that's where, where Eric Armstead is another guy, like on the NFL.com list of free agents still available. He's 25th. Eric Armstead is a guy that if the Texans sign him, I won't be surprised if it's in August, because he's a guy that's coming off a knee surgery. He's missed 13 games in the past 2 years. He's 31 years old. And I think that probably if I'm Eric Armstead's agent and there's no really enticing offers right now, I might be inclined to say, look, wait until after the draft. Teams will know what their needs are and are not after the draft, where they still want to fill out their roster, and you'll be several months further down the line in rehab. Maybe you can go and work out for a team. But I would imagine D'Amico would be intrigued by Eric Armstead, but you want to be careful. You've already signed a few guys in their 30s.
Yeah.
You've already got Danielle Hunter is going to turn 30. Danico Autry is going to be 34. They've already got guys on the roster like Jimmy Ward who are aging. I'd be nervous about bringing on extra high-dollar guys past this point if they've got injury concerns.
Yep. Chase Young, still sitting out there.
Chase Young, Chase Young could have made a boatload of money for himself if he had just been consistent with the 49ers, because he's got a reputation of a guy who people aren't sure if he's actually and emotionally. He's been very erratic and inconsistent in his play. He at times he kind of looks like bad James Harden on defense sometimes. Mm-hmm. Remember when when Harden's engaged, he's a very good defender, but there's times where he just he's off in space and he forgets or just completely loses track of the guy he's supposed to be guarding. That's how Chase Young plays as a football player.
Yeah.
And it's scary to give a guy a boatload of money based on that. So I think that I'll be surprised, especially given that, look, the 49ers aren't making a big push to try to retain Chase Young or anything. I think they thought they were going to get a guy that has high upside, and maybe in the short term you get something out of him. But it'll all depend on what D'Amico hears from the guys in San Francisco about him.
Yeah, Chase Young might be the new Clowney, where he's at least in the short term here, might be a one-year guy.
Yeah.
I will say this. Cody Davis said this yesterday, and Cody, I'll give Cody credit. He was tweeting a couple nights ago that after missing out on several running backs in free agency, the Texans have turned their attention to free agent Joe Mixon per source. He was the first one with that. Even Berman gave Cody Davis a little bit of shine, breaking news or reporter sleuth shine yesterday. Cody said this yesterday. Now, this is about 2 or 3 hours before the Texans went and signed Danielle Hunter, so maybe things have changed. But he said noise is brewing between the Texans and Chase Young, but they will have competition amid their pursuit, per a source. So,
as far as I'm glad you brought up Jadeveon Clowney. Mm-hmm. And yes, good job to
Cody.
Cody, thank you. I guess the big difference on Clowney is that Jadeveon Clowney plays his ass off on Sundays. Like, it's never been a question as to whether he gives maximum effort on Sundays or not. I think with Bill O'Brien, it was just a rift between maybe how Clowney approached the rest of his 6 days of the week and how he prepared and all that. So I think with Clowney, man, there's so much history there, but any of the bad dramatic history was with people who aren't in the building any longer.
Yes.
So I just don't know. I mean, did Clowney Clowney never met Caserio, right? Because Clowney was
Clowney was gone in 2019.
Yeah. That I'd be for it, but I think just like last year, Clowney signed in August.
Yes, not an exaggeration.
Yeah, Clowney signed in August to go to the Ravens, and the Ravens gave him a $2.5 million contract with lots of incentives, and I think Clowney got most of those incentives. The thing I would worry about on this Texans roster right now, the way it's composed, is that you just added a couple of very productive pass rushers in Nico Autry and Danielle Hunter. You have Will Anderson, who's on the rise. You have Malik Collins, who also is a very good pass rusher, even if it doesn't always result in sacks. I don't know if you give Clowney an incentive-based contract right now, I don't know exactly if he's going to get the snaps he wants from the positions he wants them in.
Yes.
And if you've got a guy that's got a heavily incentive-based contract, it can get kind of ugly and uncomfortable, as it has with Clowney.
As we saw in Cleveland.
Like Clowney got sent home from work when it felt like Myles Garrett was getting preferential treatment and getting to get the worst pass blockers to rush against and all that.
Dude,
that's where I get nervous with Clowney. If it's going to be some kind of a budget incentive based deal, it's like it can get uncomfortable.
He would be even further back the line in Houston than he was in Cleveland. Yeah. Behind Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter, The
thing that was interesting in Baltimore was that none of those guys were super prolific, but they did spread the wealth pretty well.
Yeah.
And so I don't know. Like, whatever deal he had with Baltimore, it certainly worked out, and he seemed happy enough. Clowney in his mind might just be thinking, well, yeah, A, I'm not going to be an employee of anybody until August, and B, we'll see what the Ravens cap situation is by then.
Yes. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. We'll get to headlines, the 8 at 8 at the top of the hour. We'll get you all caught up on everything going on around the NFL and free agency, Rockets, Astros as well. Up next, Nick Saban was on Capitol Hill yesterday. He was on Capitol Hill talking about NIL and why he left the sport of collegiate football. You will hear from the great one, Nick Saban. That is coming up next. The great one over at West Point Lincoln and Sugar Land is Ruben Mendoza, the
today. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast, Sports Radio 610. We'll circle back to the Texans here in just a few minutes. But some interesting stuff going on Capitol Hill yesterday. Nick Saban, they have an NIL panel going on right now. It feels like an important enough topic, I guess, to where we're now getting the feds involved.
It's a big enough topic that people can grandstand about it.
Yeah.
So yes,
I'm here for.
Your politicians desperately need you to know that how much they care and they can make huge flowery speeches about the integrity of this and that. Yes.
Here was Nick Saban yesterday on the NIL and how it affected the college football that he grew up knowing and loving.
All the things that I believed in for all these years, 50 years of coaching, no longer exist in college athletics. So it's always was about developing players. It was always about helping people be more successful in life. My wife even said to me, we'd have all the recruits over on Sunday with their parents for breakfast, and she would always meet with the mothers and talk about how she was going to help and impact their sons and how they would be well taken care of. And she came to me, like right before I retired and said, why are we doing this? She said, all they care about is how much you're going to pay them. They don't care about how you're going to develop them, which is all what we've always done. So why are we doing this?
This is like, Seth, where the college football that Nick Saban knew was like that mom and pop shop on the corner, like the egg hatchery where you just went and got your eggs, or the fruit stand on the corner of somewhere in Bloomfield, New Jersey there, and then all of a sudden it gets knocked over and a Jamba Juice shows up.
Well, yeah. That's
big money, big NIL,
money with, productivity. I don't know. I guess the route I was kind of going more is like, I feel like Nick Saban was like the director of a collective in the Soviet Union, the huge farms, where like, hey, nobody used to ask about how much they were going to get paid or anything. Yeah, because they had zero rights. They weren't going to get paid anything at all. Why would they ask how much they're going to get paid when that had nothing to do with you? All of a sudden, democracy and free enterprise comes in, and all of a sudden these workers want to get paid.
Yeah.
I don't get it. It's not what happened to the world I used to know. This is it's just funny because like in so many ways, like I see people desperately trying to grasp for their ideologies, and there's no foothold anywhere because it blows everything out of the water. And I would include myself in this because there's a part of me that like, yeah, I love the tradition of college football and it's everything that's good about America. And yet, one of the other things that I think about that is good about America is, people having the right to get paid for bringing money into the enterprise
for
and all.
Brutal physical labor.
Yeah,
call it what it is.
And it was really, back when college football coaches were getting paid basically like one of the higher paid college professors at a university, then it really wasn't as big an issue. It was these past 20 years when things have gotten blown so far out of the water.
Yeah.
Because we're going back to in the 1990s, there were coaches of SEC and Big Ten programs that were making a couple $100,000 per year. It was with various incentives thrown in and everything. I know it's always a little bit, but it's just the money got so far out of whack that I can't sit here, despite me agreeing with and being nostalgic for a time when college football was maybe a little bit more pure or what have you. I also, as a red-blooded American, who believes in as much of a free market as you can handle before you gotta regulate a little bit to keep. That's also me.
Yeah.
So I don't know where I stand on this. Dude. I don't know which party is for this or that. I don't know whether am I a communist? Am I a capitalist? I don't know.
Well, it shows you like that cut from Nick Saban where he's talking about. And Miss Terry would just bring out the plate of biscuits and give it to the mothers, and they would like that. And Nick Saban,
these Alabama football players were never receiving anything above and beyond a good education and a warm meal.
Nick Saban knew you recruit the moms back in the day, and now you don't recruit the moms because guys have agents. Guys are ready for the business side.
It is. You're exactly right about the mom and pop side of it. I'm thinking of various little small towns where you go through the downtown and it's like, okay, everything's vacant because Walmart built on a huge out parcel, like on the outskirts of town.
Yeah.
And that's where all the retail is now. And that's where all the mom and pops left and everything. And, and you get into those same arguments with yourself over that. Like, all right, well, I believe in free enterprise. Yet at the same time, I kind of liked I come from, my family were farmers 2 generations ago.
Right.
And now it's become such more of a factory operation that to be a small family farmer, it's just, I'm torn with that.
Yeah.
There's a side of me that likes the way that it used to be, and yet at the same time, okay, prices are cheaper, and it's better for everybody, and people don't starve and everything, whatever.
It's going to be fascinating, man. Like, being an NFL head coach is so much better than being a college head coach right now. That's what was so silly about when Nick Saban stepped down and people are like, got to go after DeMeco Ryans. I'm like, are you kidding me? You think DeMeco wants to deal with that headache of NIL and recruiting kids and things like that?
Oh, yeah.
He's got an NFL job where the city loves him. And no, guys ain't leaving the NFL to go to college anymore unless they have to.
The one thing about I think NIL is going to stabilize to a certain degree. And it's going to change the composition of college football. In some ways, it might actually improve it because you do see now more of the guys that aren't going to be first-round picks seem to be not entering the draft because they can okay, I can make a good amount of money here as a college player and then maybe get drafted higher the next year.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up because that actually is something to the Texans in the draft is that there were like maybe half the number of guys that announced they're coming out early. It's usually like 120 or something like that. This year it was like 60. So, I mean, those aren't exact numbers, but it is a pretty close approximation. The word on the street is that day 3 of this draft in terms of talent is way down compared to previous years.
Yeah.
So that could be something to look for. Right now, the Texans don't have a 5th or a 6th round pick. They've got picks in rounds 1 through 4, and they've got like 3 7th-round picks. That'll be something to keep an eye on. Like, our teams, does Nick, do they try to consolidate their picks to be picking just day 1, day 2, and maybe just the beginning of day 3?
Well, and then theoretically, too, all right, is there going to be more of will people be more enticed by maybe trading for a late-round pick next year? Because if that's the reason, if the reason that there's not a lot of good day 3 talent this year is because more guys are electing to stay in school,
it's going to even
out. In theory, over the next couple of years, that day 3 should be better than ever.
Yes.
Because you got all those prospects, but with an extra year of seasoning.
Yep.
So then maybe the pendulum swings back a little bit. I think the transfer portal's probably, if I were a college coach, I think the transfer portal would bother me more than anything.
Way more.
I feel like I can compete with maybe it's going to be a new landscape, and I got to figure out how to compete on the NIL side of things. But yeah, with the transfer portal, it's just like in any given moment, you can lose one of your best players for whatever reason. I know the NIL factors into that too. So much change all at once.
All at once. Yeah.
That I don't think that Saban. Well, he was up testifying about it in front of Congress, but it doesn't necessarily have to be that it was a complaint. It's just him recognizing that things are vastly different now than what they had been.
He's been very vocal about players getting paid above board for a long, long time. And I saw one of his quotes from yesterday where he was expressing his frustration was, look, Bryce Young was my quarterback during the beginning of the NIL era. He earned an endorsement from Nissan. He earned an endorsement from Dr. Pepper. He earned an endorsement from, he named 1 or 2 other companies. You got kids coming now saying, give me money. They haven't done squat. Yeah. Bryce Young won a Heisman Trophy. And I think that's where, Saban is, the sense I get, and he's not alone, is he's all for guys getting paid and sharing in all of this boom period that we're in for media rights for this stuff. He's all about sharing it, but, just earn it,
I think I wonder if he looks at Will Anderson as maybe the last, the last of the pure.
I think,
because he loved the fact that Will Anderson and a few of those seniors were injured, played through injury, came back and played in that bowl game, or played in the postseason last year when they didn't have to.
Yeah.
And I feel like he probably looked at symbolically, and Will Anderson was recruited before NIL, and does all of these things the right way. Talks openly about the love of the game, loving his team. and everything, the stark contrast against a lot of the younger guys, and he just didn't. He could tell that he wasn't going to get. He probably wasn't going to get any more Will Andersons just because the landscape had changed.
I think Seth. I think the exact same thing. When I see Saban, I'm like, that guy misses Will Anderson so much. I thought the same thing over the last several weeks. I swear. Payne and Pendergast with you. We'll get to the headlines 8 at the top of the hour. We're getting some good text messages in here. How do you see Danico Autry being used now that they've signed Danielle Hunter on the
right? And it's a very good question, and it's confusing because you look at various free agency rankings, and some will have Danico Autry listed as a defensive tackle. Others will have him listed as an edge rusher because he does both of them pretty well. He's very versatile. He's the guy that coaches love when they talk about having versatility, and they try to cram guys into that versatility box when sometimes they're not that good at it. Danico's really good at it, so he'll play defensive tackle. I don't think ideally that's where you want him as like your every down defensive tackle starter, but on pass rushing downs, certainly. But he can also rush very effectively from the edge. Mm-hmm. So I think that you're going to see him line up in various spots this year, whether it's on the inside or the outside. It's going to depend on game plan and everything else. But the nice part of that, too, is depending on how the composition of a game goes, you can have a nice rotation going between Will Anderson, Danielle Hunter, and Danico Autry at defensive end. Depending on health and injury, there's times where Danico Autry could play inside, and you're not dropping in a square peg into a round hole. It's not the Bill O'Brien version of versatility, is what I'm telling you. So I see him being used in a lot of different ways. I hope I'm not copping out on that answer. I think that's how he has been used, and he'll continue to be used. He was a 3-4 defensive end with Vrabel.
Yep. Text message, you guys should be talking about Mixon being only $6 million against the cap. That's an underrated fact. Saquon's getting twice as much. We've mentioned it. We've mentioned it a couple times. Just for texters, like when you guys should be talking about this. You should be talking about that. Do this, do that. Like we talked about all this stuff. You may just not have dipped in for it, which is fine. I think it's great. I think that was one of the things we mentioned in the open and a couple times on Mixon is that Nick Caserio, I forget about the 7th round pick next year they gave up for Mixon. Mixon is basically a free agency signing of 1 year, $6 million, which I think is a perfect value for him and the perfect length of a contract for him. Yeah. I'm not about getting into a multi-year relationship with aging running backs.
I don't know what's going on. I wonder if somebody's watching yesterday's YouTube or something, because one of the other text messages we got is, why are you acting like Danielle Hunter is not signing? It's been in the news for 14 hours. Like, what are you talking about? That's all we've been talking about today.
Oh, yeah. Can you click on replays of the show on YouTube?
I guess so. Yeah. That's
Dude, we've talked about it every segment.
I don't know what the hell's going on here. Or he's like listening on the app and the old app. Yeah.
This is the first segment I think we haven't led with it, so we'll lead with it here in about 58 seconds in the 8 at 8 o'clock. But yeah, no, the Mixon. I like the Mixon deal. I as a player, I don't like him as much as Henry or Josh Jacobs, but I like the value there, and they needed a running back. Man, it was drying up. It was drying up quick. That was kind of cool yesterday to be watching ESPN in the afternoon, and they fan out the 6 or 7 running backs that got signed in free agency, and one of them had a Texans logo over it. That was nice to see.
That's nice to see. I like to, I get skeptical. I start to get nervous as soon as you start being lauded as having the best free agency period, because usually it's like the draft. If you have a lot of first and second round picks, you're going to get graded an A+ in the draft.
Report cards are the best. The teams with 15 picks, A+. It's
like the Texans last year. Honestly, it was awesome because it was aggressive and everything. But you have the 2nd and 3rd overall pick.
Right.
Even the people that question the trade value were like, yeah, but they added C.J. Stroud and Will Anderson. So there you go.
Yep.
A+.
Yep.
I think likewise with free agency, sometimes the teams that just go out and spend heavy get the A's in free agency. I will accept the excitement and the good grades for this free agency so far. The Texans for the Texans, because they've done it well. Still, like on an average, the average per year on these contracts is like 18th overall so far in free agency. Like they're being very judicious in how they dole the money out. They're about 10th in total guarantees and total spending and all of that. So despite having all this space, they've managed to fill in some pretty sizable holes in the roster with guys that I feel really good about, but without breaking the bank to do it. So accept praise.
They've done it exactly the way that I think you and I have wanted them to do it throughout the last couple of weeks. We'll dig into that more in the 8 o'clock hour. Let's get to the headlines. 8 o'clock, the Ocho, 8 stories. You're listening to KILT and KILT HD2 and Odyssey Station. Ben's not going to give me that musical bed until I do that station ID. That's his reminder. Sean, you're not getting your musical bed until you say KILT HD2 and Odyssey Station. All right, let's get to number one here. Number one is Danielle Hunter. Danielle Hunter is a Houston Texan. The splurge that I know that I was looking for, Seth, I think that you were looking for on the defensive side of the ball, not supplementing a position that's a strength already or anything like that, happened yesterday. Wasn't an interior defensive lineman. Christian Wilkins was my favorite coming into free agency. He got way too expensive. This is a phenomenal deal, I think, for the Texans. 2 years, $49 million, $48 million guaranteed. Short-term deal for a guy who's getting older but is still super, super productive. 16.5 sacks, led the league in tackles for loss with 23. So at least in terms of splash plays in the run game, he was very, very good last year. And now Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson, Seth, form what I got to think, with the way Will Anderson was ascending in the second half of the season, this has got to be, if not the most fearsome duo of edge rushers in the league, it's pretty damn close. That's my project for today. I know we got TJ Watt and Highsmith in Pittsburgh and a few other ones. This one's pretty damn good.
Like Harold Landry and Jeffrey Simmons with the Titans. Oh, but the Josh Uche. What the hell's going on with Josh Uche?
He's going back to New England.
Yeah, but supposedly, according to Ian Rappaport, he turned down like a $16 million deal, but it went back to New England for $4 million, which is a pretty huge gap in how much money you want. Supposedly.
Okay.
Now, who knows exactly what? Maybe he just is gambling on himself and just with a one-year deal feels like
he's been injured a lot. When he's on the field, he's good.
And Gerard Mayo might have given him a hell of a pep talk about that, so who knows? We'll see how maybe there's some incentives built in. I don't know.
Maybe. But we love the Danielle Hunter signing, right? We're down with Danielle. We are down with Danielle Hunter.
100%. Yeah. No, I'm super, super stoked about Danielle Hunter, especially when you look at what kind of production you're very likely to get in replacing Jonathan Grenard. Like, Danielle Hunter, every year of his career pretty much has been more productive than any year that John Grenard has ever had. If you take sacks out of it and just look at total QB pressures especially, Danielle Hunter is almost twice as effective as John Grenard and plays way more snaps. He's just a machine. Like last year, John Grenard played almost about 600 snaps. Danielle Hunter played 1,000 snaps. And he typically plays 900-plus snaps in a season. He's going to turn 30 this year, which is why it's awesome that he got a 2-year deal. Like whatever downside that you might get as he enters his 30s, your risk is minimal. Your exposure is not high at all. I feel really good about that.
Tech one yesterday, Joe Mixon, who is, I don't think he's in that tippy-top tier of running backs, but he's been very consistent for the Cincinnati Bengals. He averages just under 1,000 yards a season. He's made a Pro Bowl. Been really good in this offense, in this style of offense before. The Texans trade a conditional 7th-round pick to the Bengals to take on the last year of Joe Mixon's contract. Be about a $6 million cap charge. So there's two things to unpack here with Joe Mixon, Seth, and probably headlines might be too short, but we'll try. The player and then the past with Joe Mixon. Yeah. We'll start with the player. How do we like the player, Joe Mixon?
Look, I think still very productive. And, again, it's good that you're getting him on a 1-year deal because he's been in the league damn near a decade now. So he's still very effective as a runner. He's played well in schemes very similar to this one. He's also played in schemes that are dissimilar to this one. So you don't have to worry about some kind of Dameon Pierce adjustment factor or anything there. I feel very good about that. Two of the more underrated parts of him that I think are going to help C.J. Stroud out a lot as a young quarterback. One is, of the 49 running backs who have seen at least 1,600 touches since the year 2000, Joe Mixon has the least amount of fumbles over that time.
I love that stat right there.
And it's very low on a per carry basis too. He's just very, very good with the ball security. The other part is he was one of the best receiving backs in the league last year. So when you look at like receiving yards over expected, so how much did he do with the opportunities he had in the receiving game? Joe Mixon was ranked 4th in the NFL in that regard. Yeah. So for C.J. Stroud, young quarterback, learning when and how to use your running back, either as a check down or incorporating him into the passing game in general, Mixon's going to be valuable in that regard.
All right, now as far as the past goes, Joe Mixon, 2023 there were a couple of incidents that he was not he was acquitted of things, just some strange things. But the big one was 2014. Again, I know it's 10 years ago, but it didn't look great on video. He punched a woman back in 2014. He was suspended at OU, and I think that was a big reason he fell to the fourth round of the draft when he came out in 2017. I know it was. Apologized for it, accepted responsibility for it. Hasn't had anything like that happen again since then. I was mildly surprised the Texans made this trade for Joe Mixon just based on the fact that the Texans have forever been a team that's had a very high threshold for off-field conduct and going back however far for something like this. Yeah. I trust that the Texans have done their due diligence. I wonder if your guy Bill Lazor factored into this at all, Seth. He was with Joe Mixon in Cincinnati. Bill Lazor, a coach who was at Cornell when you were there.
Yeah, and I think that's like obviously you always use those guys in their experience with somebody as a resource on that. I mean, and even like to paint that out further, to point out the couple of incidents that I think you're referring to.
Yeah.
There was a traffic incident in which Joe Mixon was found not guilty when that went to trial. And then there was an incident with his sister that had nothing to do with him, and he wasn't like involved in the investigation for that at all. It was just his name was in it because it was near his house and his sister was involved in it.
Yeah. So
am I missing one?
No. That's it.
Okay.
That's it. To me, the big one's always 2014 style and the video of it and everything else.
Yeah.
But the Texans are comfortable with this deal, and Joe Mixon is going to be a Houston Texan.
Yeah, and you go back to the one 10 years ago, it was awful. The video is awful. I think that it's impossible to discuss stuff like this without like a soundbite being taken out. Yeah, like or something. I do sometimes see that it's referred to as a domestic violence issue, which is inaccurate.
Yeah.
What happened a decade ago, and it certainly doesn't excuse anything whatsoever. It just sometimes you can go read for yourself exactly how it was. It was very, very ugly. Don't get me wrong.
Yep.
But just like for the sake of accuracy, you can't call it domestic violence.
Right.
3.
All right. 3. One more quick one here on the Texans. Patrick Storm had this yesterday. I just thought this was interesting. Reported that the Texans made a run at Brian Burns. I just found that interesting because you and I used that as a hypothetical yesterday, that the Giants traded a second and a fifth for the rights to pay Burns 5 years, $150 million. If we take that report as true, Nick Caserio is out there swinging big for Brian Burns.
Yeah.
I do wonder, like, would he have gone 5 years, $150 million for Brian Burns? You know,
and I wonder though that maybe that was.
That's what backed him out.
Nick's not afraid to trade draft capital, and maybe he was willing to trade something better than a second and a fifth. It might have been the contract that they had in place because this wasn't. And look, Bill O'Brien got a lot of flack for trading for Leonard first. I always defended Bill O'Brien in that regard because, if anything, I found it odd that he was getting as much flack for that when the Rams did it with Jalen Ramsey. Other teams have done that multiple times, and nobody ever made a huge deal out of it. And at the same time, it does make me uncomfortable when a guy's got that much leverage over you. So if it was simply a matter that like Nick didn't want to match that contract or didn't even come close to it, I would feel good in hindsight about that.
Yeah, I would.
Because again, one of the things I like about this so far is that they've been very, very careful in just how much money and guaranteed money they're doling out.
Yep, they are nimble for sure.
4.
Eric Armstead's still out there. He's injured. He was Eric Armstead. I apologize. I forgot where I got this audio, but Eric Armstead, I'll find it. Eric Armstead was talking glowingly recently on a podcast about DeMeco. Eric Armstead, who's, if he's not been released yet, he's going to be released by the 49ers and played for DeMeco Ryans in San Francisco. Here's Eric Armstead on DeMeco Ryans.
Given your relationship with DeMeco, is there any surprise at what he's been able to do?
I don't think so. I think, obviously you need some players to play good as well, too. And I don't know if people necessarily expected C.J. Stroud to be as good as he is, but he's been phenomenal. But from a coaching perspective, I think everyone knew what DeMeco was capable of, and he's an amazing leader, great defensive mind and coach, and he's going to have his guys ready to play.
It's a third and long podcast. by Verum there. But I don't know. I don't know if I expect Eric Armstead to be a Houston Texan, but if there are odds that come out on where Eric Armstead is going to land eventually, I would imagine the Texans are the favorite, I would think.
I think that you'd have to look to see another kind of conservative contract where a player likes his association with DeMeco Ryans. Because one thing the Texans have done with this latest spat of signings, they've signed some older guys. You know, Denico Autry is going to be 34. Daniil Hunter is going to be 30. Joe Mixon, by running back standards, might as well be 78 years old. You're bringing that many high-paid guys on reasonable contracts. Don't get me wrong. I like the contracts. But it's like you keep adding more and more old guys. If you start talking about Eric Armstead, then that's an older guy. He's 31 who's missed 13 games to injury in the past 2 seasons. So if they do bring in Eric Armstead, I'd handicap it that it would be like it's going to be a 2-year deal, and it'll be relatively reasonable. I don't think it's going to break the bank. And I would expect it to happen maybe after the draft.
Yeah.
After they figure out just what they have in interior defensive line. Because right now, Denico Autry can play tackle, can play end. He's very versatile. You've already got Malik Collins in the bend. You've signed the kid from Jacksonville, like Fatukasi.
Yep.
You've got a lot of options at defensive tackle right now. I don't know if a 30-plus-year-old, another 30-year-old, after they've already added a few to the roster, is exactly what they need right now.
5.
Rockets win last night, 103-101 over the San Antonio Spurs. Fred VanVleet leading the way with 21 points. This is the first game post-outbreak. Şengün may just sit the rest of the season. Injury not nearly as severe as we had feared it would be. But this was what we had hoped would be the rematch between Şengün and Victor Wembanyama. Didn't matter that there was no Şengün out there. Wembanyama was not great again last night. He only scored 10 points against the Rockets a week ago. Only had 13 points last night. San Antonio cut it to a 1-point game with about 19 seconds to go. The Rockets led for pretty much the entire fourth quarter. San Antonio made a game of it at the end, but the Rockets able to hold them off down the stretch. Wembanyama finishes 5 for 12 from the field. They threw multiple double and triple teams at him, and he's going to see that a lot until San Antonio fortifies that roster around him.
They did. I noticed you didn't give Wembanyama credit for missing the 3 that led to
that cutting the deficit.
Yes, that led to the Spurs ended up getting a 3-point shot off of that. Yeah. If he hadn't, if he had made that, who knows? There might have been too much time left on the clock. I don't know. Like Wembanyama, you don't need Şengün with this year's version of the San Antonio Spurs to shut down Wembanyama. I felt like games like this, as Dylan Brooks had said, I felt like we followed the game plan until the final minute. We wanted to foul and not let them get any shots up on the rim, make them earn it on the free throw line. For them to follow a game plan and a course of action through 4 entire quarters and to win it in the final minute or secure it in the final minute like that.
Yeah.
I'm like, you get style points with me right now, Rockets, when you look like a veteran basketball team.
4th straight win on the road, and they're 5 games back at Golden State for the play-in. So we'll see how it plays out.
They were so devastated. If you're going to look for little mini victories here, whether they make or don't make the play-in, that's those 2 things alone, winning on the road and playing 4 quarters of basketball, I'll take it.
Derrick Henry, Ben.
6.
6. Derrick Henry to Baltimore, 2 years, $16 million, can max out at $20 million a year. Derrick Henry was somebody that I know both you and I were hoping would be a Houston Texan. It feels like it was written in the stars that he was going to become a Baltimore Raven because they've been trying to get him on that team for over a year now via trade. They're able to sign him to what I think is a good deal. I would have done that deal if I were the Houston Texans for Derrick Henry. 2 years, $16 million.
Oh, yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
2 years, man. That's music to my ears these days when you got you take a guy. Now, if they had gotten Derrick Henry, I guess you're that's got to be, when you look and shake down all these deals so far, the biggest thing hurting Derrick Henry is his age and tread off his tire. You know how I feel about that. I feel like he's established himself as a Curtis Martin or an Adrian Peterson type.
Sure.
It's just more durable than the rest of them. But for bang for the buck, I think this will still end up being the best contract, especially, in that situation.
Yeah.
They can run the hell out of the ball up there.
Derrick Henry, 2 years, $16 million, could be 20, or Joe Mixon, 1 year, $6 million.
It's I would take the Derrick Henry.
I would too. I'd take Henry also. I just like him better as a player, but I'm fine with the Mixon deal.
Yeah, no. Like, Mixon's at that category of all those backs that were available. Like, he's in that category of guys where you sign you say, especially get something out of him this year.
Yep.
That'll work. But you still really very much have to fix the offensive line, the blocking. You have to fix the run blocking, because it's not a personnel thing. I think they can do fine with the personnel they have, but they got to get on the same page. They got to run like an actual Kyle Shanahan, Gary Kubiak type of football team.
7.
Two quick ones here. Astros beat the Marlins yesterday 9-1. Hunter Brown was really, really good again. 3 2/3 innings, no earned runs. He's got a 1.17 ERA this spring. I want to make sure we get to this one, though.
8.
Yankees, Seth, are making another run at Dylan Cease, the Chicago White Sox ace, who I believe has this year and next year under team control, so it could be pretty pricey. But it's believed they're making another run at him because they're getting awfully nervous about this MRI on Garrett Cole's elbow. It's starting to get a little
sake.
Yeah. One more time.
For Pete's sake.
Yeah, for Pete's sake. Garrett Cole, there's a lot of fear right now that this could be a TJ situation up in New
I'm getting
York.
a little bit nervous with the Yankees that this might be the year that Brian Cashman finally gets fired.
No!
Not retained. I know.
They can't fire him.
I know. There's a part of me that wonders, how on earth do they allow Brian Cashman to keep spending so much more money than everybody else and yet not see any results because of it? But, yeah, obviously as an Astros fan, it's pretty good. It's like Brian Cashman has been good for the Astros. They have a lot of big names that can't stay healthy or don't produce in the playoffs, but it's I want his Brian Cashman fail, and yet I'd prefer to see him continue to fail while being employed.
Yes,
I want him to be paid
Cashman
handsomely to keep being worse than the Astros.
Brian Cashman is one of the Astros' greatest weapons to keep continuing to succeed in the American League. All right, that is your 8 at 8. That is the Ocho. All right, so I had a wish list that I laid out a couple of weeks ago, and I want to go through this here because I think the Texans have executed free agency this first 48 hours exactly how we had been laying out the way we wanted them to. And let's go through the checklist. What's left to check off? Do we think that he's going to fill this one more spot that we've been looking for? That is next. But if you're looking to get if you're getting ready for prom, or if you have a child who's getting ready for prom season and you need to get them
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you. All right, so my checklist, Seth, from before free agency from a couple weeks ago, I had 4 things that I was looking for. And I had some specific names, but those names did not come to fruition. And yet I feel like we are on the cusp of this free agency period playing out exactly the way that I wanted it to. My big thing, and I know you and I were in lockstep on a lot of this stuff in terms of what we wanted. So this is a Payne and Pendergast kind of thing. Splurge on the defensive line was something you and I had both talked about. Christian Wilkins, we had a promo running forever with me extolling the virtues of Christian Wilkins as a Houston Texan. The splurge ended up being even better than I thought it was. My preference as a player. If someone had said the splurge is going to be Danielle Hunter and you're going to get him on a 2-year deal, I would have said, give me that.
Yeah, this is like what I was hoping for on a Derrick Henry type of joint, except, in a defensive end version. Not that Derrick Henry would have been less money, but a 2-year contract. I was hoping that Derrick Henry, one of the reasons I would like him was he's an aging running back, but you get him on a 2-year contract. This, according to Ian Rappaport, Danielle Hunter may have turned down more money elsewhere. Usually I'm skeptical of reports like that. In this instance, it makes sense because I think there certainly would have been teams out there that were going to offer 3 or 4 year contracts, which might have meant a higher dollar amount, more guaranteed money, whatever it might be. I could see this being an instance where Danielle Hunter liked the situation. He's from Katy, and saw this opportunity to maybe make a really good amount of guaranteed money in 2 years, and then he'll be a free agent again as he's still only 32 years old. He'll be 31 entering his 32-year-old season the next time he's a free agent. So this might be the first version of the Texans getting a little bit of extra goodwill because of the vibe about the team and because of the perceived direction of the team.
That's a great point. I mean, for everybody who on Monday was going, hey, where's this whole D'Amico effect I've been hearing you guys talking about, where guys are going to want to do this or that or take less or excuse stuff away, whatever, because D'Amico's there. This is it. Danielle Hunter on a 2-year deal. This is it. So I give they check that box for me. Veteran starting running back was the next checklist item I had, and you and I were both on the Derrick Henry Express. We didn't get Derrick Henry out of this deal, but we did get Joe Mixon on a trade with Cincinnati. Joe Mixon for a 7th-round pick next year. The Texans pick up the last year of his deal, which is going to be a little over $6 million against the cap. And I would imagine with this being the last year of Joe Mixon's deal, they get a pretty motivated Joe Mixon this season.
He'll get a motivated Joe Mixon, who is also, and then this is important. I'd be really surprised if there's any part of Joe Mixon that thinks he needs a new contract or is put out that he's playing for somebody against his own choosing or anything like that. For one, because he's going to be playing with C.J. Stroud. So it's not like he went from Joe Burrow to Sam Darnold or something. He's going to go from Joe Burrow to C.J. Stroud. But also, he'd already taken a pay cut last year by the Bengals and played it out without any drama or anything that I can see. So in terms of signing a veteran running back who's still been very, very productive, has a certain amount of, runs with a chip on his shoulder, kind of runs a little bit angry, but has played in a system like this. This isn't what we would have expected just because the Texans have shied away from any kind of players who have a past. This isn't what I would have predicted, but I'm very, very happy with it.
I am too.
This is exactly. It leaves room for a younger guy. It leaves room for adding another complementary piece. It leaves room for Dameon Pierce perhaps to click and maybe also see under a veteran running back exactly how to. This is a home run for me with Joe Mixon.
Yeah, Joe Mixon. So we give a ding on that one. So to check that box, I'm going to go to the other box that got checked before we get to the one that has not been checked yet. Wanted a veteran leader type on defense at linebacker. Levante David was a name I know you and I both kicked around. He actually went and re-signed with Tampa Bay yesterday on a 1-year deal for I think $9 or $10 million. So Levante David, to nobody's shock, goes back to Tampa Bay. They're truly getting the band back together in Tampa Bay. But they do sign Azeez Al-Shire to a 3-year, $34 million deal. This fits the bill of what I had on my checklist here, I think.
Yeah.
Right?
And like every time I floated Alshire previously, I would actually get pushback from Titans fans who insisted that he was actually they're going to lock him up or he's not free, which was it wasn't like the prevailing sentiment or anything, but for whatever reason, I think Alshire is a guy that's been heralded as an unheralded guy in Tennessee. That one article identified him as the one free agent the Titans couldn't afford to lose because he was so good in the locker room. If you go watch the highlights of him, you're going to see why I like or prefer him to Blake Cashman. There's a certain old school quality to the way he plays linebacker, where he's going to blast a blocker in the chin on his way to making a tackle. He identifies run pass really, really well. Very good at identifying play action. A lot of the things that's missing in terms of just like a veteran savvy at linebacker, Alshire has that, and D'Amico knows it because D'Amico worked with him in San Francisco.
Yep.
And the other thing that did too, because D'Amico has talked about he wants guys to be able to play all three linebacker positions. That's exactly what Alshire did in San Francisco. He was a Sam linebacker, then Dre Greenlaw got hurt, and he could play Mike and Will in San Francisco. So like he's seen and played in this defense, and he's very capable as a player. So I feel this is an upgrade at linebacker.
Yeah, I think so too. So they checked that box. So 3 of the 4 boxes I had are checked. The one that is still open, I'm not going to give them a buzz for this, Ben, because there's still time and still, honestly, a target-rich environment. And I don't even know how hepped up I am to go get one of these guys now, because I put this list together before like a dozen wide receivers ran 4.2s at the combine on their 40-yard dash. But I had been throughout the offseason saying, hey, man, you can upgrade that Robert Woods spot, that third receiver spot. You can go get somebody who's maybe a little younger, a little more explosive, and I think probably get him on a reasonable deal. Names like Curtis Samuel and Tyler Boyd. I had Darnell Mooney in there as well. He went to Atlanta yesterday. I don't know. Now that we've gotten a little more hardcore look at what this draft class looks like, I'm cool with them signing a wide receiver, and maybe there's a corresponding move with Robert Woods that comes with that they cut Robert Woods and pick up a little more cap space, a few million more bucks of cap space. But I'm willing to kind of wait out this wide receiver class and build these guys.
No, I 100% think that when you have 2 established starters in Tank Dell and Nico Collins, and every reason to be optimistic about them except for perhaps their injury history, that in a wide receiver class like this where people are so excited about what's available in the draft, go ahead and if you want to improve, if you want to get a guy with upside or like improve your overall athleticism, do it in the draft. But then it is also good to have these veteran savvy guys like Noah Brown, who they retained, and Robert Woods. And Robert Woods, I think, is at a spot in his career where he's still going to be valuable as a guy that, with other players on the field, can go out and get you first downs. Remember, early in the season, CJ relied on Robert Woods heavily, and a lot of it was just him, like knowing he could throw it to Robert Woods on time. Even if Robert Woods was covered, CJ could put the ball low, and Robert Woods was going to get a first down. I think he still has that value, and it's not always so simple that, all right, if you get rid of a Robert Woods and bring in an older guy that you want to be a veteran presence, those guys they're not always the best veteran presences. You know? They don't always just naturally take to tutoring the young guys. So I think the bird in the hand that you have with Robert Woods is worth keeping.
Yep.
For now.
Yeah, for now. Yeah. I like some of these guys that are out there though as a fit in this offense. So we'll see. Help at receiver is probably going to come in the draft, I would think. We'll see.
Calvin Ridley it looks like Calvin Ridley's going to re-sign with the Jaguars. It's just a matter of timing and waiting until after that's at least the way the wind was blowing last night, but we'll see.
How are we feeling about a wide receiving core in Jacksonville of Gabe Davis, Calvin Ridley, if he signs back there, and Christian Kirk? That's a pretty good threesome right there.
Yeah,
of receivers.
Yeah, this is I feel like kind of like what they did with Tua, but to a much lesser degree. I think you kind of say, all right, look, you've got the weapons that you need. We feel like other good quarterbacks in the NFL could do something with this. Let's see what you can do with it, and then we'll know exactly what we have in Trevor Lawrence.
Evan Ingram, Travis Etienne. That's the thing, though. Trevor Lawrence wasn't supposed to be a guy Where, well, if we just get him more weapons, he wasn't that. He was supposed to prevent that from being the case. He's supposed to be a generational talent.
Right. Well, and that's how I feel a little bit about the need to bolster the offense by way of running back. One reason I was opposed to that, at least partly, was that I feel like CJ's already entered a category where, like, no, CJ is going to make people better. The way this is how everything's going to operate, okay? CJ's going to make other players around him better. You don't desperately need Saquon Barkley or the premier guy at any position skill-wise to be the guy that comes in and makes CJ Stroud a good quarterback. Mm-hmm. I think he's that advanced as a young quarterback that I feel like you can already start turning the page and be like, oh, no, we can find a guy in the draft and we'll work with him and we'll try to and CJ will make him as good as possible versus bringing in guys that you desperately need. So that's why I like Joe Mixon as the in-between option.
Yeah.
You know, that involves not just the running back. They got to get the offensive line ingrained in this scheme deeply this offseason, and the tight ends need to be better blockers, all of that. But Joe Mixon is the sweet spot where you're not spending an obscene amount of money, but you've got a veteran that you know works in the system.
Dude, people are all about this. Hey, man, what number is Danielle Hunter going to wear? He's been 99 his whole career. Is J.J. Watt? Is J.J. Watt they're treating 99 like the number 99 like it's a timeshare now? Is J.J. Watt going to let Danielle Hunter use his number 99?
One of our listeners brought up a good point that maybe you just treat 99 kind of like 88 is in Dallas.
Yeah.
All right, okay, it gets dicey when it's a rookie because you never know for sure whether the guys are going to pan out or not. But I do feel like Danielle Hunter is a good enough player. As he was identified by J.J. Watt himself during the season, J.J. Watt was gushing about what a great year Danielle Hunter was having. Yeah. I feel like Danielle Hunter is the caliber of player that can wear 99. Yeah. You don't have to retire. Retiring numbers in football is just stupid. There's just too many players. But reserving it for guys who are worthy of the number is A-okay.
I am anti-number retirement, period, in any sport. And especially these teams like the Celtics and the Yankees that retire everybody's number. The Yankees and Celtics are going to be playing with emojis on the back of their uniforms by the year 2040.
There's an inherent pessimism about the future of your sport if you start. It's like, do you think? How long do you expect? Maybe just for 100 years or something. How many numbers do you think are out there? Do you understand the relative scarcity of two-digit numbers? Yeah, and two-digit numbers.
I've always been even more nihilist than that. Man, these people think the world is going to end by 2060. Rapture is going to be here by then.
Can't take these numbers to the grave, can you? Well, but we'd like the league to exist after you're dead.
Yes. Jeez,
Steinbrenners, the world doesn't revolve around you.
How does the last 48 hours affect, with the Texans and free agency, affect how we're looking at the draft now for the Texans at 23? We've got some good texts from some people. Does it now make some positions a higher priority, a lower priority? Does it affect it at all? We'll discuss that coming up next. I'll tell you what has a great effect on me, going to the men's T clinic every Friday.
Restrictions apply.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast. I'm just looking at a tweet from Ian Rappaport, the NFL Network. It's going to be another day of free agency and guys agreeing to deals. 3 o'clock today is when the deals can become official. That's when guys can sign their new deals. So that's when Daniil Hunter and others, Danico Autry, Azeez El-Shire, other guys who are coming in from other teams to the Texans can officially sign their deals at 3 o'clock today. Ian Rappaport tweets, as the Packers have rebuilt their running back room, free agent running back A.J. Dillon has several options outside Green Bay. Sources say he's looking at the Giants, Colts, and Cowboys. And I look at that, I'm like, oh, welcome to the party, Cowboys. You're going to actually start looking at some guys to sign onto your team?
You're gonna go all in now after you were such an extreme letdown in the playoffs.
Did they just go on spring break in Dallas? Like, did they no, we're going to go. We're taking our families to Disney World for the week.
He's got a whole paternity suit thing going on that he's got to worry
distracted.
about. You know?
Yeah.
You got to figure out how to offer up a sample for that. They can just do a cheek swab, right? We don't have to. It's not.
I don't know.
Nothing more aggressive than that.
I wish you hadn't mentioned a sample with Jerry Jones. Please.
Yeah, the Cowboys have just been kind of sleepy about this whole thing.
Yep.
Old Sleepy Jerry.
Sleepy Jerry. We got a text message earlier that got me thinking about the draft. Thoughts? This is a texter asking us for thoughts. Thoughts on signing Simmons, the safety from Denver, or Quandre Diggs, the safety who got cut by Seattle, then draft best available cornerback, then go all in on offense, top 3 defense for sure. My feeling on cornerback in the draft, Seth, and I'm curious your thoughts on this. My thoughts on cornerback in the draft before the Texans did everything that they've done in the last 48 hours was, man, I don't know if I want to use a top pick on a corner. If you're using that 23rd pick, there's going to be a whole lot of pressure to get that kid on the field early and start for this team.
Yeah,
and that was not a position I wanted to throw a rookie out there in. With these moves that they made the last couple days, I'm a little more open to it now.
I'm open. Well, no, I'm not open to it because if it means that if you're relying on a back half of the first round rookie to be one of your starting cornerbacks, then that means that you also don't have a good third cornerback. Then in the modern NFL, ideally you got to have at least 3 solid cornerbacks because you rely on those guys. Now the way D'Amico runs things, that's not as vital necessarily. They want their defensive front to be the tip of the spear. Mm-hmm. I get really nervous anytime I start thinking about, hey, this guy that you're picking, number 23, is the linchpin to actually having complete starters. Yeah. You've got to ideally have another starter in the fold before you hit the draft. And I think that Nick operates this way as well. Round out the roster as much as possible to where you feel that you can genuinely take the best player available. The problem with going into the draft, well, we're going to take a cornerback because that's what we need in the first round. And then all of a sudden, maybe your favorite 2 cornerbacks are gone by the time you get there. So then you're scrambling to figure out who your starting cornerback is the next year. I do think that taking one of these safeties in free agency right now, whether obviously Simmons and Diggs are the guys that have the biggest name, and there's a local connection there. I get a little bit nervous with Quandre Diggs just because we've talked about this already. Some of the guys that I really like the Texans have signed are in their 30s. And with each successive guy that we bring on that's in his 30s, I get a little bit more and more hesitant. And with Diggs, it looks like he may have taken that he might have lost that proverbial step, which is fine. It's just, okay, how much are you going to pay him for it? Yeah. It's a flush. I mean, like Justin Simmons, Marcus May, Julian Blackmon, Rayshon Jenkins, Quandre Diggs. They're a boatload. Tashawn Gibson, who actually had been here and then played really well in San Francisco. Yeah, Tashawn Gibson might be a guy that ends up back in Houston because of his familiarity. He's only 34 years old. I'm not in any one of these guys I'd be cool with. Yeah. I'd just be good. And I don't think that the Texans are going to have to pay a boatload of money because, A, safeties don't get paid a boatload of money, and B, especially this year because there's so many of them.
There's so many. Safety and wide receiver, man. Look, the text message here. The first 48 hours of free agency lead me to believe they're taking offense in the first round, and I'm here for Mitchell pick out of Texas. He's an awesome dude and an even better player. I'm with you, Seth. I think that there's more moves coming. This is going to be truly Nick's first draft, where if he does several more of the right things here in free agency, this will probably be the first draft where he won't necessarily have to draft for need with a first-round pick.
If you look at defense right now, the places where I don't feel comfortable with their starters would be and by the way, when we talk about having 3 defensive backs, Des King retained. So as far as a slot guy, you have him.
Yeah.
But like Jeff Okudah right now is listed as a starter on one website. Mike Ford potentially would be another one. Kadar Holman. Yeah, like
Lonnie Johnson. Where's Lonnie?
I don't feel awesome about that. I would say Sam linebacker right now.
Yeah.
I don't feel comfortable with the options they have. That Henry To'oTo'o is going to have to take a huge step forward if he ends up being one of those guys.
Yeah.
Defensive lineman, I'm cool with. I'm not exactly sure whether Danico Autry is going to, how often he'll be a starting defensive tackle. He can play defensive tackle, but that's a spot that's a little bit in flux. I don't know if you have a 100% 4-3 defensive tackle type right there that you want to be your every week starter.
Is Foley
Fatukasi
a suitable replacement for Sheldon Rankins?
I think he's in a different way. He's not a replacement. I think Fatukasi's a big body, which maybe the Texans didn't quite have when it came. A combination of Fatukasi and Danico Autry is a more than a replacement for Sheldon Rankins. Yeah.
Looking at a mock draft here, as long as we're talking about, hey, what are the Texans doing? Latest mock draft, CBSSports.com, Garrett Podol. He's got the Texans, the 23rd pick. Going corner, Seth. Cooper DeJean, Iowa. The unicorn.
Corner that we're not quite sure if he's a corner or a safety, and we're not quite sure if people have that question because he's white.
Right.
So it's...
Are we ready for the Cooper DeJean conversation?
I see so many draft write-ups of Cooper DeJean where I can almost see the blogger writing it. We're like, hey, wait a second. Are we sure he's not a safety?
Right.
I just saw this guy's mugshot, and he looks like a safety to me.
We need to do a 23andMe for him, but it comes back with percentages of football positions. We got back his blood work. He's actually 24.6% safety, as it turns out.
Comes from a long line of safeties, he does.
51% Scandinavian, 23.2% safety, as it turns out.
Oh, man. It's odd because I didn't really think of him as a lunch pail guy, and yet now I see that he is.
I saw him messing around, running some routes on the offensive side, and the routes were awfully precise, I got to say.
Now that I've met him in person, I didn't realize how gritty he was. But boy, is he gritty.
Cooper, put your hands up. I'm going to throw this ball at you really fast. Let's see if you catch it. Wow. Good soft hands.
Okay. I all along I thought it was Cooper DeJean. They're a safety.
Yeah,
okay.
for sure.
Safety.
Pronouncing it like you live in a steel mill or something. Cooper DeJean. Hey, who's y'all safety? That's Cooper DeJean.
Hey, do you know Chuck Bednarik?
I
just figured you knew Chuck
My
Bednarik.
2 favorite players, Ray Nitschke and Cooper DeJean. They're my favorites. So that's who they've got going to the Texans with the 23rd overall pick in that mock draft. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you as we head into the 9 o'clock hour. All right, let's level set things here. We've got people just, jumping in and out of the show. If you're just tuning in, Seth and I are going to get you our thoughts on everything that's going on with the Texans in free agency. Yesterday might have been Nick Casario's best day of free agency. We will discuss that coming up next. But first, Mokaram,
yeah. If you go to
I thought it was But first, I'm about to step on Seth's
wow, he's really making a dramatic lead into my talking about the Mokaram law.
Hand of God.
But first, Mokaram.
Yeah.
Odyssey Station. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you. Into the 9 o'clock hour we go. Good to be with you. Day 3 of free agency. Contracts can all get signed at 3 o'clock today. The ones that have been verbally signed later on today. Big one for the Texans was yesterday afternoon. About 5:30, Danielle Hunter becomes a Houston Texan. 16.5 sacks last year. It's a huge signing. If you're somebody who's looking for the Texans to make a splash, I think the best part about this whole thing is they made a splash, and they made a splash, I think, on their terms. Not that they bullied Danielle Hunter into a lower-level deal. They didn't need to do that. I mean, Danielle Hunter could go play anywhere probably for $25 to $30 million a year if he wanted to. But a 2-year deal, Seth, for $49 million, I think is a phenomenal deal for a guy who has this type of impact at a premium position.
And I think the ability to get guys who should be impact players because of their track record, because of their history, because of their previous year's production, and get them in a controlled contract where you don't feel like, man, you really bent over backwards to bring them in. That, in my mind, that's the biggest triumph of it all. Because I've been very much on board with wanting to draft an impact or wanted to sign an impact player on the defensive line. I was less crazy to an extreme degree about how much you spent on running back, but I was, I would have been cool with a lot of different options. I think with every one of these signings, there's been a sense of, okay, yeah, this deal makes sense. This is okay financially, that makes sense. Like the John Grenard deal in Minnesota. That's a bit of a gamble. You're projecting there, and you're hoping to get something out of John Grenard with that contract that he hasn't really consistently. The upside of it for the Vikings is that he's young, and that's cool. It's just a different approach for how they're trying to build their team right now. I think with Danielle Hunter, you take a guy who every single year has a more productive season than John Grenard ever has. And this most recent year out of Danielle Hunter was one of his best seasons. And he's still relatively, he's not an old defensive lineman yet. He's on the tail end of his productive window. But you get him on a 2-year contract. It's just, that's everything that you would want or that I would have hoped for in their splash signing on the defensive line. And frankly, the Danielle Hunter contract is way, way better than I would have thought. I was going to be okay with, quote-unquote, overpaying for an edge rusher because that's generally what you have to do. This is a steal of a limited risk option at edge rusher in a way that you don't really typically see.
Danielle Hunter did with the Texans basically what Mike Evans did as a hometown deal for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. I mean, the guaranteed money is a little more with Danielle Hunter than with Evans, but let's just take the surface level because I think both guys are going to play 2 years, both years under their respective contracts, Evans in Tampa Bay and Danielle Hunter in here in Houston. And I guess that's where, if we're to circle back, not to repurpose Mike Evans as a topic that damn near torpedoed friendships at the station, but I'm exaggerating. But the contracts are almost identical from a length and a money standpoint. And so now I would be curious, if we had asked the question before free agency started, even to Lopez, who wanted Mike Evans in the worst possible way. Evans, 2 years, $52 million, or would you rather have Danielle Hunter, 2 years, $49 million? It's a no-brainer given the construct of this team now, right?
Yeah, no, exactly. Yeah, no, and given, I think one of the goals of free agency is to get into the draft feeling like, you've improved your team, but you also don't have glaring needs. And that was where a lot of my thoughts on about where they should attack in free agency was. It was based on the fact that they had 10 open roster spots where starters were either free agents or they were either free agents that needed to be re-signed or you had to bring somebody from the outside in. And you don't want to enter the draft trying to figure out, how are we going to take this draft and fill in 10 roster spots without that many picks and also knowing that only about a third of these draft picks are going to work out. That's a rough spot to be in. The big thing right now where I'm most excited about the way Nick has been selectively aggressive is that right now the Texans have spent the 8th most money in free agency. Mm-hmm. So they've been aggressive, but despite having all that cap space, they haven't been aggressive to the point of just mindlessly shooting at everything that moves.
That's right.
They've been very controlled. The average per year on these contracts is 18th amongst all spending in free agency. So they've gotten guys at like very reasonable yearly rates. Like it's just been it's been exactly the way I would have hoped that he'd go about it in using this cap space so far. So I'm very, 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 very pleased with it. I take everything with a grain of salt. I think Joe Mixon is an upgrade over Devin Singletary. Is the problem with the rushing attack last year. It's going to take more than just adding Joe Mixon to the mix. He is an upgrade, but the offensive line simply has to be better at running this scheme. The tight ends simply have to be better at blocking in this scheme. The wide receivers, the quarterback, C.J. Stroud, and he knows this, has got to advance to that next level into really checking into the right runs.
That's right.
Getting the blocking right, all of that. And that is something I expect that out of CJ. The offensive line is the one that I'm most kind of holding my breath over.
We'll see. Yeah, we'll see. It's going to be hard for Nick Caserio as the GM of this team to top draft day 2023, where you draft your future quarterback who's been a stud, and then you make an aggressive move in the face of a lot of criticism that has turned out to be thus far the right move to get Will Anderson. It's going to be hard to top that day, but if we just put the days into buckets, draft days and free agency days, Nick Caserio's had no better day than he had yesterday of going and getting Danielle Hunter and then kind of having the hustle to go get Joe Mixon before he got put out there on the marketplace.
The Danielle Hunter one is really exciting if Ian Rappaport is accurate in saying that Danielle Hunter had better offers elsewhere. When I say better, I'm assuming that means like maybe it's a third year and more total money that he could expect to make in the first 2 years of the contract, what have you. I think from Danielle Hunter's point of view, if it was 2 years with 49ths of this contract is guaranteed.
Right.
So almost like a little over 2% that's not guaranteed on this contract. All right. That's his big carrot on a stick. Yeah. I got to go earn that extra 2%.
Yes.
So I think that the fact that he can still have another crack at free agency when he's 31 years old is probably big for Danielle Hunter. So yeah. I don't know if it's necessarily a worse deal than other ones he had, but it's less total money. And he doesn't take that deal unless he expects to have good opportunities to rush the passer and to be on a successful team.
Yeah.
You don't take this deal if you think you're going to a cesspool that's going to suck for the next 2 years.
Right. Well, remember when Laramie signed his first extension, I think a lot of Texan fans were surprised it was only a 3-year deal. And the big deal was made about him wanting to get another bite at the apple while he was still in his prime. He's gotten 2 of them at this point.
and the nice thing about what they've established here with the Texans is, I think kind of like the Astros, as people have made this point, the Astros don't want to give out long-term contracts. So at the very least, guys aren't going to get offended when you don't offer them a long-term contract. They haven't done it for anybody. If they're not going to do it for anybody, like, okay, who are you? There's a value in that. I think maybe more so in football because there's just more numbers and more guys that you're going to sign as free agents and everything. That guys, there's no reason for a guy to feel like, if the Texans really love me, they'll give me a 4 or 5 year deal. It's going to be the same thing that it always is. Like, hey, we really love you. Let's extend you for another year.
Yeah.
Let's extend you for 2 years. It's never going to be, we want you to die a Texan when you're 47 years old.
I feel like of all the sports, there's more contracts than other ones just because they're perceived. And in actuality, with some of them, they're very one-sided towards the team.
That's true.
I think there's and it makes your point a really good one, which is, look, people know going in, this is how the Texans operate. Like, they've got a code and they stick by their code, and don't take it personal. It's business.
I go by the old credo: if it flies, floats, or footballs, it's better off rented. And that's what the short-term
Nick agrees.
The short-term fully guaranteed contract is exactly that.
Yes.
It's like, hey, I leased a vehicle. I'm gonna get 2 years out of this. It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be awesome.
Yeah.
And then I move on, and I don't have to pay for whatever issues there are down the line or anything.
Yep. Here was Ian Rappaport yesterday. Seth alluded to it. Let's hear the audio. This is Ian Rappaport giving his take on the Danielle Hunter signing with the Texans.
Danielle Hunter had a significant market. He had teams willing to pay him more than $25 million. I got the sense that he may have even taken a little less to land with his hometown team. And, you talk about free agent matches, right? And Obviously, the Texans have Will Anderson on one side. They've been looking for a veteran pass rusher. I wondered, you have general manager Nick Caserio, who has really built through the middle class, the kind of upper middle class free agent. Would they make a splash? This is a splash. This is as big a splash as you can get for the Houston Texans. The top free agent on the board, the top pass rusher on the board, one of the best pass rushers in the NFL, now lands with one of the NFL's hottest teams, Danielle Hunt and Texans, and I'll read you the full deal that I just tweeted while I was on the phone. So Danielle Hunter agrees to terms, 2 years, $49 million, $48 million fully guaranteed. Do you wonder what the real numbers are? It's $48 million fully guaranteed in this deal done by Zeke Sandu of Clutch Sports. The Houston Texans land a major, major piece for their defense.
Man, these agents have such cool names. Zeke Sandu. That sounds like a Star Wars character.
Zeke. It sounds like, or it could be super cheesy if it was like Zeke Xanadu or something. That's definitely
that would be awesome.
Change your name. You know, it was funny when they broke that report. Scott Pioli was on there too, and Pioli was kind of digesting it because it was breaking news. Like they were on talking about something else. Ian Rappaport got a text and broke the news, and Pioli, just like I think out of a knee-jerk reaction, said, we'll have to see what the final numbers are like. And I think that's why Rappaport said the final numbers are it's $48 million guaranteed.
Yeah, it's a 2-year deal. Yeah,
it's a 2-year. On a 2-year, you can count it like an actual guarantee. It's not a contingency or anything.
Yep.
It's like it's 2 years. It's $48 million guaranteed with an extra $1 million that he can earn somehow, some way.
Love it.
I love that extra $1 million non-guaranteed.
I do too. I would
read a book about how
getting contractual. By tomorrow, we're going to find out what the extra $1 million is.
Was this something like Nick was like, listen, we don't like to give out fully guaranteed contracts, so we're going to have to. There's a Wendy's gift card in it for you if you get to. Yeah. $49
million, $48.99 million guaranteed. Wendy's gift card. That's great. You know who likes this deal? Some of Danielle Hunter's future teammates. Titus Howard. Our D-line is crazy.
It's true. Yeah, Titus Howard was a fan of the Danico Autry one as well.
He was.
He's played against this guy every year twice, and he approved of the signing.
Derek Stingley Jr. retweets Titus Howard. Bruh, that's a fact.
Yeah.
So they like it.
Bruh or bruv?
Bruh, B-R-U-H, bruh.
Okay.
Bruh. Yeah. Laramie Tunsil tweeted about it, Seth, but I know you're skeptical about any Laramie Tunsil tweet.
His tweets are too cryptic. I refuse to acknowledge unless he specifically names somebody, I refuse to ever acknowledge that he's talking about the current situation at hand.
Here was the tweet yesterday, and it came, let me look, 11 minutes after Schefter's tweet, I believe.
I'll be the judge of this.
Okay, you ready? Yes, sir.
He might have just gotten a banana split at Dairy Queen. I don't know. For all I know.
I love your skepticism of Tunsil's tweets. They're literally 5 minutes after some big Texans news. Nope. Banana split.
No, it's funny. No, when it happens during the day, it's hard to do. Times though, there've been some. Why I'm extra careful is there have been some notable moments when a player has been tweeting about something that's like a huge actual related to civil rights or something, kind of a big deal, and yet we're so wrapped up in our sports world, so we're like, well, obviously he's talking about sports stuff.
Yeah.
I don't like to make that error. Okay.
I was just jotting down while Ian Rappaport was talking. The names on the Texans defense now, and it's going to play out how it plays out. And some of these guys need to stay healthy, and at least one on this list needs to really improve. But I mean, Danielle Hunter, Will Anderson, Derek Stingley Jr. I mean, those are 3 studs right there. And then you've got Christian Harris, who's an ascending young linebacker with 2 years left on his rookie deal. You've got Danico Autry, who you just signed, and I think is going to prove to be a great bargain. Azeez Al-Shaair, who you said you like him like a factor of 2 or 3 better than Blake Cashman, who they had last year playing inside linebacker.
Yeah. Look, and I don't mean that as an insult to Blake Cashman. No. There's parts of watching Al-Shaair where you just say, oh yeah, that's an old school linebacker, but like in the new age where he's smaller, he's faster, but he still can lower his shoulder into somebody and take like the most direct route to the runner. And he's very, very good at identifying play action, his run-pass keys, all of that more cerebral stuff, like to where at linebacker you got to make these decisions so quick.
Yeah.
I like him a lot as a individual play, but if he ends up being the mic and the signal caller, the guy that wears the green dot, I think he's going to be a good guy for Christian Harris to learn from. I think eventually you'd love Christian Harris to transition into that role of being your 3-down linebacker that's calling the shots and everything. It doesn't have to be. Maybe these two guys will play next to each other for the next 7 years and it won't matter. But I like it a lot for a lot of reasons.
Malik Collins, steady, solid vet on the interior. Jimmy Ward, if he can stay. Now we're getting into the healthy, got to get better position of safety. But let's. If Jimmy Ward can stay healthy, Jimmy Ward's a guy who's flirted with the back end of the NFL Top 100, and I know that's a subjective list of players, but he's a respected, productive player when he's healthy. Jalen Petre's an X factor, man. If Jalen Petre can just get to living up to being the 37th overall pick in his draft class, man, you are talking about a defense set that has playmakers at all three levels, solid mix of vets and young guys, and I don't think Nick's done yet supplementing that side of the ball. Certainly not in the draft. You know, they're going to draft guys. I think he's going to sign some guys still over the next few days. Gone are the days where you and I are stuck in Week 13 gushing about Ogo Okoronkwo getting after the passer or whatever his name, Obo Okoronkwo.
Okay.
Yeah,
I take issue. I still like Okoronkwo.
Yeah.
I'm very excited for him when he got.
Okay.
He was banged up a little bit. Anyway,
got it. You like him. I'll get you agitated. Gone are the days where we're gushing over Kamu Grugier Hill TFLs. How's that?
There you go.
Yeah.
I was actually Okoronkwo around last year. He felt like a D'Amico Ryans type of guy. Now, so yes, safety. You're exactly right. The question, too, one of our listeners just asked us when we were talking about safeties is, are any of the guys out there, do we know for sure that they're better than the guys we have? And it's an excellent question, given that Jimmy Ward has age and health concerns, and then Jalen Petre, we're just not sure exactly what he is as a safety in this defense. I think that bringing somebody in as either competition or to play in rotation with those guys is something you definitely want to look at, especially since there's so many safeties out there. Cornerback is the one that I feel like they 100% still have to address before the draft.
Mm-hmm.
Steven Nelson is still out there.
Mm-hmm.
And there's no way in hell I want to go into the season relying on Jeff Okudah to suddenly, find religion and, metaphorically speaking, and be a good cornerback in the NFL because he hasn't done it yet. So I like him as an experiment, but certainly not to rely on. But Steven Nelson is still out there. Stephon Gilmore is still out there. Kendall Fuller, Tre'Davious White. There's Xavier Howard. We haven't even talked about Xavier Howard yet today. I think they're going to sign a cornerback at some point before the draft, and I think maybe it's a name you know, maybe it's a name you don't, but in either instance, I don't think it's going to break the bank. I think they're going to be able to afford those guys because of the market and the way it is. Yep.
It's it's still exciting. Day 3 here, man. There's still work to do for the Houston Texans, but big work done yesterday. Danielle Hunter and Joe Mixon. Let's circle that. We spent a lot of time on Danielle Hunter. I think this is going to be the trick. Caserio sits down in front of the media after free agency is over. I think he's going to get the most questions about this transaction. We'll tell you and talk about what that is coming up next. But first, I want to talk about Crash Champions, okay?
Restrictions apply.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Here was D'Amico Ryans at the Combine a couple weeks ago when he was asked about his view on free agency.
When you talk about free agents, when you have that firsthand look of the guys who you've spent day at, you know strengths, you know their weaknesses, right? You know everything about the player. You know how they are when things get hot and heavy, like how do they handle it? So I think there is an advantage to, man, I know exactly who this guy is. I know exactly how he will respond, as opposed to reaching for someone you may on another team that you may not have much info about. So there's a lot that goes into it. It's like while we're here at the Combine, we're trying to gather as much information on these players and their backgrounds as much as we can to identify who they are as a person, right? And in the free agency process, it kind of gets sped up, and sometimes you miss out on truly figuring out, man, who is this person that we're bringing into our building? So for me, it's always person over player. Right, and bringing the right person in is of high importance to me.
Okay, so that's D'Amico Ryans and bringing the right person in, and that's a big part of D'Amico's philosophy. The Joe Mixon trade, I think, will probably, and this isn't me saying I disapprove of the trade for Joe Mixon. I'm fine with the trade. The Texans are fine with the trade of Joe Mixon, given he's got a bit of a checkered past. Then I'm fine with the trade. I do think that he'll be the player that gets. There may be multiple questions asked about Joe Mixon when it comes time for D'Amico and Nick to sit down in front of the media. Just what was the process for you guys to get comfortable the way Cincinnati has clearly been comfortable with Joe Mixon, the player and the person, the last several years? What was the process for you guys to get there? Because I think the Texans are an organization set that is skewed way to the end of player conduct being super important.
Right. You know, and
what was the process?
You had brought up that Bill Lazor, who's now an assistant. What's his special? He's like special assistant.
Like a senior offensive assistant or something like that.
Lazor had been the offensive coordinator for the Bengals in Mixon's first 2 years in the league, in 2017 and 2018. And that second year was when Mixon he had his best season in terms of yards per carry. He was 4.9 yards per attempt. He's never been close to that since then. He rushed for 1,168 yards, 43 receptions. So, like Bill Lazor's had some success with Joe Mixon, or at least Joe Mixon had a very productive season in his second year under Bill Lazor as his offensive coordinator. So I think that Lazor probably saw him when the times would have been diciest, when you're trying to figure out what to expect from this young player. Lazor was there for that. So whatever kind of assurances Bill could give them, I'm sure helps a lot. And then there's just this time that he spent in the league where he's been largely without incident, other than there was an accusation this last year of in a traffic incident, and he was found not guilty in court over that. So that's I'm sure the Texans dug into that on their own as well.
Yep. I'm just saying, I am just anxious to hear the head coach and the GM, D'Amico Ryans and Nick Caserio, kind of walk us through the process of that. I'm just curious about that. I'm totally cool with the trade. I'm happy that Joe Mixon is a Houston Texan, mostly because I think they need serious help in that running back room. How do you think they attack running back? You think they're in here next day or two, or however long, next week or two?
No, I think that they're gonna a veteran running back right now. I think if somebody's out there that they really like, maybe they go for that. But you start to get a little bit crowded with that mixture of youth and age. I would imagine he's hoping to draft a younger running back. So I would put it at less than 50% that they sign a veteran running back before the draft. I think that's something that's out there. For one, they want to see what happens with Dameon Pierce. I think Dameon Pierce might be available for trade at any given moment.
Yeah.
But they're going to also know that, okay, maybe there's untapped potential there with Dameon Pierce. But two, there's always enough running backs. There's always a running back out there.
Yeah.
There's always a veteran running back you can bring in. Wait until after the draft so you don't have to all of a sudden, make concessions for a crowded running back room. I would say wait until after the draft for that.
I could see them bringing a guy like Daria Gumbawale back just as a body in the room, familiarity, that kind of thing. Probably
backup
that level.
Kicker.
Backup kicker. Yes, backup kicker. Dameon Pierce.
Well, somebody earlier had asked about Alexander Madison.
Yeah.
And I think that he's a guy that you don't need to bring in right now because there might be a a rookie in the 4th or 5th round that intrigues you just as much.
Maybe this is a text message. Maybe Steven Nelson sucks it up and starts liking vests. Might come back down to earth with his high self-esteem. No rumors that I can find.
Come down to earth with his high self-esteem. Okay, when it comes to retaining guys that the Texans already had or that were on the roster last year, and that's another really good one that when you look at the composition of this defensive line, man, Derek Barnett really just seemed to click in this system. He'd been a forgotten man in Philadelphia.
Yeah.
Philadelphia gets rid of Derek Barnett, and all of a sudden, this is one of the things that made Philly fans especially miserable. The defense, which already had been struggling, just fell off the face of the earth right around the time Derek Barnett was traded away. And then the Texans end up getting the very best out of him. So, yeah. He's another guy that maybe you wait until after the draft, maybe before. I haven't seen any rumors about teams pursuing him or anything, but it seems like you could get him at a relative bargain based on the kind of production he gave you last year.
I need Philly to slide into the toilet. I need them to. I'm tired of this Howie Roseman talk. I'm tired of Howie Roseman getting treated like he's a combination of Ted Thompson and Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I can't. You know what? Somebody was trying to. I got in an argument with somebody last year, midway through the year. And they were making some kind of argument for a quarterback, and the person's point was that this guy had done something versus that Philadelphia pass defense. And I'm like, I've seen the Philadelphia pass defense this year. It's not the same. And I got laughed off of the comments section of wherever I was having this argument, Sean, because people were like, no, that Philly defense, are you kidding me? Or you're like, all right, whatever.
Laughed off of the comments section.
It was brutal. It really hurt my self-esteem.
They bullied me. Hey.
Yeah, I had to download a meditation app just to deal with it.
Dude, I like these promos. They're kind of corny, but I really like the promos that were Agent Sound because they incorporate The Price is Right, and The Price is Right is one of my favorite game shows. Ben, do we have one? Ben, pick a random one out of the jukebox for me here.
Come on down! Tommy Townsend, come on down.
Tommy Townsend.
Former Chiefs punter is expected to sign a 2-year
Turn it up, Ben.
$1 million deal with the Texans. Welcome to H-Town, Tommy. Who will Nick Caserio and Coach D'Amico call on next?
Insider access, exclusive content.
Ben, give me one. Can we have? Just want one more. Do we have one?
Well,
more?
wait.
Huh.
Did we get before we go to the other one?
Yeah.
Did Ron comment with what the nickname was for Tommy Townsend or anything?
Oh, you mean like Steven Nelson?
We used to call him Mr. Shanks a lot. Yeah.
We used to call him Mr. Defensive Holding waiting to happen.
Yeah, that's a terrible nickname. That was Ron's nickname.
That's one thing about Kansas City. They're an awesome football team, but two departments that they suck in. One, owner satisfaction, and two, nicknames. Yeah.
What was Steven Nelson's nickname again?
We used to call him Mr. Defensive Holding waiting to happen.
We used to call Tommy Townsend Mr. Might punt it into the third row if the wind is blowing the wrong way.
In terms of classic athlete nicknames, you got Mr. October is a hell of a nickname.
Yeah.
And Mr. Defensive Holding waiting to happen.
Mr. Automatic, Mr. October, Mr. Defensive Holding.
Pat Mahomes, we like to call him Mr. Generally performs well both in the regular season and the playoffs.
Dude, we need to dig into this Hughley versus kerfuffle in the next segment. Holy smokes.
They're going at it.
There's a border skirmish going on between the afternoon show and the night show.
You know that's the downside of extreme weight loss. Both those guys have resculpted their physiques over. They've got too much energy.
Yeah.
They're a little too, back in the day, they could have just been fat and sedentary and just let bygones be bygones.
Yep.
But now they just want to fight.
Not anymore. Yep.
Like a couple of young bucks out just competing for hot takes in the wild.
Yeah, we got to dig into that a little bit, maybe in the final segment. Ben, you got any more Prices Right in there for me?
Come on down! Azeez Al-Shaair.
Hell yeah!
Come on down.
Come on down.
The former 49ers and Titans linebacker is expected to sign a 3-year, $34 million deal with the Texans. Welcome to H-Town.
Change that when he signs
Who
it.
will Nick Caserio and Coach D'Amico call on next?
I don't know. Probably Danielle Hunter. Ben, has Danielle Hunter gotten the Price is Right treatment yet? Do you have that in the jukebox, by?
He has not gotten the treatment yet.
I heard a Joe Mixon promo, but it didn't sound like it was a Price is Right one. It just said Joe Mixon is a Texan now kind of thing.
Oh, really?
Yes, they're not all prices right oriented.
No, they need to be, though. Is that okay? I don't want to alienate
worried about
Joe
copyright
Mixon.
infringement or something?
Nah, come on now.
Not my department.
Copyright.
By the way,
yeah.
just so you know, Sean, I'm going to start writing Alshire down I'm going to start writing it phonetically in our show prep.
Oh, okay.
Because there's no way you're supposed to pronounce it Alshire. And
that's for sure. You're for sure about that.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I've listened to like 4 different announcers say it that way in the pronunciation. It's Alshire. So it's been kind of like, it's not, the way it's spelled is AL-SHAAIR, if I remember correctly.
Okay.
Which doesn't, like, you can't look at that and say Alshire.
Okay.
It's impossible. So I'm just doing it phonetically from now on.
ALS
I'm having a harder time with this than I did with Kubshanistan.
Yeah.
And I invented that word.
You did. You did. Or DeJane having a hard time. Hey, you hear they signed this as Alshire? You see that? Good player, I hear.
In French, it means of gene.
I used to say that about Deshaun Watson. His name means of Sean, you know.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, Deshaun Watson and Jameis Winston in the same quarterback room.
That's good. Oh, that's yeah, that's really good.
It's fun.
Like Jameis Winston. I'm intrigued by Jameis Winston 2.0 and what he's become.
Yes,
he's almost embraced his goofiness. I think he's unlike some people, like quarterbacks with off or odd personalities. I feel like he's actually become self-aware.
Yes.
Where like Russell Wilson will never understand how corny he is and like just how weird he is. Whereas I think RG3 will never completely understand.
No chance.
Just like it's in some respects how off-putting he is.
Yeah.
I feel like he really totally completely gets, all right, I'm kind of goofy by normal person standards, but I'm going to lean into the goofiness.
Well, and I'll give you the seriousness with which he discussed Mike Evans is the linchpin for why he's a great wide receiver.
They're one with water.
Yeah. One.
And he's
water.
from Galveston. It's a different type of water.
Is it ever? It's barely water.
There's something. They're one with water, but water has no soul.
It's water with different.
I'm telling everybody, this was the argument.
Yeah.
Guys that grow up near water are different. Because water has no soul.
That was Jameis.
But water will take you places.
That's right. It'll take you
but
places.
Galveston water is muddy.
Yes.
And because of that, Mike
Good
Evans
job.
is just different.
Good job, Jameis. You go. Hey, there's a trend with some of these free agents that, as somebody who likes conflict, I am totally down with. We actually have a couple guys that did this in the Texans free agency class. We'll tell you what that is. And, yeah, we got to dig into Hughley v. Creighton from yesterday. Holy smokes. We'll get to that next as well. West Point Lincoln, no conflict there. I'm going to tell you, West Point Lincoln, the place to go to.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
I love the NFL, the pockets of the NFL that feel like college football when it comes to the rivalries. Like the AFC North is like that. I think the NFC East is like that. I think there's certain rivalries like within other divisions that play out that way. Hopefully the Texans, that the Colts and the Titans become that sort of thing again, if you feel like it ever was that way. To that end, Seth, I do like the fact that we've had some free agents, some pretty prominent free agents, stay inside their divisions and maybe feel a little bit like they did so intentionally. Like the Saquon thing feels a little bit purposeful.
Saquon, okay, do you feel like it feels intentional that he wanted to stick it to the Giants? Or to me, it feels more like he wanted to be back in Pennsylvania where he went to high school, where he played in college, and maybe a lot of that more so than not to mention, like, okay, you can make a good pitch if you're Philadelphia with the personnel on the team.
Sure.
I don't know how he feels about basically running a high school offense, and it would be fun to play with those guys.
To answer your question, I do think it was on the radar for him. I think money is the primary reason. I think that playing in Pennsylvania where he's hailed as a hero is a factor. I don't think he hates going against the Giants twice a year for sure.
Yeah.
I don't think Patrick Queen, who signed with Pittsburgh yesterday, now gets to kind of run his own crew. He doesn't have Roquan Smith there, taking him to the men's room to go potty with him anymore. Like he's going to run his own crew now in Pittsburgh twice a year in maybe the most intense rivalry out of all of these.
That's the one. The Pittsburgh-Baltimore one is one that's more intriguing to me than the Giants and Philly. Because like the Giants and Phillies, Philadelphia. The Giants and the Eagles, at any given moment over the past 20 years, they've been a good team, they've been a bad team, but there hasn't been like a consistent theme across what types of teams they are. Baltimore and Pittsburgh, year in and year out, are blue-collar, lunch pail, bust you in the face types of teams.
Yeah.
And talking mostly about their defenses. And there have been lapses here and there, but like when their offenses are good, it's a certain type of offense. I think that is a blood and guts rivalry. Like that is one that feels more like high school. Like in college there's rivalries, but generally the players get and understand that, like, all right, we're all the same guys. High school goes back to when like you're actually a dumb enough kid to think that the kids from that other school were like,
yes,
you're like no, like they're just different in Canandaigua.
Yeah.
I'll tell you, they're different. Those kids that come from pretty much the exact same gene pool as us, they're different over there. I hate those guys.
Yeah.
That's what Baltimore and Pittsburgh has felt like.
That's a heel turn by Patrick Queen there. Like that, you just turned around and hit Lamar Jackson in the head with a chair on that one. Aaron Jones staying in the division to play Minnesota a couple times a year, former Green Bay running back.
That's one where I wonder if, I don't know, people in Green Bay have always I always feel like they treat Aaron Jones like a child they have to look after. They're incredibly defensive, claiming he doesn't get enough credit.
We'll see
all
now.
Of that. So I don't know. They might more feel like that was Green Bay kicking him to the curb because they did replace him with a bigger name.
I like that we got a couple guys on our defense that get to go against the Titans a couple times a year.
Yeah.
Danico Autry and Azeez El-Shaair, right?
I was hoping, one of my goals for free agency that was like a little bit of a tack on was to stick it to the Titans. And a lot of that would have been if Derrick Henry had come to the Texans. That would have been huge if the Texans could extract another couple of awesome years out of him. But El-Shaair was named as, by a couple people, blogs in in Tennessee, as being one of the guys you just can't let get away because he's such a valuable presence in the locker room, underrated linebacker play. That part of it has been good. Danico Autry has been just an extremely productive and versatile defensive lineman. So they lose two guys that were part of the strength of their front seven. Henry was one thing. Losing those two guys on defense feels probably to Titans fans like, oh, yeah, this is a complete reset and rebuild.
Yep.
And we'll see. Maybe Will Levis works out, maybe he doesn't. But this is all – Will Levis at this point is just he's a leaner Davis Mills that you spent more to get.
Yep.
And they'll figure out if he's worth keeping around.
Okay, we need to determine who started this little spat that Creighton and Hughley had on Twitter yesterday. after the Daniil Hunter report came down from Ian Rappaport, Patrick Creighton retweeted it and said, "This is why Sean Bajani and I told you to not act like a baby yesterday and give Nick Caserio the patience he's earned. Texan fans ready to celebrate now, aren't you?" Now, and to be clear, when he said, "I told you not to act that way," he's talking to his X.com audience right there. He didn't tag Ron in it or anything like that.
Oh.
Okay? So he's just talking to his audience, I presume. Ron retweets that Creighton salvo with, "Get out of here. He's earned patience to you, not everybody, and it's very fair to not just have faith that he will come through. The Texans ain't the Astros." All right, so Hughley's retweeting Creighton here. So I view this as, I think Ron started this. I think he didn't like a Patrick Creighton opinion and chose to do the comment tweet thing to it.
Or Creighton may have started it by just simply that with that first X post. I mean, there's been a lot of Ron was freaking out about the fact that nothing happened in the first 6 hours of free agency. For the Texans. There are a lot of people. That's why I largely sit out. I try to sit out that first day of free agency because every single year people they can't help themselves. They just fall for it. And it's frustrating if you pay too much attention to it. But yeah, Ron fell into that category of people.
He did. Creighton retweet. Now keep in mind, this is all after the Daniil Hunter signing yesterday. Creighton says this: "He earned patience to those of us who think logically. Don't worry. We will keep a seat warm for you when you get to that point." Laughing, crying emoji. I think probably to take some of the, maybe the direct personalness off of that, you put a laughing emoji like, "Hey, I'm kind of kidding around." I don't know if Ron took it that way. Ron tweeted after that merely, he being Caserio, just started making logical decisions.
If I might intervene here, because with any general manager, there's always, every single general manager makes a boatload of bad decisions. That's just par for the course.
Especially when there are no good it's available.
Well, right, and it's always a question. It's always dicey because you don't want to cherry pick just the good or cherry pick just the bad. But every good GM makes a lot of bad decisions. You don't bat 1,000. So the question is always, okay, do you make more important and good decisions than you make bad decisions? I think that the egregiously bad decisions with Nick, I give him a bit of a pass on because so much of it started with Nick Caserio taking this job and then immediately having a quarterback holdout threat thrown in his face. Everything cool. I've accepted this job. I'm going to move forward, and then you find out that your quarterback wants to be traded. And from that point forward, really for the next 2 years, it was weird thing after weird thing after weird thing. And hiring David Culley was a huge mistake, even if you were hiring him as a reset coach or as a bridge coach. I think they really undershot on that. So I won't give him an excuse for that. You end up hiring Lovie Smith basically as a panic decision after almost hiring Josh McCown, which we'll never be able to say for sure whether that would have been a mistake or not. But I can say with 100% certainty it would have been a mistake. And I guess the other one, trading back to draft Kenyon Green.
Yeah.
At this point right now, unless Kenyon Green really just makes a miraculous comeback and stays healthy and is really good this year. I would say that was if they had drafted Kenyon Green, that would be one thing. Actually trading back, foregoing a couple of other players to draft Kenyon Green right now are the biggest mistakes that I can think of off the top of my head.
It doesn't help that one of the players was Kyle Hamilton, and Jordan Davis. Those were the two that were there with Kenyon Green. It's not just that you traded back and got Kenyon Green. It's that the two guys that you passed on at that stage look like they're going to be really good players in the league for a long, long time. So, yeah, man, I'm anxious for episode 2 of this tonight. Who kicks the bee's nest first, Patrick Creighton or Ron Hughley? Maybe John Lopez comes in off the top rope on both of them. Who knows? We'll see. Did you see, John? There was a border skirmish between the afternoon show and the night show on
I saw that.
Yeah,
I saw that.
Yeah.
Well, those guys have been going at it much since the get-go, right?
They have. I feel like they put their weapons down for a while, and Daniil Hunter is the trigger point to get them back running into the field at Bannockburn like it's Braveheart again, painting up their faces and swinging their swords at each other again. Yeah. How you doing, my friend?
I am fantastic.
Are you feeling better today than you were after the show on Monday?
Well, I am. Yeah. I will have a prepared statement today.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you should listen to it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
We don't listen to your show anymore.
Yeah,
For the most part, we're like tired of just like the I don't know, Landry pretending to be too dumb to understand our takes and like passive aggressively poking holes in straw men or what have you. So we pretty much just boycotted your show.
That's okay. I don't want to fight.
Is the statement directed at us, or is it just directed at? Is it directed at a certain group of people?
I will leave that open for interpretation.
Okay. Is this coming early or late in the show?
Probably early
Okay.
and midway.
Will I still be standing in the studio here as you're delivering that statement?
Yeah, there's a good chance you will be.
Okay. All right.
I have a prepared.
Sean, you can tell me about it later.
I will.
He's not going to be listening.
I will. What do you think? No, seriously though, like the Danielle Hunter signing. Yeah.
I have another. Seth will remember this because it can be. I think it was 2007. And I'm going to draw a comparison between these Houston Texans and what D'Amico and Nick are trying to do, and the 2007 New York Giants.
Okay.
The 2007 New York Giants coined a term, or made popular a term called a super unit.
Okay.
They ended up winning a Super Bowl.
The super unit for them was the.
Yes, it was.
Yeah.
And certain things about what I see them working, how I see them working, is reminding me of the 2007 Giants.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I remember that because I actually turned down a job offer from the New York Giants.
Seth would have been in that room. He'd have been in the room with OCU Minora and Jason Michael Strahan. And
yes.
I wasn't so sure about how it was going to work. No, not only it wasn't just a job offer. It was a job offer with a promise that they wouldn't even try to get me back out on the field because I was trying to come back from an injury. They wouldn't plan on me being available until October.
Oh, you would have gotten a ring. You would have gotten a ring.
Yeah. I don't need that soft treatment. I'm just going to go compete and just further damage my knee in August.
You remember the term super unit? I loved that term.
Yeah, it was, those guys. You know what happened, John? It became clearly the blueprint to beat Tom Brady is to just rush. Get in his face with four guys.
Have eight guys on the depth chart that are
with a four-man pass rush. Yeah.
Right. It's easy to do, and you got Strahan, Justin Tuck, and OCU Minora chasing.
Yeah.
By the way, the Texans just made a signing, agreed to terms with offensive tackle David Sharp.
Okay.
Per a league source, Aaron Wilson just had that. So
Google.
we're back over to the bargain bin, at least during In the Loop.
Google.
He ain't going to give you the good stuff.
I can tell you everything you need to know about
You
him.
got the mix and trade yesterday, so that was pretty good.
We got the mix and trade. We absolutely did.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right. So we got In the Loop, day 3 of free agency. I'm going to go home and sit in front of watch all the new signings roll in.
Yeah.
Go get my David Sharp jersey ready to go.
Exactly.
Yep. All right, we're done. We're out of time. You're listening to KLT HD2 and Odyssey Station. Seth, I'll see you tomorrow. Antibodies to you.
Antibodies and anybody who wants it can wear number 99.
Okay.
There's no retiring of numbers. Well, anybody that's special enough
Thank you.
To qualify for it. That's where I feel.
I am eye-rolling like a mofo about that thing.
All right, we are done. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig, they are in the loop, and they start now.
All right, so day 2. Went a little bit better than
huge.
Day 1.
Am I allowed to say that?
I would say. I would say so. I think you can win on day 2. I think you can win on day 2. Can't win on day 1, but you can win on day 2. You say you have a statement.
I have a prepared statement.
You have a prepared statement?
Yes.
Figgy, let's get the press in here. John Lopez has a prepared statement for day 2.
I typed it on my phone this morning, so I hope I'm not shaking too much as I read it, but here we go. To Cal McNair, Hannah McNair, Nick Casario, and D'Amico Rams. To my brethren and comrades in the media, especially locally and at Sports Radio 610. To Texans fans and anyone who remotely follows the NFL. I was wrong. I am sorry. 2 days ago, I flippantly and irresponsibly had the gall to have an opinion on how the Texans were doing day 1.
Shame on you.
I expressed my opinion on how the Texans were doing, particularly at running back and in general as it pertained to top free agents.
Shame on you.
I don't blame you if you switch to music. Let me reiterate. I was wrong. What I did is not something to be done on day 1. Free agency, as we were reminded, is not won on day 1.
About 80 times.
I realize now that it is one on day 2. I realize this now after being reminded with several tweets that my questioning of even having an opinion on how the Texans were doing day 1 was not prudent.
Yeah.
I saw several tweets and social media posts yesterday from people I respect. Sean Pendergast, John Harris, et al. Yes, I said et al. Those tweets very clearly showed me that a big day 2 is when you should make conclusions. I realize day 2 is when these opinions are to be made. I regret reacting the way I did. My only other regret is I wish I knew the rule book a little better. Day 2 is when you're supposed to do this. I am still not sure on day 3, day 5, or day 9, but I am more than open for anyone to share this information with me so that this heinous miscalculation on my part never will happen again. Hashtag We Are Texans. Forgive me, and we'll see you at the Super Bowl.
All right. I like it.
John.
Yes.
I forgive you.
Thank you, Sean. Yours is the most important one.
My name was first. It went me, John Harris, and then somebody named et al.
Day 2, baby. Day 2. That's when it happens.
I'll say this, man. I don't even know how they pulled off what they pulled off yesterday. I think they deserve a hell of a lot of credit for it. I don't think you need to apologize, though.
No, I did.
For what?
I did. I was irresponsible. I reacted to day 1. I should have reacted to day 2. That's when you're supposed to react.
But what else did you have to react to? Let's play Lopez yesterday. This is Lopez yesterday in the toss. In the toss. This was literally from the toss. This was John Lopez in the toss.
It's tempting to forget that, but the vast majority of NFL teams weren't making huge splash signings.
Yeah, well, let's ask John Lopez, who's one of those people. John, what would it take? You seemed very upset yesterday when I was listening.
I was taken aback.
Yeah.
Would be probably the best way to do it.
What would it take today or over the next couple days for you to get pulled back in and say, okay, I like what they're doing?
Well, my thing is the pool of free agents that could be instant upgrades is just so much smaller. But I think if you get those particular ones out of the pool, then all of a sudden it starts to look.
Daniil Hunter is that?
Yeah, Daniil Hunter would be one. Look, I'm just going to say it right here, and Landry and I are going to say
Daniil Hunter would be one.
Yes, I just feel like all we have to go by. You list a lot of players out there that could have been instant upgrades.
Yeah, they've got work to do.
There you go.
And for that, I apologize.
What is Lopez? What is going on here?
The prepared statement is going over quite well with our listeners.
Yeah, but what are you apologizing for?
I'm being facetious. Come on, man. So day 1, you're irresponsible. You're overreacting, whatever. What was happening yesterday? And with the same reason, like I reacted the same way as everyone else. I was like, holy cow, what a run. What a run they're making, starting with the Joe Mixon trade, then the Daniil Hunter. Just go down the list. It was just an incredible day. Am I allowed to say that?
For me, it was all about the running back. I made no bones about it. I didn't want to splash.
Mm-hmm.
And quite frankly, the Daniil Hunter thing, I don't mean this. I don't mean this bad. I actually mean it as good. I don't even think this was like a huge splash. Let me explain. It was obviously a splash, but it was such a responsible move that you set it up perfectly. It's proportional with C.J. Stroud and Will Anderson's contract extensions. It's a 2-year deal.
Mm-hmm.
You're basically doing the same thing, which is kind of the approach I wanted. I wanted a souped-up version of what they'd done in previous years, and I wanted the snowball effect of that. So as big of a move as this is, it almost just felt kind of like a little bit of a no-brainer. I don't know how they pulled off getting Daniil Hunter on a 2-year deal.
Well,
and I go ahead.
Well, just real quick, I think we were. I'm being facetious with the prepared statement and all that, but we were both kind of right. Day 1, they took an L. It couldn't have gone the way they wanted it to. Day 2, they were kind of in must-have mode. And that's what you're talking about. It was a no-brainer. Like, you're in must-have. We got to get Joe Mixon. We didn't get Saquon Barkley. We were in on Saquon Barkley, but we got to get Joe Mixon. You know what? Let's trade for him. Danielle Hunter. Well, we had Danico Autry, but if we're really going to soup up the front seven, and I want to get to that later, but if we're really going to soup up the front seven, we got to get Danielle Hunter. So it was more like what you're talking about. Like, it was a no-brainer in the sense of after day one, you had to have that day two. You had to.
Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you here on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. So here's the other question I have, and I don't know which one would make you feel better from the point of view of a Texans fan. Shout out to all the loopholes on YouTube, Twitch, and the text line. Do you think this was a plan, or do you think this was an adjustment to the market? Because I find it hard to believe that they anticipated they were going to get Danielle Hunter on a 3-year deal or 2-year deal. Would they have been willing to go higher? Or was this just an adjustment to the market where after day one passed and it was clear that Danielle Hunter wasn't going to get like the 4-year deal or whatever, and Rappaport says he turned down more money. Do you think this was another Nick Caserio adjustment, like a larger level adjustment, like what he did with Dalton Schultz last year and what he did in the draft? Or do you think this was like the plan bed saying, man, we're going to get Danielle Hunter? That's what I wonder, because either answer is cool. I don't know which one is more impressive, though, because for me, I think the most impressive thing would be if this was just kind of an adjustment and this is what ended up happening and how you kind of played it out and how you were able to stick to your 2-year philosophy and get him, or did they anticipate this was going to happen? Because there's no way Danielle Hunter went into free agency saying, I'm going to sign a 2-year deal.
Yeah, I think it was an adjustment to a degree. I think Nick Caserio, who is the best I've ever seen at sticking to a plan, to be honest, the best I've ever seen in football, because this plan was in place 3 years ago. And so I think there was a plan, but it was an adjustment, because you said this yesterday, and I totally agree. There's no way that they were going to believe that day one was going to be the way it went. Now you make your adjustments. So, yes, I do think that there were some adjustments, but it was part of the plan not to be – you know what they did? You know what the Texans have done? Why am I not getting credit for this? They have been spending smart, big money. 100%.
No, this is the definition of smart, big money.
Yes.
This is the definition of that.
Because $48 million guaranteed in a $49 million contract is big money. But it's smart big money because it's a 2-year deal, the whole Nick Caserio 2-year increments thing. The Joe Mixon thing, you're picking up a $5.7 million contract on a trade. Great. And some of these other guys that came in, as you look at them, it's pretty big. Is pretty big money. In fact, John McClain was wrong. They spent $49 million on.
Was he? I don't think he was.
Yeah, he was.
I don't think he was wrong. I really don't.
Well, let me put it this way. Only one team has spent more money in free agency than the Texans.
but they've stuck to their philosophy, John.
No, they did, but
that's my whole thing.
His whole thing.
I don't think anyone's wrong. Like, if you said Caserio was going to stick to his guns, and I get what you're saying, like money wise, but when you're still signing 2-year deals, and then you do like the snowball effect of it, like the Autry move is a 1-year deal, basically $10.5 million.
Smart big money.
But I don't necessarily think McClain is wrong, and the overall, like, we can take it literal and we can dissect it. But the overall philosophy of Nick Caserio did not change. The price did.
Correct.
It increased, but the philosophy, he did not change his philosophy.
That's what I'm talking about when it comes to McClain. He's not going to spend on free agent. One team, and it's the Falcons, who gave Kirk Cousins an enormous contract. Only one team has spent more money so far than the Texans.
Because when you talk about swinging for the fences, and we talk about this a lot, the old swing for the fences. If Danielle Hunter would have said, I want one more year and $24 million more, do you think Nick Caserio does it? Because when you talk about going for it, I think there's like a certain level of recklessness that comes with wanting someone to go for it. F the money, like me wanting Saquon Barkley. That was it. I didn't want him to go with the Christian Wilkins or anything. But some people I think when they say go for it, it's, hey, if it's an extra year, F it. You can figure it out. YOLO, all that. But do that. So they really didn't change their philosophy. I don't know that anything really changed. And that's impressive. That's impressive that they were able to do it.
It is impressive. There's no question about that. And to be able to answer your question, one more year, and there's so much gray area there. Would he have given him another year without a bigger guarantee? Would it have still been $48 million? Then maybe yes. A bigger guarantee, maybe not. But the key thing is one more year, because 3 years would be the limit for me, and we've said that all along.
Yeah, I'm just pretty impressed with the fact that they were able to get dude on a 2-year deal, and there's just a snowball effect that makes things even more interesting, and they can kind of lay some stuff out. So we'll see what is next for the Texans. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. So there's some disagreement going on, I hear, at the station.
Dude,
what is
Figgy,
going on right now?
did you have to deal with this?
I did not see. I saw that there's
which disagreement?
Which one? Which
Outside, I'm talking about.
Oh, no,
are you talking about the afternoon
I don't know what
show?
you're talking about.
You
talking about?
you talking about what's going on outside this building?
No, I don't care.
I was about to say I ain't got nothing to do with that.
Get jobs.
Well, I couldn't get into the building. Is all I'm saying.
Yeah, I know.
They shut down all the gates.
Some people got jobs. Get jobs. Take your ass home. So I guess Ron Hughley and Creighton Area 45, they have a little bit of a disagreement about free agency.
Right.
I guess Seth and Sean were talking about it before. What is the disagreement here? What are we getting?
It's
at?
It's the spending and what the Texans, how they approached free agency, all that stuff.
Yeah, I think Patrick was more on the train of everybody keep whining on day one. And day two, are y'all still whining now? Or, it was kind of somewhat like that.
And this was my favorite thing about yesterday. And I'll admit, me and Figgy kind of yesterday on the stream, we kind of did a little bit of an investigation and we reviewed things. Mm-hmm. And I'll make my apology. You've made your apology. Let's cut the music real quick. I was too petty yesterday with the. I think 3 times was enough. The 6th or 7th time of day one on free agency is not one. That was probably about 4 times too much. So I do agree with you. Now, the overall theme, though, was I didn't want to spend big on day one, and I wanted a running back. That was my thing.
Yes.
The thing that bothers me, though, about what we saw Harris do, we see Sean do, and we see Creighton doing now is you don't win free agency on day one, for me, has kind of turned into the definition of insanity, where some jamoke will say, you know what the definition of insanity is? It's doing the same thing over and over. No kidding, you don't win free agency on day one. You also don't win it on day 2. You don't win free agency.
No, that's where you're wrong. That's where you're wrong, Landry.
No, you don't win free agency.
You could not be my apology, my prepared statement.
That's
day 2. It's done. It's a wrap.
Yes.
That's a wrap. Get your Super Bowl ticket.
You know what this remind me of? And we see it all the time in baseball season when your favorite team go like 0-5.
Yeah, it's early.
It's early, but if they go 5-0, it's like, hey, y'all.
But the first 3 times I just wanted to hammer it because you're not breaking news by saying that. Like, it's not there's going to be fans that are upset and all that. It's not like some sort of I told you so moment. It's no bleep Sherlock. And then day 2 kind of turns into that. And the other thing is, I don't want to talk bad about our boys, but what would Sean Pendergast and John Harris be saying if the Texans had signed every free agent in day 1? There's Nick Caserio.
That's where you're wrong again, Landry.
There's Nick Caserio.
No. You don't win free agency on day 1. You win it on day 2. I will remember that next year. In fact, I kind of bookmarked some tweets. I bookmarked some tweets to prove.
You got receipts.
I got receipts to prove that day 1 means nothing. Day 2 is when you get your Super Bowl tickets. John Harris.
I will say this, though. I feel like they already have one free agency, though.
Well, we're going to get to that because I feel
like they could have done it on day 1, too.
Yes.
Like, if they would have traded for Joe Mixon and had the Daniel Hunter
get day one out of your head.
I would have been okay with
Get day 1 out of your head.
But I do feel like they've won free agency.
Day 2 is when you win. Yes, because they did it on day 2.
And they got a 2-year deal. I truly do think they've won.
Because they did it on day 2. John Harris. In Perth, this is why you don't panic on day 1. Sean Pendergast. We good now? Each of the Sports Radio 610 shows have their own take on free agency. blah, blah, blah. I'm actually flattered. I got a national guy, Emmanuel Acho. The Houston Texans
don't quote that weasel.
might be having the best offseason in the NFL. Okay. And then there's Patrick Creighton, and this is what that little headbutting is all about. This is why Sean Bajani and I told you not to act like a baby yesterday and give Nick Caserio the patience he's earned. Texans fans ready to celebrate now because it was day 2. I stand corrected.
No.
You can't win or lose on day 1.
I think they won. I think they won day 2. I really do. 100%.
Yes.
I'm being dead serious.
They won day 2 and they won free agency because they did
the 2-year deal was unbelievable.
Because they did it on day 2. Had they done this on day 1, it wouldn't have mattered.
The 2-year deal was unbelievable.
Had they signed Daniil Hunter, traded for Joe Mixon,
give him his flowers,
et cetera, et cetera. Had they done that on day 1,
give him his flowers.
It would have been early.
Give him his flowers, brother.
It's too early on day 1. Day 2 is when you win it.
No, that was good, man. I am incredibly impressed with what went down with Nick Caserio. Very, very impressed. I'm also.
I think he's a cyborg.
You think he's a what?
A cyborg.
All right, let's investigate this because Nick Caserio makes moves, and John Lopez has some crazy claims. He thinks that Nick Caserio is a cyborg. Let's get to the bottom of this. Hours makes all is
day
good.
2.
All is good. All is good. You're a sarcastic mofo. Next. Come on!
Houston. Let's get in the loop.
Oh, the jokes are coming fast and furious every time y'all talk about this guy.
With Landry Locker.
Landry, I mean, you're going to be in midday forever now.
And John Lopez.
On occasion, Lopez makes a statement that's so ludicrous, it makes me pick my phone up and call you guys.
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader.
Your champ, 610.
Sports Radio 610.
All right, let's investigate. Embrace analysis. Is Nick Caserio a cyborg? Texans land Danielle Hunter on a 2-year deal. Unbelievable deal. We'll get more into that as the show goes on. That speaks for itself. They trade for Joe Mixon, and John Lopez now thinks he has proof that the general manager of the Houston Texans, Nick Caserio, the 40-minute man, is a cyborg.
Yes.
Let's investigate.
All right, let me tell me where I'm wrong on this. 3 years ago, he was programmed, correct? Like we saw it happening. Like we saw the Cully thing, and we've gone over it a million times. I don't have to go over it. Like just the 1-year contracts. Just
never had a problem with the coaches
getting
under. Never had a problem.
I'm talking about under the cap. I'm going to get to this year.
Process over
this
results.
Year, I'm going to draft a 3rd-round quarterback that maybe be a backup, and we can sell it as a starter.
Process over results.
I'm going to bring in a big-time DB the next year. Then I'm going to be able to move with some draft picks after the. He was programmed to do step by step by step. He looks more like a machine than a human. I mean, let's be honest. I mean, he doesn't have an ounce of fat on him. He just has that. Those sunken cheeks. He's just all, he looks like a computer. He has no feelings. Like he's very much.
Hold on.
I'm talking about when it comes to doing business. Like he is just
He's an assassin.
He's an assassin. He doesn't eat.
He eats, just not good stuff.
He's when you hear him talking, what does it sound like?
Sometimes it can be robotic. He loosens up every once in a while.
Yeah, but he's largely robotic. He has a very steely stare. No one is sure if he actually sleeps. And his answers when you hear him talking are about data, statistics, Google,
He's kind of died that down a little bit. I think he kind of realized those Silicon Valley references weren't doing it.
And then this is the most important thing. Once he is programmed with a plan.
Is Nick Caserio a cyborg?
Once he is.
713-572-4610.
Is he a cyborg? Once he's programmed with his plan, he doesn't veer off that program no matter what. Case in point, the way he handled he's been handling this offseason, day one of free agency, et cetera, et cetera. He is cyborg. This is year 4. And everything that we talked about him doing from year 1, he's continued to do and never never strayed off that plan. He's which cyborg is he?
I don't even know what the different types of cyborgs are. What does
Darth
that mean?
Vader.
No idea who that is.
Inspector Gadget.
That's the dude in the black from Star Trek.
A cyborg is someone
Star
who's
Wars.
like part human but part mechanical.
Okay.
$6 Million Man. Iron Man.
Is Iron Man's a cyborg?
Yes. The Terminator.
Okay.
Those are cyborgs.
Okay.
That's Nick Caserio.
I don't know who he is. Maybe Iron Man?
But he's not. He's just, probably maybe Iron Man because he puts on that suit, right?
Figgy sees the movies.
Figgy, what do you think?
I don't think he's Iron Man. Iron Man actually got like a lot of feelings and all that stuff, man. I don't see Nick Caserio being Iron Man.
Is he the Terminator?
Nah.
Terminator's kind of reckless at times, isn't he?
Nah, he's not reckless like that.
Yeah, he's kind of reckless at times.
I don't know this one, but I just looked it up. Borg?
No idea who that is.
I don't know who that is.
He was a tennis player, wasn't he?
No, that's Bjorn Borg.
Oh, okay.
That's a pretty good pull. I'm surprised you knew that one.
Don't be.
Inspector Gadget?
No.
Darth Vader.
Inspector Gadget was hilarious.
I know.
I don't know anything about Darth Vader except he had a son.
713-572-4610.
That's more than I knew.
And I mean this as a
compliment. Right, wasn't he Luke and I'm your father? Is that Darth? Okay,
yeah. I mean this is a compliment to not be swayed by emotions, by what other people are doing, by day one of free agency, etc. It's a huge compliment. It's maybe a perfect balance for D'Amico and Cal and Hannah, because let's not let's not make any bones about it. Like, he responded yesterday meticulously, diligently, never wavered, never strayed from the plan. The 3-year,
Do you think it was the plan?
increment.
No, he stuck to his philosophy. But
The philosophy.
I don't know that this was the plan.
No, I think day one they felt like that they should have done more. That they had, because they did negotiate with Saquon Barkley and lost. They reportedly were in on Austin Eckler. Go back a step, they quote had interest reportedly in Mike Evans. So I feel like they maybe day one, but they had to make an adjustment. But he didn't veer off the philosophy of the 2-year smart big money, all that stuff. I mean, I mean it as a total compliment. He is just a cyborg. He just goes.
Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. Is Nick Caserio a cyborg?
Nick Caserio, Texans GM, joining us on the show. Nick, you okay on time right now?
Yes, I am. Now, there is a controversy that comes with Danielle Hunter, and I can't believe we're even having this discussion. Should he be allowed to wear 99?
Don't get me started. I've been in a good mood all morning.
I mean, what are we doing? Yeah, he can wear 99. All right? We don't need to retire it.
This is dumb. Like, give the man number 99. If you don't give him number 99, why do you? Because the whole concept of a Ring of Honor is to be able to put a truly great player's number on the rafters so you can use the number again. And you're not going to give it out, just freely to any, unsigned rookie that wants number 99. But Danielle Hunter is a terrific player. Yeah, I mean, an absolutely terrific player. If he wants 99, give the man number 99. Are you dumb? The whole concept of
wow.
Yes.
Now you're name calling, John.
I'm asking. I'm
What the
not
hell's
name
your problem,
I'm not
man?
name calling. I'm
Stupid.
asking. I didn't do that.
God, you're a jerk.
Stupid. Hey, you idiots. No, I asked
Why
a
are you
question.
so rude,
I'm
dude?
not rude. I asked a question. Are you dumb? Do you not realize what the whole concept of a Ring of Honor is? It's so you can use the number again. Look at Dallas.
Pass it around.
88. Drew Pearson. Who's in 88?
Dez Bryant.
Dez Bryant.
CD.
Because
CD.
if you have
Michael Irvin.
Michael Irvin.
And you know who else? Antonio Bryant wore it. The guy who threw his jersey in Bill Parcells' face.
Yes.
Disappointment out of Pittsburgh.
Yes.
Yeah, just let him wear it.
Yeah,
See
let him
what
wear
happens.
it.
99's fine.
Yeah.
Looks good, man.
How do you feel? 713-572-4610.
Yeah, he's got to be able to rock 99.
Yeah.
There's two rules I have right now with jersey numbers when it comes to the Texans.
Mm-hmm.
No single digit for Lonnie Johnson. Seriously, no single digit for Lonnie Johnson. And Danielle Hunter can have 99.
Yes.
Those are my two jersey requests / rules.
And Will Anderson changed his number.
I think that might be a possibility. I think we may see that.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to have the new uniforms too, man.
Yeah,
so
how about
Danielle
that?
Hunter comes out there in that 99. JJ was doing a victory lap yesterday because I guess in the middle of the season he was talking about how Danielle Hunter doesn't get his flowers, and he was pretty excited. So I don't think JJ would care. I actually think JJ would kind of roll his eyes that if you even asked him, is it okay if I wear 99?
Yeah, he would say, of course. Absolutely.
Yeah. So, yeah.
A lot of Darth Vader.
That's the cyborg that Nick Caserio is?
A lot of Darth Vader.
I don't know his personality. I never really got into Star Wars, so I'll take their word for it.
Yeah. Yeah. Westworld, a lot of run for Westworld, whoever that was in Westworld. John Wick is not a cyborg. He's just a badass.
Okay.
Yeah.
And John Wick,
I like John Wick.
That's that's one of the bigger
Keanu Reeves.
badasses right now.
Mhm.
Yeah. Keanu Reeves. Good actor, right?
Well, people say no, but he sure has made a lot of money.
Yeah. Not the best actor, man.
Well, I'd be a horrible actor too if I was.
Hey, he need to keep playing John Wick.
Yeah, if I was
That's
in all
all.
those movies.
Matrix,
John Wick. He did.
Did you buy him as a quarterback in Replacements? Straight off the boat.
I did, but there's a reason for that. What was the surfing movie he did?
I have no idea.
When he was
on Bill and Ted too, right?
When he was a former Ohio State quarterback.
I don't know.
They were surfing and it was
saw it.
Crime Ring and all that stuff.
Replacements I've seen.
The reason I bought him was he was quarterback in that movie.
Well, they could use that.
Point Break.
I wish we had the deaf tight end.
Point Break.
Texans could get that deaf
The
tight
deaf
end.
tight end,
Yeah,
yes.
I think Nick Caserio might be exec of the year.
Yeah.
From Replacements. Coming up, Not everyone was happy when the Texans signed Danielle Hunter. Let's check in on some of our least favorite folks in the world and how they reacted when Nick Caserio made the move that broke the internet yesterday. That's next.
Payne and Pendergast.
pay plus taxes and fees. Discount begins the month after you enroll. Additional terms apply. See website for data management practices.
We're making the stories from outside the loop matter to you. This is Localize It.
Don't you know I'm local?
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
All right, the national reaction as the Danielle Hunter signing was broken, as well as the reaction with the old Oilers up there in Nashville. We'll get into that in a sec, but I want to take a look at just the flips. In other words, what the Texans have lost with what they've replaced. And it kind of gets pushed back a little bit with the Hunter signing in the mix and trade. But I just want you to tell me if you think this is an upgrade or not as we sit right now. And a lot has happened, obviously, in the last 24 hours. So Danielle Hunter for Jonathan Grenard, especially given the contracts. I don't think anyone is going to dispute that is an upgrade.
Huge upgrade.
All right, so Danielle Hunter for Jonathan Grenard, upgrade. Danico Autry for Jerry Hughes. This one was interesting because there was, I don't know if it was a strong case, but when you looked at the sacks and you looked at the QB pressures, there was a case being made that Danico Autry at 34 was a better contract than Jonathan Grenard, and perhaps he could produce at the same level. I think it's a lot to ask. God bless him for having that year last year. I think it's a lot to expect for him to replace what Jonathan Grenard did last season. But now, with this move, Autry is basically your replacement for Jerry Hughes. And Autry is a guy that you can now move around. You can move him inside, outside, and you're going to have Danielle Hunter as well. So Autry for Jerry Hughes, that's a no-brainer. That's an upgrade.
Yeah, I think you put Jerry Hughes in a time machine. Yeah, you got a 33-year-old, I believe he's 33, about to be 34, Autry. Now, that said, I am not counting on 12.5 sacks.
No, and I don't think he
no
is.
Way. Yeah, that was the best season he's had, but I think you replaced with a younger version of the older Jerry Hughes, if that is such a thing.
And that's basically a one-year deal because $10.5 million of his $20 million is guaranteed. So Danico Autry for Jerry Hughes, upgrade. Shire for Blake Cashman. Upgrade or not? I don't want to minimize what Blake Cashman did for the Texans last year. I know that Shire has a lot of upside. I know D'Amico is familiar with him. I don't feel strongly one way or the other, but I don't want to minimize what Cashman meant to this team when he was healthy and the job that the Texans did there. So I'll call this a push, but I think it's a push with heavy upside with Shire and what D'Amico Ryans can do with it.
Yeah, I am with you. I thought Blake Cashman was going to be a very, very, very important signing. He was, I believe, number 2 on my list of top 10 that we went over yesterday. But that said, I think the Niners experience and the connection with D'Amico Ryans gives Al Shire the edge. I really do.
Joe Mixon over Devin Singletary. This is, I think, a no-brainer. I think Joe Mixon is better than Devin Singletary. He runs better between the tackles. He's really an underrated receiver. He's better in pass protection, knows the system, blah, blah, blah. I think this is an upgrade, Joe Mixon for Devin Singletary.
Yeah, it's an easy upgrade. I'm not as high on him and what he'll produce here as you are.
What do you mean?
Well, I think you're a little higher on Joe Mixon than I am, but I still think it's an upgrade.
I don't think he's like gonna break Arian Foster's records or anything.
I'm kind of in I got to see it mode.
You're making it sound like I'm
not. I don't mean
Earl
that.
Campbell or something.
Do you?
Thought it was a nice rebound.
I mean, it's out there now. You might as well compare.
I thought Joe Mixon was a nice rebound.
Yeah.
And then the final one, Jeff Okudah for Steven Nelson. I'll say no. And I'm glad they're moving on from Steven Nelson. I think assuming that's all they do. Spoiler alert, I don't think that's all they're going to do at corner. I think it's one worth taking. But I'm not going to minimize, again, what Steven Nelson did last year and just say that's an upgrade, regardless of how annoying and over the top Steven Nelson got and how much he got banged up last year and kind of depleted a little bit I'm not going to minimize what Steven Nelson meant to this squad the last 2 years. So Okudah, Nelson, I'm just going to say, not emphatically, but I'm going to say no on that.
Ditto. Because I think the first 4 are upgrades. I have my reservations. I said it yesterday. I'm wondering if that's just what he is. 3 teams in 5 years, despite being a number 3 overall pick. Maybe this is a pixie dust guy, but I also still believe that they are going to add another cornerback.
Yeah, or 2. I mean, yes, they're definitely going to be open to that. So those are the flips. Hunter for Grenard, Jair for Cash, Autry for Hughes, Mixon for Singletary, and Okudah for Nelson. The reaction when Danielle Hunter was signed by the Houston Texans. This was NFL Network, Ian Rappaport. He was actually talking about the Minnesota Vikings.
This was cool.
When he got the text. This was the live reaction on NFL Network as the Texans signed Danielle Hunter on day 2 of free agency.
An indication that at least they're considering taking one in the first round of the draft or later. Here we go. Danielle Hunter, the Pro Bowl defensive end for the Minnesota Vikings, is signing with the Houston Texans. His hometown team, the Houston Texans. He gets a, here we go.
This is so good.
2-year, $49 million deal, $48 million fully guaranteed. A massive, massive deal for Danielle Hunter. Let me tweet this as I'm talking to you because that is what we do. Wow. What a deal for...
Yeah, Ian,
I'll tweet it.
Scott Pioli, your thoughts.
I just tweeted
Danielle Hunter to the Texans.
Yeah, go ahead, Scott.
All right, there you go. I don't care about Scott Pioli and what he had to say. But, yeah, that was what it looked like live on NFL Network and what it sounded like.
And so you got the news on the network for the tweet, which is rare.
Meanwhile, in Nashville, 102.5 The Game, Jared Stillman, big Titans guy. He was complaining about the Tennessee Titans, and then the complaints got more intense as the news broke that the Texans were signing someone that the Tennessee Titans were rumored to perhaps be interested in.
Jamie from Paris says, last year the excuse was no money. What's the excuse this year? I'm furious so far. Well, see, and that's why I try to tell you guys, oh, my God.
Uh-oh, what happened?
Breaking news. According to Ian Rappaport, 4-time Pro Bowl defensive end Danielle Hunter is signing with the Houston Texans. So I guess the Texans are allowed to spend money, but God forbid the Titans do that. Let's add Danielle Hunter to the list here. Of all the guys the Texans have signed, that's now 15 guys since free agency started. They have completely revamped their defensive line around Will Anderson Jr., and they still have Malik Collins.
Okay.
I'm telling you, man.
I mean, that's just kind of we've lived that life, man. We've lived that life.
Malik Collins.
Not as appealing.
That was a weird one to go to.
That was a weird one to throw in.
Like you could have said anybody.
Yeah, you just said they got Will Anderson, all that. Yeah, but yeah, that's the reaction. That's kind of where they're at in Tennessee, and the Colts they're just running it back. They're bringing in different guys. Although Eric Armstead rumored to be perhaps a target of the Tennessee Titans. Have fun with that, bud.
I'm not necessarily believing the Texans are out yet either.
On Armstead? Yeah, I don't think the Texans are done.
I don't think they're done. I see them working, and I want to get to this later. I see a comparison between these Houston Texans,
okay,
and a Super Bowl champion,
okay,
and I think it's direct,
okay.
I really do.
All right,
I do.
Well, all right.
Am I allowed to say that on day 2? I am, right? Day 2, you can say that. I see them working. Let me put it that way.
Yeah, you can win it on day 2.
Okay, yeah,
for sure.
We've established that. So the 2007 New York Giants.
Yeah.
I used to use this term a lot, and this is one of the reasons that I still say I'm a big advocate of
build in the trenches.
No. Of position group room. Make each position group room. You've heard me say that. Like when you have a defensive front room, a linebacker room that is next level, that makes you so much better. The 2007 New York Giants, they had like 7 or 8 guys that went deep on the front 7. Strahan, Osi Umenyiora, Kiwanuka,
Big Tuck,
Antonio Pierce, Justin Tuck, Kavika Mitchell. Like, they won the Super Bowl because of what they were calling back then, and I've used this term as well, the super unit. Get your mind out of the gutter. Like, they called that front seven and the depth of the New York Giants the super unit.
Okay.
Will Anderson, Danielle Hunter, Fatukasi, Malik Collins, Christian Harris.
You're being pretty generous to Fatukasi and Malik Collins.
Al-Shair, Danico Autry.
Yeah.
I think D'Amico Ryans is saying, ain't nobody going to mess with our front seven or our depth on the front seven.
Okay.
And
we're going to the Giants here.
It reminds me of the philosophy. Let me put it that way. It reminds me of the philosophy that won the New York Giants a Super Bowl. And that's why I think Armstead is still in the mix.
Okay.
Why are you grinning? He's building a super unit.
I haven't been in your bathroom, but I definitely know what you brush your teeth with.
And that is?
A reach. That is for damn sure. Crest reach.
Hey.
John Lopez.
Will Anderson Hunter had 34.5 sacks last year.
Okay.
Let me say that again.
Going Giants now.
Let me say that again. Will Anderson, Danielle Hunter, and who was the other one I said? Oh, Danico Autry.
12 last year.
They had 34.5 sacks last year. I'm not saying they're the 2007 New York Giants. I'm saying I see them working.
It'll be fun, man.
Yeah.
It'll be really, really fun. I cannot wait to see how this defense looks and really to see how they figure stuff out. The best things about this move, let's get into that. And from cheapskates to opportunist, when are the best times and most appropriate times in life to go cheap? That's next.
Come on down!
Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
All right. Times in life when it's okay to be cheap. I'm going to throw some scenarios y'all's way. You tell me if it's cheap or smart. Coming up in a sec. First up, I got a few reasons why I like this Danielle Hunter deal. The obvious is he was one of the better free agents on the market, but there are a few other reasons why this is one of the best moves for the Texans, because I know that some would consider this aggressive. I don't even consider it aggressive. You're making a 2-year commitment in the window that you have CJ and Will Anderson eligible for extensions. You're not committing 3-4 years, and you're bringing in one of the best edge guys, sack artists, whatever, in the entire NFL. That speaks for itself. Also, you're giving DeMeco Ryans what he wanted. DeMeco Ryans said he wanted more talent on the D-line.
Mm-hmm.
He said that. He made no bones about it. He said, we need more talent on the D-line. You got Danico Autry. You got Danielle Hunter. Don't know whether you're done or not.
Fatukasi,
and you gave DeMeco Ryans what he said he wanted, and you did so very quickly.
Mm-hmm.
Next thing I like about this, you have pushed back Autry in the expectation department. I don't even think, had Autry been the only free agent signing you'd made on the D-line, the only significant one, then I don't even think it would necessarily be a bad move, because he did have 12 sacks last year, but he is getting into his mid-30s. Now you're basically replacing Jerry Hughes with Autry instead of replacing John. Makes that move even better. And oh, by the way, you're only committing $10.5 million guaranteed to Autry. If he looks great, you bring him back for less than $10 million, and he continues that Jerry Hughes role.
Yeah.
If he looks like he's lost a step, you say goodbye, and it's really kind of a no harm, no foul situation, a 1 year, $10.5 million deal for him.
Yeah.
So I like that. Also, it stays in the window, as I mentioned, of the Stroud and Will Anderson contract thing. So I really don't think this move, I don't consider this aggressive. I consider this actually Nick Caserio doing what Nick Casario's like to do on a larger scale, but I don't even consider this reckless. Like, the worst case scenario is Danielle Hunter is not elite. He's still a really, really good player, and it was worth the risk.
Yeah, I really agree, because I feel like it was also maybe an adjustment, but not necessarily an adjustment, but it was a need going into day two. And you had a need at running back, and you had a need for an upgrade opposite Will Anderson. So almost by definition, it's not aggressive. It's maybe you were aggressive in what you paid because you wanted to make sure you got him, but it was a necessity. Like, you had to get that guy, because Autry as a backup, as a situational player, could be great. You know, Autry as a starter,
he could be good as a starter.
Autry as a starter is
last year he was really good.
Is no slouch, but when you put him in that's why I referenced that Giants thing. I can see where they're just bolstering the defensive front, and they might not be done yet.
Adam Spillane, by the way, I know you are used to hearing him at 10:45. He's in Las Vegas, living it up. He's at the Pac-12 tournament in Las Vegas. How about that?
I sense sarcasm.
Sun up to sundown, Pac-12 tournament basketball for Adam Spillane.
It's tournament weekend, man.
It's his heaven, so good for him.
It's tournament weekend.
Landry trying to drip with sarcasm, but not getting it done, Landry.
So cheap or smart? Yesterday we were talking about cheapness, cheapskates, all that with Nick Caserio.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to go through some real life situations.
Okay.
Where one might claim someone is being cheap, but I want you and Figgy, we'll cuss and discuss, embrace debate, embrace analysis, whether this is being cheap or being smart.
Okay.
Hashtag smart good money. Smart big money. Scenario number 1. Sneaking candy into a movie theater.
Oh, no brainer.
Smart or cheap?
Smart.
How about you make that deal? I don't blame you. Damn good deal.
I always buy popcorn at the theater.
Yeah,
but
you got to buy the popcorn.
Yeah, but
popcorn's worth the upcharge.
Yes, but sneak
Candy's
candy
the same
in.
thing you get at the gas station.
Yeah, and it's
Exact same thing.
Exact same thing.
Exact same.
Popcorn. Hey, run it up. Give me a large bag. I'm gonna get refill all that. It's cool. Hey, even the soda. Even the soda. If y'all want to give me the soda, it's cool.
What was the biggest thing you snuck in the movie theater? As far as
Chipotle burrito.
I actually snuck a bowl in there.
Yeah. Cheeseburger.
Yeah.
I was craving a cheeseburger. And I don't like theater cheeseburgers. I had my wife
Eat a cheeseburger in the movie theater
did.
is low key wild. I never thought about that.
I was craving a cheeseburger, and I had my wife sneak a cheeseburger in her purse, and I enjoyed it very much.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
That's good, man. Sometimes you can just you can sneak the alcohol, whether it's the beer cans or you just get you like a little Gatorade bottle.
Yeah.
Pour it up, fill it up.
Or
with
the little
liquor.
minis.
Yeah, you're good.
Little minis. I've done that.
You're good there. So sneaking candy into the movie theater and other things, that is smart. Ordering water at a restaurant and getting soda.
Get outta
Smart or cheap?
Cheap. What are you doing? You're
Wouldn't want to
stealing.
spoil your fun, Mr. Cheapskate.
Yeah, you're stealing.
I know you're not talking. You used to steal coffee.
I never stole coffee.
You used to steal coffee from the gas station, my friend.
I never stole coffee. I had a gentleman's agreement with a person who said I could get an iced coffee at the regular coffee price.
Wouldn't want to spoil your fun, Mr. Cheapskate.
No. Okay. It was an agreement.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Biggie, smart or cheap? Ordering the water and filling up the soda.
That's cheap, man. The soda like $3, $3 or $4, man.
That is a lot though sometimes.
Especially when you get the little water cup that some of them have.
Yeah.
It's the little small plant and you put soda in there. Come on.
I seen some kids trying to do it. It was actually funny because the kids were Sprite and they was trying to make it not sizzle. I thought that was kind of funny.
Yeah, you learn. All right, so cheap. Drinking a drink in the grocery store and then tossing it.
Oh, tossing it?
Tossing it.
No, that's cheap. I thought you were talking about like you take a couple of swigs
before you buy it.
Yeah, like you. I've done this where you get the fountain drink, you do it, and I'll take a couple of swigs and then I'll go back and refill it. I think that's fine.
No, you walk through
tossing it?
You walk through the drink line, you see like a cold brew coffee at HEB or something like that.
Man.
You put it on the cart, you drink it as you walk
Wouldn't
around.
want to spoil your fun, Mr. Cheapskate.
Walk by the trash can and then just toss it.
You're that guy?
No, I'm just hypothetically.
It sounds like you're that guy.
Hypothetically speaking.
It sounds like you're that guy.
Hypothetically speaking.
Have you ever done that?
Hypothetically speaking.
Have you ever done that?
You walk by the cold brew section right there where the dip is and stuff.
Oh, you
get
know
your
exactly
cold
where it
brew,
is.
You walk around.
Yeah.
You know, maybe make a round to the front, grab you a.
Figure he knows exactly where to go
man.
to do this.
Drink it.
And where in this hypothetical would you toss it? On a shelf? Don't say a shelf.
No. They have trash cans at the end of every aisle.
Because if it's a shelf, then you're a double.
No. Hypothetically speaking, HBO has trash, or HEB has trash cans at the end of every aisle.
Hypothetically.
Yeah, hypothetically, you just throw it in there.
Cheapskate.
Hey.
Wouldn't want to spoil your fun, Mr. Cheapskate.
Consider it an extra coupon, man. Splitting the check on the first date, smart or cheap?
Sorry. Cheap.
Wouldn't want to spoil your fun, Mr. Cheapskate.
And it has to be the guy that pays?
Yes. Or actually, I say yes.
Yes.
There is a qualifier, though. There is an exception. If she asks you on a date, should she pay?
I mean,
on a first date?
Yeah.
I just believe in all this female empowerment stuff. If you want to,
No, don't split it. Someone's paying for it.
But what if it's a bad date? You do it. Like if it's
No.
like if you're not going to see her again.
No.
Oh, if you're not going to see her again, let's
No.
go 50-50.
No.
Yeah. Hey. 50-50.
No way.
Yeah. What if she catfished you? What if you were on Bumble and she looks nothing like her pictures then what? Because she lied to you. She set you up.
It's still a you problem. That's a you
You
problem.
got to take that on the chin, man.
You asked her out on the date.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's the rule.
Hypothetically, have you ever done that?
Oh, I dipped out. When I got catfish, this was a long time ago.
Hey, that's kind of smart because you ain't have to pay for it.
Man.
You dip.
Yeah. That was just blatant dishonesty. This wasn't
Like how dishonest?
I mean, like
paint a picture.
Like really dishonest. I would say
like you were thinking this and it was that.
I'll put it this way. Like if we want to put this in like terms of, okay, so her pictures look like
was from above her head.
Yeah, it was like an angle.
Yeah.
Her pictures look like, I would say, the chick who played Barbie.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, her pictures.
Margot? Damn.
Yeah.
I know you was excited.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, she was. I mean, she even knew how to like Skype at an angle. This was probably, and the actual presence, she looked like the mom from Honey Boo Boo before she got surgery.
Oh, man. And she got you on the Skype too.
Yeah.
Oh man, she a professional.
We
man.
We actually went to Pluckers. This was when Pluckers was first popping.
Mm-hmm.
Man, this big chick. She was ordering like the double vodka sodas.
Oh wow.
And then, man, I didn't even know you could dip your fries in ranch. She damn sure knew that.
And so you were already on the date when you left?
Yeah, I drank a couple beers and then I walked over to the restaurant.
Oh man!
Oh, you ain't tell her you was gone?
Oh man!
No, I dipped out.
Oh man!
I dipped out. I just said, hey buddy, can you swipe me? I'm out.
Look at this slime ball.
How am I the slime ball? She lied.
You were engaged already.
She lied, brother.
Man.
That's awful.
She lied, brother.
Oh man!
That's not my fault. It was a long time ago. I might not do that these days, but
it's kind of your fault.
No, she's the one who lied.
Yeah.
Oh,
that's not my bad.
Just imagine her sitting there like, "Where's
Dude,
Landry?"
you made her
She's
feel.
ordering double vodkas and dipping the fries in ranch
But
and all this other
you
stuff.
made her feel like garbage.
Oh man!
You made her.
You could have lied and said, "Hey,
she made me feel like garbage."
I guarantee you, she cried to her mom and her friends.
Oh man!
I guarantee you, she was crying.
I would have said, "My mom called a flat. I got to go."
Yes.
I would have said some. I would have made some type of lie.
That's worse, man. I mean, you can't be doing
Worse.
That is sorry, man.
Nah, you can't do this.
Look at this slime ball.
I don't like.
God almighty.
Here's the thing. It's not. I'm the victim here.
Yeah.
I don't know. Like, no,
I'm
this
the
is,
victim?
This is what's wrong with. This is what's wrong with. I don't want to say with America, but this is what's wrong with men these days.
Mm-hmm.
Look, the woman is not always right. If she's gonna lie to you and put you in position to where you're supposed to pay, and this is early 20s, man. Like, and you're gonna pay for her to suck down 4 double vodkas and eat 20 chicken wings with fries dipped in ranch. That's not my problem, man. I did not come on this date to get catfished and pay money to sit here and eat with the mom from Honey Boo Boo. That's her. I'm the victim here. Y'all need to quit.
You
trying.
are not the
no,
victim.
because y'all are just sitting here trying to say
no.
Y'all are just sitting here trying to act like you're all politically correct.
No,
and stuff.
Well, you got to take that. You got to take that.
I don't got to take anything.
Yes,
I don't got to take anything. I should have walked out as soon as I saw it.
Yes.
Look,
okay.
Yes.
That's what I'm saying.
I'm not Brad Pitt, but my
y'all
pictures are my
ate together.
pictures.
Y'all got.
It doesn't matter.
Y'all ordered the drinks.
I'm not Brad Pitt, but my pictures were my pictures.
No. Listen.
So it's not. You're not gonna look. Do you think it would be okay if she stole my credit card and jacked up $55?
That's nothing.
It's the same thing.
No, it's not.
She's lying about her
No,
looks,
it's not.
and
No,
then
it's
she's
not.
jacking up a $55 tab on
Look.
someone in their early 20s. All the kids in college, all the kids that if a girl lies to you and it is a clear catfish, get your ass out of there. That's not being cheap. Don't let these guys talk you into being soft. You're the victim.
But you stayed
are
there
the
long
victim.
enough for her to run up the tab.
The thing, you would have been better off, and maybe I would have been a little bit more understanding if you saw her and dipped right there. But once you committed to sitting down with her, that's it. You're on a date. You are on a date. Once you commit to sitting down with her.
I walk in, I'm on my phone, called, hey, you here? Honey Boo Boo mom sitting right in front of me. I guess it was her. I was the victim, and this
You
was a
were
long time
not
ago.
the
Just so
victim.
y'all know, y'all are judging.
Yeah.
This was probably over a decade, nearly a decade and a half ago. So this is not, this isn't anything new. But if you get catfished, you're the victim. That's not your fault. Don't let these guys.
I agree with that.
Don't give these women free passes.
That's a different argument.
Lying to. Don't give these women free passes for lying to. You're the victim.
You should have dipped out as soon as you saw her, man.
Yeah. I would have been more understanding if you'd have done that. Once you sit down, you're committed, man. Hell or high water. Have a couple of drinks. I got to go.
I gave her a chance.
And then you left without saying anything.
Look, I also gave her a chance.
You broke that woman's heart.
By sitting down, I gave her a chance. Okay, if she's at least cool, then okay, it's whatever. I'll be nice. Man, she's sitting there. I mean, she might as. I mean, she wasn't cool.
That's your problem. That's your problem.
Yeah, I'm the victim, man.
You are not the victim.
I'm 100% the victim here.
No way.
No doubt on that. All right, flasks to a concert, smart or cheap?
That's smart. Absolutely, that's smart.
How about you make that deal? I don't blame you. Damn good deal.
Thank you. Smart. Football concerts, football games.
All right. Taking towels from a hotel, smart or cheap?
That is a dicey one.
Okay, explain.
Because they charge you now, first of all, if they figure it out.
But they won't.
They normally do not.
How do you know?
I've taken towels. No, whether it's on purpose or not, I've done both. Like at a resort that I like, nice, plush towel. I've taken towel. I'm not going to lie about that. But it's a little dicier now, man. So I'm going to say cheap overall, but I understand it.
See, I don't mind.
want to spoil your fun, Mr. Cheapskate.
I don't mind you taking from like the man. Like if you're going to take towels from like a mom and pop hotel, then I think you're kind of a slime ball. But if you're going to take towel season or something, that's cool.
Yeah.
Take you one to the gym or something.
I remember
if it
one
happens
for
to end
sure.
up in the bag, it ends up in the bag.
I remember one for sure that I just loved the towel.
Yeah.
And it was a resort.
Yeah, that's cool.
Took it.
All good.
Yeah.
You're forgiven. Is that okay, Figgy?
It's a little cheap, but I never been to a Spencer resort or a Spencer hotel like that. So
you got to fix that.
Maybe I know, man. I'm working on it.
You got to fix.
I'm working on it.
You might want to sit this next one out. I don't want to. We're gonna see. We're gonna test your credibility here, my friend. All right. Cheap or smart? Bootlegging a pay-per-view.
I don't have a problem with that.
I know you ain't talking, Figgy.
How about you make that deal? I
That's
don't
actually
blame
smart.
you. Damn good deal.
Yeah, I don't have a problem.
That's actually
with that.
smart.
See, my problem is this, and I think a lot of people can relate to this. A lot of millennials and really people your age as well. There's no worse feeling. And back in my day, you used to like getting a pay-per-view was so hard.
Yeah.
Like you had to go get the box. You had to test the box. You had to make it work, all this type of stuff. And then you would get like a Mike Tyson fight and it's over in 18 seconds.
Yeah.
And it's like, damn, man, we dropped $55, $60 on this. This sucks. You'd have to go to a sports bar, pay $20 at the door to go in.
Yeah.
So I think like there's been times where I bought a pay-per-view and I was like, all right, he deserves it. Like if Conor McGregor fights Nate Diaz again, UFC, you can have my bread.
Yeah.
Just because I need to see that and I respect what these guys do and all that. But there is no worse feeling than paying for a pay-per-view and not getting your money's
Back in
worth.
the Tyson years.
Yeah, like when you used to order like wrestling pay-per-views back in the day, you knew it was going to be 3 hours because it's fake.
Yeah.
Oops. Tyson, he knocked his ass out in 10 seconds.
Yeah, it's kind of like if they leave a hole for you, they leave a place for you to bootleg it. It's kind of like when you walk out the grocery store and you get home and you realize, oh, they didn't charge me for peanuts. You're not going to drive back. Now, maybe as you're walking out, if you notice, you go back and say, hey, you didn't charge me for this. But if you're at home already and you notice they didn't charge you for something, you're like, well, whatever. It's kind of like that.
Jumping on someone else's Wi-Fi, cheap or smart?
I think that's smart. If they leave it open and don't password protect it.
How about you make that deal? I don't blame you. Damn good deal.
Yeah.
All right, final one. Sharing Netflix passwords.
Can't do that anymore.
Smart or cheap?
Well,
how about you make that
smart,
deal?
Man.
I don't
I would
blame
say
you.
smart,
Damn good deal.
But you can't do that anymore.
I mean, you can't do that anymore.
Oh, they have all kinds of checks now. You have to do.
Yeah, you got to be in the same area code as the.
And you don't. And if you're not,
as the network or
you
something,
don't even get the whole package.
Yeah.
Netflix, they've upped their game enough to where they deserve whatever 10 a month.
Yeah, but they just make it very, very, very hard.
Doing their thing. Smart or cheap here on In the Loop Sports Radio 610. What a difference. 24 hours makes. Coming up next, to quote Bill Goldberg and ask a question about the Texans. Who's next? We'll talk about it.
The Texans
here.
All right, who's next for the Texans? They've added Danielle Hunter, they've added Shire, they've added Autry, they've added Mixon, they've added Okudah, and they've added some other small pieces. Who's next? What are we looking at here? What should be the next approach? And let's look at this in the context of the draft. Obviously, guys can be cut. There can be other opportunities. What do the Texans need to do? Where do they need to go to improve this roster, continue the momentum that they built on day 2 of free agency, in which they signed Danielle Hunter and they traded for Joe Mixon?
I've been saying pretty consistently that I think they're going to look at cornerback. I still think cornerback is in play. It's high time you look at the offense, man. Like I know you got Joe Mixon. I'm talking about receiver. Big, deep receiving class in the draft. Still some receivers that maybe could help you that you could sign, but I'm looking at wide receiver. It's about that time, isn't it?
Well, I think it's about that time in the draft for sure. I 100% agree with you. Although there is an interesting development yesterday that could impact that and make that a little bit more difficult. I'll let you know what that is in 5 minutes. The Texans might have an obstacle, perhaps, in getting a wide receiver in the first round. Big one, small one, I'll let you decide in 5 minutes. But I also think that with the way that this market is shaping up, I said it before free agency, I could see there being a Dalton Schultz-like opportunity with a veteran. And quite frankly, this wouldn't shy me away from drafting a wide receiver in the first couple of days of the draft either, because I think the more you have, the better. But whether it's Hollywood Brown,
I think I know who you're talking about, and I like it.
Whether it's Curtis Samuel, whether it's Cedric Wilson, whether it's Renfro, who's going to get released from the Raiders, I think you could be able to get one of these guys on a 1-year deal for relatively cheap. And last year you got Dalton. We see Nick Caserio likes to play out the market a little bit and let it play out. I feel like this wide receiver market is going to speak to these guys because of how deep this draft is, and because the deals that we've seen right now for receivers. I mean, I think we're looking at like 3 years, $13 million for Gabe Davis, 3 years, $13 million I think for Mooney. That market has kind of been set, and I think these guys, it might be in their best interest to sign 1-year deals. And here's the other thing the Texans have going for them. If you're looking at a guy like Samuel, a guy like Hollywood, and taking advantage like you did with Schultz last year, first of all, you save $5 million if you release Robert Woods. So if you think you can upgrade there, you can save $5 million. But second of all, if let's say that you're a wide receiver, and then we're really using our imagination.
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, I got a good cut.
All right.
Yeah. First step.
Okay.
I do.
But let's pretend like you're a wide receiver.
Explode off that line.
And you have 1 year to prove yourself and try to reestablish yourself in the market, which is what Dalton Schultz did. He basically took a year off, and then he went into a market that wasn't as crowded. You want to play with a good quarterback, right?
You're seeing it.
Like, you look at Curtis Samuel and the situations that he's been in. He's been in Carolina, and he's been in Washington. That's hell. You look at Hollywood Brown, the Greg Roman offense early with the Ravens, and then not much time with Kyler Murray when he went to the Cardinals. There's no way that you go somewhere where you don't think you can maximize your skills, or else you're just going to disappear.
Yes.
Could be an opportunity when it comes to wide receiver. They definitely need to address it. I think the biggest need for the Texans is they need weapons on offense.
Like I said, it's high time to focus on offense. Now, clearly, they're focusing big time on defense and trying to really elevate that. But you still need, whether it's draft or a free agent, you still need a wide receiver. I thought you were going to mention Hunter Renfro specifically.
Yeah.
He's going to be released by, well, you did, but I'm saying among others. But I like that idea.
He's going to be released from the Raiders.
Yeah, he's going to be released from the Raiders.
Maybe he'll go to Cleveland and be reunited with Deshaun Watson.
I don't think so, maybe, but I don't think so.
So if you
and he had kind of a slide in production.
For sure.
You know?
Yeah. So if you bring him in, though, you're giving up on Mechie, essentially.
Well, maybe not totally, but you're upgrading.
Yeah.
Yeah,
competition.
You're absolutely upgrading.
Yeah.
And keep this in mind, the Texans, despite all this money that they've spent on these free agents, they still have $26 million left. And maybe you're going to see a little trade action before he's released.
And you can also get pretty creative with spreading out money. We know that. I'm not a cap is fake guy,
sure,
but you can manipulate it. I think the wide receiver opportunity, both going veteran and young, is there. You also are the exact same. Right now, you're the exact same at wide receiver as you were last year, literally.
Yeah.
Like you have all the same guys. Tight end, same thing. Brock Bowers, by the way, not going to work out it. He's going to wait till April, his own personal thing. So there's Brock Bowers. And then you have the running back situation. You probably need to add a running back. What about safety, though? Because the safety market right now, man, it's available. It is
wide open.
It is wide open, and there are a lot of names.
I wouldn't sleep on Armstead on the front or Simmons on the back. As I mentioned, you still have money. I mean, you still have money to spend, and if you're bolstering that defense, you could add a big time player, either one of those guys. I wouldn't sleep on that.
Now, here is something when it comes to drafting the wide receiver in the first round. We're seeing a lot of loopholes. Shout out to the loopholes. If you listen, you are one. Talking about drafting a wide receiver in the first round. I'm down with that, for sure. I'm absolutely down with that.
Mm-hmm.
But I will say there was a trade yesterday that could at least slim up the wide receiver market before the Texans pick at 23. And that was Pittsburgh trading Deontay Johnson to the Carolina Panthers.
Mm-hmm.
He joins Bryce Young. And now there's belief that Pittsburgh at 20, 3 spots before the Texans, could very well likely be in the wide receiver market, especially since they've focused a little bit of attention on defense. They got Russell Wilson on pretty much less than a rookie deal.
Yeah.
So wide receiver for the Steelers could be a possibility at 20. So you could be sitting there crossing your fingers if you're the Texans saying, please let Adonai Mitchell fall to us. Please let Franklin fall to us. And then, boom.
Obviously that could easily happen. You have your one guy ranked above the others, rated above the others, and the Steelers or whomever in front of you, because there's going to be a lot of guys looking for a receiver. A lot of teams could steal him from you. But I'm not as worried about that. I mean, I said this last week. I think there's 7 or 8 wide receivers that are ranked in the top 40, by and large. It's a hugely deep wide receiver class, and whether it's Mitchell or any of those guys, McConkey, is one that's going to be in that
first round
wheelhouse. No, around 23 to 40.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I think so. I think McConkey's going to be up there. And then we all know the top ones, Odunze and Harrison Jr. and Malik Neighbors and all that stuff. But I think you're going to be in a wheelhouse at that place in the draft.
Could have some competition, but who knows? But I think right now you're looking at safety and you're looking at offensive weapons, and then I think they'll take advantage of any opportunity they can to improve the squad. The possibilities are really endless, given what they did yesterday and the moves that they made. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. Coming up, one of the best Texans of all time was gloating after the Texans broke the internet, plus an awkward situation in Jacksonville. But is it really? The hits are lit next.
for the ones who get it done.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker. Sports Radio 610, Houston Texans breaking news.
All right, we have a trade. The Texans have traded Malik Collins to the 49ers. So the San Francisco 49ers get Malik Collins. Could that mean Eric Armstead's on his way? Could this be kind of like an indirect trade where Armstead gets released, Malik Collins comes in?
Under the table trade.
Don't threaten me with a good time.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, there's clearly, there's a spot right there we were just talking about. I wouldn't be surprised if Armstead is. I don't have Malik Collins' money information in front of me, but I'll get it.
I think he was making like $11 million.
Yeah, so there you go. It's not done for no reason. They have a need. Here we are talking about they're building the defensive line. They're making it the depth so much better.
Now, do they have to take some of the money because
maybe
he had a 2-year, $23 million deal? So I don't know if San Francisco takes on all of that. They got an issue. $8 million is the base salary for next season for Malik Collins. So does San Fran take on all that? Who knows? But Malik Collins, staying in the same system, he's just going to San Francisco. Good for him. Good for him, man. And
this is not small when it comes to how this will play out.
What do you mean?
You
getting conspiracy theory on me?
Well, no, it's not a conspiracy theory. It's connecting the dots. You got depth now at left defensive tackle. Let's say I'm just looking at a depth chart. A generic depth chart with Khalil Davis and Fatukasi. You have Danielle Hunter and whomever is going to end up being behind him. You've got Will Anderson and Danico Autry. You don't have a starting right defensive tackle unless you think, Dylan Horton or something.
Dylan Horton's got other things going on, my friend.
Not Dylan Horton. Kurt Heinisch is what I was thinking. I got him confused.
Yeah. I would say that another thing, they basically didn't trade for Joe Mixon.
Because of
for Mixon, who knows what you're going to get back for Malik? So they basically just signed Joe Mixon.
Mm-hmm.
There you
something's
go.
going to happen there. I don't know if it'll be
Armstead. Makes sense.
I don't know if it'll be him, but something's going to happen.
Tennessee's believed to want Eric Armstead.
Good.
Why would he want that?
Yeah, good. I hope they beat out Tennessee for him. Just like, by the way, the Colts were in on Danielle Hunter, so you beat out the Colts for Danielle Hunter. And, let's go. Let's get it done.
So Malik Collins, he has been traded. Nick Caserio, another day, another trade. The hits are lit here on In the Loop, Sports Radio 610.
Playing all the hits. These are the hot stories of the day. You're listening to In the Loop with Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
J.J. Watt, he was gloating yesterday. He dug up an old tweet. This was the tweet from October 26th of last year. Quote, Danielle Hunter deserves more credit than he gets. Currently leading the NFL in sacks. Currently leading the NFL in TFLs. Close quotes. JJ revisited it. Just simply said bump. So JJ Watt, always been a fan of Danielle Hunter. We know he has admiration for the Texans organization. Gloating a little bit about the move that the Texans made in which they only committed 2 years to Danielle Hunter. $48 million guaranteed, potentially $49, max value over $50. My question is this: what is that extra million? Where's that coming from?
Yeah, why did they guarantee?
You have to tie your shoes, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Like, hey, you tie your shoes.
$49 million contract, 48 guaranteed.
Yeah.
Okay.
What is that?
Well, I'm sure there's a reason. I'm sure. I just don't know what it is.
Yeah, it's funny. We were talking about the Titans, and we're talking about someone brought up Malik Collins, and we were like, why is he getting brought up?
Of all the guys you could have mentioned.
And then someone on the text line earlier today was like, why y'all acting like Malik Collins isn't good? I was, well, what do you say now, buddy? What do you say now, buddy? I do appreciate Malik Collins. It was obviously a guy they liked. That was one of the first guys that got an extension in-house with D'Amico Ryans. No-nonsense type of guy, too.
Oh, he's one of those.
Mess around.
Yeah, he's one of those for sure.
Didn't mess around. Trade in the NFL, Deontay Johnson. He is going to the Carolina Panthers. Pick swap and the The Panthers send a corner to Pittsburgh. It seems like Deontay Johnson's been in like drama in Pittsburgh for the last couple of seasons. He's going to join Bryce Young in Carolina. See how that works out.
A lot of it was his own doing. He talked a lot about the things he liked and didn't like in Pittsburgh.
Patrick Mahomes, he's restructuring his contract to create an additional $21.6 million in salary cap space for the Chiefs. What the hell are they up to? They're probably going to sign a receiver or what?
No, they had to make all these contracts work. And the thing about these restructures, they don't always get public right away, but I bet you it's an enormous bonus up front. And that's what a life. You're just sitting around winning Super Bowls, making a ton of money. They give you $8 million up front if you restructure your contract. Doesn't suck to be Patrick Mahomes.
Jonathan Owens.
Jonathan Owens?
He's going to Chicago. He's got a 2-year contract. Former Texan safety Jonathan Owens. Did you hear the news?
What news?
Someone's coming out of retirement.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Who?
A local legend.
Okay.
Mark Berman going to go work in Chicago and interview Jonathan Owens about Simone Biles. He's going to the Windy City.
That one, you didn't fool me on that one.
Mark Berman loved him a Simone Biles, Jonathan Owens story, did he not?
He loved it. And at practices and training camp, he would always get the cameraman to show Simone Biles if she was there or something.
Berman's been making the rounds with the grandson a lot on Twitter. Jackson.
UH games.
U of H games, Astros, autograph signings.
Mm-hmm. Why not?
Come on, Mark.
What's wrong with that?
You don't need to go and autograph. Go cut the line, man.
No, he's just
come on, man.
He's trying to be the people, man.
Come on,
he's the man of the people.
Cut the damn line when Craig Biggio's signing autographs. What the hell are you doing?
No.
Come on.
Yeah.
You want to feel like a normal person.
Shout out to Berman. DJ Reader, former Texan. There's a theme here in the hits.
Mm-hmm.
He's visiting with the Detroit Lions. They're probably going to try to figure out what's up with the injury, etc. But DJ Reader to Detroit, that would be a nice place to latch onto.
That's a
DJ
perfect
Reader.
place for him. The expectations, the amount of snaps he's going to take, all that.
Another former Texan.
Mm-hmm.
He is going to take a visit with the Carolina Panthers.
Panthers making some moves.
South Carolina native, Jadeveon Clowney, perhaps going to the Carolina Panthers.
Yeah, I'm good with that. I think they should be too.
We have a release, Hunter Renfrow of the Raiders. He's expected to be released. Could have Khalil Mack, Joey Bosa, Mike Williams, or Keenan Allen released. The Chargers are going to have till Friday to make that decision. The Bosa Mack thing's done now with the Danielle Hunter. You're out of that business.
I believe you are. Keenan Allen would be interesting. Certainly Hunter Renfrow, as we've discussed, would be interesting. And maybe you make one of those little coy trades like you did for Joe Mixon.
You think Eric Armstead's coming here, don't you? Let's be honest.
If I had to say, I would say yes. If I had to bet, I would say yes. Just connect the dots with what's going on here, man. D'Amico just fortifying the defense. Malik Collins on the way out, if you didn't hear, traded, and the connection with D'Amico.
We got the reaction to the Malik Collins trade. I always like just scrolling through the reaction because people quote tweet it and have some stuff to say. Let's listen to some of the reaction. I'll just do this unfiltered. I just said thank you for your service, MC. Appreciate you. Scrolling through the timeline, Jonathan Alexander says, Texans. Is it really that surprising? I mean, ish?
A little bit. Ish.
I feel like we've been sleeping on him, especially the guy in Tennessee.
David Hellman of Fox Sports says, this is a fun move, creative, affordable solutions to the problems posed by all those massive contracts. I think that's
DJ Bieniemy,
a good outlook.
The Texans are completely revamping their defensive line. See, that's what I'm saying. Connect the dots. There's something coming.
Brandon on there. Follow him on Twitter. He said, I would guess it's going to be a comp pick.
7th round, by the way, according to Patrick
So
Storm.
there you go. So you basically didn't make the Joe Mixon trade. Never happened.
Yeah. Patrick Storm says 7th round pick.
Along with them releasing Eric Armstead. So that speculation is
heating up.
Improving.
Yeah, heating up, no question.
So how does that make you feel?
It makes me feel optimistic. Like the way that they're doing things up front. D'Amico Ryans tells you what he wants. There's no question about that. Sometimes he'll say stuff that kind of protects players, or he'll take the bullet for players post game. But when he says we need to improve the defensive line, they improve the defensive line. When he says we want to be a running team, he does what it takes, and I still think there's more coming there too to become a running team. So he's been honest with us.
So the Mixon trade never happened.
Yeah.
Bada bing, bada boom.
Yeah.
Eric Armstead, come on down. Getting some personalities on this squad.
Mm-hmm.
I've never talked to Daniil Hunter. I know he's a Katy guy.
Mm-hmm.
Is he?
And let's put the number 99 thing to rest again, please.
The number 99. Give him number 99.
Just give it to him. Give it to him. That's why you have a Ring of Honor. I think they will. I think like the examples of Ring of Honor players that have kind of passed their number to great players or prospectively great players is long, and that's why you do it. That's why you have a Ring of Honor.
Okay. Sounds fair, man.
Mm-hmm.
Sounds fair.
Just thought I had another brain fart here.
What's that?
What if they're eyeing Byron Murphy?
What do you mean? I mean, there's a lot of variables there.
Yeah, but it was like they're looking at that.
I mean, if he falls to him, I could see them taking him. I don't know that he's going to be there. The D tackle out of Texas, if you're confused. Yeah, I don't.
We'll get him too.
I don't think they would make this trade with that in mind. I think if he falls to him, maybe.
Yeah, they make this trade with something else in mind, but I did have that thought.
They might subscribe to the theory where you can't have enough. You can't have enough DTs.
Yeah, I agree, and I think that's what he's going to do. That's what's going to fall next.
John McClain has reacted to the trade. You ready for the General's reaction?
I am.
By the way, I offered him again to get out of his bets.
Oh, really?
He won't do it. I got $200 bets with John McClain, and I'm just like, man,
rehash them.
$100 that Bo Nix doesn't go first round, and $100 that Brock Bowers doesn't go top 10.
Well, you're going to win the Bo Nix.
Brock Bowers isn't working out at his pro day, man.
Well, there's a reason for that. He knows he's going to go really, really high.
Already has a hurt hamstring.
Oh, you heard?
That's what they said. A hurt hamstring. He's going to have his own little pro day in April.
Hamstring doesn't mean squat.
Okay, well.
Yeah.
I'm going bald. I'm worried about him. I think this might be aging bad. But McClain won't back out. Trying to be nice.
Mm-hmm.
Here was what McClain said about the trade. Just tuning in, Malik Collins traded to the San Francisco 49ers for a 7th-round pick. McClain said the following quote, with the Texans trading Malik Collins to 49ers for a 7th-round pick, it could mean D'Amico Ryans wants to be reunited with Eric Armstead or Sheldon Rankins is returning. So
okay, Jeremy Fowler. Dude, what's going on here? I thought
I didn't
read
know
that again.
With the Texans trading Malik Collins to the 49ers for a 7th-round pick, it could mean D'Amico Ryans wants to be reunited with Eric Armstead or Sheldon Rankins is returning.
It could, huh? Wow. Hit that breaking news. Not really.
Covering all ground there.
It could mean, or not. It could mean not. Could mean none of the
Or
above.
they could draft somebody.
Or they could draft something. It could mean that.
Or they might go in another direction.
Or it could be that none of this is true.
Coming up, serious question for the folks. It's about lunchtime. I have a question, though.
Mm-hmm.
If you can't win free agency in day one, can you win it in day two? Cuss and discuss next.
Come on down!
play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
All right, so the Texans have made a trade. Second straight day, the Texans have made a trade. And in a crazy way, you can make a case they haven't made any trades, depending on how you look at it. Let me explain.
Wait, they gave up a 7th-round pick.
Let me explain. Yesterday, they traded for Joe Mixon. They didn't want to mess with the running back market, so they adjusted after day one. They traded a 7th-round pick for Joe Mixon.
Mm-hmm.
They then brought in Danielle Hunter on top of Danico Autry, who they'd already signed, and they've now traded Malik Collins to the San Francisco 49ers for a 7th-round pick.
Yeah.
So just consider it a wash. The Joe Mixon trade, nothing to see here.
It's like signing Joe Mixon to a $5.7 million free agent contract. Isn't that what his hit is this year, his salary? $5.7 million, I believe. So, yeah, you're right. And how about this little nugget from over the cap? So the Texans were going to pay Malik Collins $8 million. His cap hit would have been $8 million this year. By trading him, they take a $10 million hit. Well, that tells you right there's another big move coming. Right? Yeah. By trading him, it becomes a $10 million hit.
Well, Texans cap says that they actually generate $2.55 million in net cap savings.
Maybe, net, I guess. I don't know.
I don't even try to F with this math.
Yeah, that's above my head.
But yeah, I think Texans cap is saying that. But I saw like there's some confusion. I think Pendergast is on there trying to figure this out. I'm gonna sit out.
All I'm saying
let me cheat off your math test. I ain't looking at the chalkboard.
But we can't agree on this.
I'm playing Snake on the phone while you're teaching this math.
It's like when I took economics at A&M.
I'm good.
That was ridiculous. Anyway, what we can agree on, though, is this wasn't like just a money move because it's kind of a wash depending on how you look at it.
And you look at Eric Armstead out there, and naturally that's where your attention goes.
Yeah.
So we'll see how this goes. And the Texans do say, Sean's figuring it out on the go. So just let it play.
I'll let Sean do that.
Yeah, let me see what Pendy's doing here. Let's see.
Yeah.
Pendy's kind of giving himself a little bit of a headache.
I guess that's
here.
what you do on day 3 of free agency.
Maybe so. Let's see.
I know what you can't do on day 1.
He started out by, this is a weird trade by my math. So he's doing the math on the cap. Look at
he went
Sean.
to Notre Dame.
Look
he knows
at
his
Sean.
stuff.
There's a $10 million cap hit per over the cap, blah, blah, blah. And then he said, okay, so Collins, so he figured it out. Moves are coming. So there you go. He figured it out.
Yeah, moves are coming.
There you go.
I think that's what we can agree on no matter what. Because it wasn't like, we got to save some money here.
Correct.
You know?
So here's my question for you. Here's my question for the loopholes. Shout out to the loopholes. If you listen, you are one.
Mm-hmm.
I need to know something. I need help from you too, Figgy. So, free agency on day 1. Can you win it on day 2?
Were you not paying attention earlier?
John Lopez has a statement. Yesterday, not a great day because day 1 was kind of meh. You lost guys.
Mm-hmm.
You didn't sign guys. Day 2 comes around. You rebound. You trade for Joe Mixon. You signed Danielle Hunter to a 2-year deal, by the way. Unbelievable job by Nick Caserio remaining true to his principles.
Mm-hmm.
John Lopez has a statement about the reaction post day 1 and the rebound post day 2.
Well, thank you for coming. I've prepared a statement for all of you and everyone tuning in on YouTube and Twitch, and certainly anyone who can hear my voice. I'll just read this statement, and I hope I can get through it all right. To Cal McNair, to my brethren and my comrades in the media, especially locally and especially at Sports Radio 610. To Texans fans and anyone who remotely follows the NFL, I was wrong, and for that I am sorry. 2 days ago, I flippantly and irresponsibly had the gall to have an opinion on how the Texans were doing on day 1 of NFL free agency. I expressed my opinion on how the Texans were doing, particularly at running back and in general as it pertained to top free agents. I don't blame you if you switch to music. Let me reiterate. I was wrong. What I did is not something to be done on day one. Free agency is not won on day one, as we've been reminded. I realize now, though, that it is won on day two. I realize this now after being reminded with several tweets that my questioning or even having an opinion on how the Texans were doing on day one was not prudent. I saw several tweets and social media posts yesterday from people I respect. Sean Pendergast, John Harris.
Shout out to John Harris.
Et al. Those tweets very clearly showed me that a big day two is when you should make conclusions, not day one. I realized that day two is when these opinions are. I regret the way I did and reacting how I did. My only other regret is I wish I knew the rule book a little better.
Oh, wow. I'm sensing sarcasm here.
Day two is when you're supposed to do this. I still am not sure about day 3, day 5, day 9.
John Harris says day 9. He's weighed in.
He does.
He texted me. Day 9.
But I am more than open for anyone to share this information with me so this heinous miscalculation on my part never will happen again. Thank you. #WeAreTexans. Forgive me, and we will see you at the Super Bowl.
I don't think you reacted that much.
I didn't.
I don't think you even reacted that much.
I didn't.
Let's look at the tape.
Yes.
Trust the tape. Check the tape.
Yes.
This was you yesterday with Sean Pendergast. I didn't think you reacted that. I didn't think you reacted that intensely. I think you just assessed what happened day one. Check the damn tape.
To forget that, but the vast majority of NFL teams weren't making huge splash signings.
Yeah, well, let's ask John Lopez, who's one of those people. John, what would it take? You seemed very upset yesterday when I was listening.
I was taken aback.
Yeah.
Would be probably the best way to do it.
What would it take today or over the next couple days for you to get pulled back in and say, okay, I like what they're doing?
Well, my thing is the pool of free agents that could be instant upgrades is just so much smaller. But I think if you get those particular ones out of the pool, then all of a sudden it starts to look better.
Danielle Hunter, is that
yeah, Danielle Hunter would be one.
Okay.
Look, I'm said to say right here, and Landry and I are going to dig into it a lot more.
Mm-hmm.
I just feel it's the first day. And on the first day, you lost a lot of players out there that could have been instant upgrades.
Yeah, they've got work to do.
That seems fair.
Hey,
that
hear
didn't seem
that
like
last
an
part?
overreaction. Yeah, they got work to do.
They got work to do.
That didn't seem too bad.
Yeah.
Sometimes I think I get lumped in with you.
I get lumped in with you.
Yeah, which sucks for both of us. Because I damn sure don't want your opinions, and you damn sure don't want mine.
Oh, no, I don't.
Yes. I don't blame you.
No, I don't.
I want to... Did I overreact? Did I overreact yesterday? I think Figgy's put this together.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. Was there like an overreaction? The running back, yes, I was a little bit upset. This was pre-mix and trade. Let's see if I owe an apology, too. If you didn't hear it at least 55 times in the drive-in this morning, you don't win free agency on day one. We got to make that very, very clear to everybody. Let's hey, tap the brakes. You don't win in day one of free agency. That's not where championships are built. We agree on that.
Thanks for listening.
But what is your biggest takeaway?
Don't freak out, or it's early, or anything like that. I feel like that's fine, but you're also coping with what happened on Monday.
I have no problem with the way stuff went. I did not want them to. My one wish as we went on the air yesterday was I hope that they don't give a lot of money to Christian Wilkins.
Okay.
That was my one wish.
That's
I got
fair.
that wish.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm fine with the approach.
Oh, okay.
It's all about the running back for me. I'm not going to mask it. You don't want to overreact. You don't want to underreact. You know that there's still plenty of time to build a roster. You know that if you haven't heard for the 80th time this morning, you don't win free agency in day one, so you know that. At the very least, I'm not going to sit here and say the sky is falling.
Okay.
I'm not going to say, well, they're worse now than they were before.
Seems
because,
irrational.
yeah, obviously, but they got plenty of time. There's no way that they look back on that day and say, man, that went perfect. Okay.
Yeah.
I like the approach.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't want them to overspend.
Mm-hmm.
Matter of fact, a souped-up version of what Nick Caserio did before is what we got.
Yeah.
So I don't think you really overreacted.
I don't think so either.
I think you're being unfair to yourself.
But how dare us have an opinion about day one on day one? I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, I think you did your thing.
Maybe that was irresponsible, as I mentioned in the prepared statement.
I think you did your thing.
I did.
I think the gun has jumped. I think Sean's kind of nudging, kind of saying that you're you were really mad. I don't think I've seen you mad.
Yeah, I wasn't really mad. I was just tickled.
You were mad when DeAndre Hopkins got traded.
I was mad when DeAndre Hopkins got traded. But I was just
never going to forget that.
I was just fascinated by.
But there were some people that were upset, and I don't blame you.
Mm-hmm.
It's an exciting time.
Yeah,
free agency is an exciting time.
But you know how
it's the emotion.
You know, we don't like to say the people who say this are the same people that said that, and a lot of times it's kind of straw man. No, it was literally the same people, literally the same people that were saying, "Oh, it's early," and "Oh, Lopez, don't freak out," and all that. Literally those same people.
Yeah.
One day later, Super Bowl, baby.
Yeah.
Best defense in the league. So you can't react on day one, but you can on day two.
If they would have done that on day one, I think it's the same. I think it's a process.
No.
Shout out to Jean-Jacques Taylor, one of my mentors.
Nope.
Sports are fluid.
Nope, you were
it's a
wrong.
fluid process,
sir.
my friend.
You were wrong, sir. If they had signed Danielle Hunter and Al-Shaair and traded for Joe Mixon on day one, those same people would have all been saying, "Guys, it's early, man. It's early. It's only day one. You can do it on day two, but not day one."
Yeah. I think there's a lot of imagination. I think there's a lot of imagination on that. I don't think you owe an apology. I think it worked out perfectly.
I will say, what happens on day two, and I'm being serious now. I'm not being sarcastic, but what happens on day two is you start to see how teams are working. You start to see how they're spending.
And I think that's where Nick Caserio's at his best is adjustments. That's always been my favorite thing about him is I think he does a good job adjusting. Where's the Watson trade, which he was kind of handcuffed at, the Schultz move, which I always bring up, the draft where you're discussing two guys and you decide you can get both because you have extra draft equity.
Yeah.
And I don't know that Danielle Hunter was the original plan or just kind of an adjustment.
I
don't could be a tomato type
Yeah, I
of
don't
thing.
either, but who cares at this point? But you start to see what teams are spending. The Texans, if you weren't listening earlier, I mentioned this, as of this morning, have spent the second most money in the NFL on free agents. That's huge. That's kind of what I wanted. What have I been saying all along? Smart, big money, smart, big money. Every one of these deals is smart, big money.
The window's crazy.
Danielle Hunter, 2 years, 48. That's smart.
Yeah, I mean, it lines up perfectly. Do you think that they would have gone 3? Like how firm? Because they had a firm stance. We'll go 11. We ain't going 14.
Yeah, they had a threshold.
Do you think that there was there a firm, hey, we want to give you a 2-year deal? Or if he would have said, I want to make it 3, would they have done it?
Not to be wishy-washy, I think they would have done 3 depending on the guarantee, but no more than 3. Like they did a 2-year deal, 49, 48 guaranteed. Could they have done 3, 50 guaranteed? I don't know, but
I don't think so.
Yeah,
I think that's why so much money was guaranteed in this 2-year deal.
Yeah,
we'll give you more guaranteed, but not a 3-year deal.
On the text line, I think this is a fair comment. Shout out to you, my friend, 832. Overreacting is you guys saying maybe behind closed doors the Texans realize they're not ready to compete for a championship to explain why the Texans weren't more active in free agency at the time. That is excellent listening by you, and that is 100% what we were discussing. And, yeah, here's my thing. And this was another layer of that conversation. I don't know that last year made Nick Caserio change his plan. Mm-hmm. In other words, like when I see the Philadelphia Eagles and they're throwing all this money at Saquon Barkley and they're going all in on that situation with Saquon, or we've seen teams in the past that they're willing to break bread for guys. I don't think they would have done that early in their process. So I don't know that Nick Caserio's process has changed. I think I agree. Because I think there might be a time, and credit to him for being able to kind of have his cake and eat it too. But I do think you call him a cyborg, but for how, I won't say stuck in his ways, but for how Nick Caserio has this philosophy, I do believe whether it's next year, whether it's the year after, whether it's way down the line, I think a time will come when Nick Caserio thinks they're close enough to where he might be willing to give that 3rd year, give that 4th year, and figure it out. But I don't know that he thinks that he's there yet. Now, the Hunter move, because you're able to have your cake and eat it too. You're able to play chess and checkers, and you can make as much of an impact. But I do believe, for as robotic as we think Nick is, I think a time will come where maybe he'll be willing to be more aggressive like we see the Eagles doing, who've been to the Super Bowl 2 years ago and have been to the playoffs the last 3 years.
Yeah, no, I agree. And
that's a really good text, 832.
Well, that is. And what we talked about, I brought it up yesterday. What I talked about was I'm wondering if because of the first day, and heaven forbid that I reacted to day one, but because first day, do they think they're as close as we think they are? Well, day two showed otherwise. And day three, I keep talking about you start to see kind of how they're working, Well, we just saw another indication of that. They traded Malik Collins to San Francisco.
If you're just tuning in, 7th-round pick from Malik Collins.
And the cap, the money reason is not the reason because it was kind of very marginal. So clearly they're working on something else on the defensive line. And last thing on this is a texter said that why do y'all like the 1 and 2 in question? I'm wondering what I'm missing. Well, eventually, probably in 2 or 3 years, 2 or 3 seasons, C.J. Stroud's going to get a $250 or $300 million contract.
Yeah, the 2-year deal in this situation. First of all, why do I like the 2-year deal? Because a large majority of NFL contracts that are 4-year deals end up being 2-year deals.
True.
So that's why I like the 2-year deal.
But also the C.J. factor.
But, yeah, the C.J. factor in this situation is proportional to C.J. and Will when they're going to be eligible for contract extensions. And Derek Stingley will be, assuming that you pay him, his contract will be kicking in. I'm assuming they're going to pick up the option, the 5th-year option and all that. He's going to be eligible after next year. But his rookie contract will actually expire at that point. So it's just proportional there. But I don't mind the 2-year deal because I think a lot of NFL contracts that are beyond 2 years actually end up being 2 years. So you're basically not sugarcoating it.
Just because, you're just being honest with them up front. We're going to get you for 2 years.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's going to be proportional to CJ. So we'll see what happens there. So to answer the question, can you win free agency on day 2?
Absolutely.
Okay.
100%, but not day 1.
Figgy, can you?
Yeah.
Okay. So there we go. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. Coming up, lunchtime confessions here on In the Loop. We got a lot to get off of our chest. Trade for the second straight day. We'll give you the details of that as well as the latest chatter, plus some lunchtime confessions. Coming up, my main confession is I love text.
at Big Fitness Energy.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Lunchtime confessions. We confess our sins to you, the loopholes. Shout out to the loopholes. If you listen, you are one. Some of these confessions have to do with sports. Some have nothing to do with sports. But we're transparent with you 24/7. Let it hang a little bit lower during lunchtime confessions. It is time to confess.
Watch this.
All right. Give the man number 99. I confess that if you are on the side of no JJ, we want to we've seen these texts all morning, all day, now that we're into the lunch hour. Oh, it's JJ. I want to remember JJ and number 99. Well, I really feel like if you
can still remember him. You think Cowboy fans have forgot about Michael Irvin?
It's like the Astrodome. Blow it up.
Who was that guy who caught passes from Troy Aikman? He had a big mouthpiece.
Yeah.
I think he liked prostitutes. Cocaine.
Always wore fur coats.
What was his name?
Yeah.
I don't remember.
Like if you are saying no, Danielle Hunter does not get number 99, it's truly one of those. It's truly one of those things where I can't help you. Like the whole concept of having a ring of honor is so that you can use that number again.
Let him have it.
I will say it will look a little funny at first
for a while. I'm sure
because you don't look at CD Lamb. You don't look at CD Lamb and be like, man, I only think about Michael Irvin with that number.
Nah, it'll be fine.
Yeah, but
it'd be a little weird at first.
They have to represent the number.
Yeah,
and I think
it'd be a little weird at first.
I think Danielle Hunter will. You're not going to give it to some off the street undrafted.
JJ was the first 99 that we know.
Yes.
So that's why it'd be a little weird, but they got to keep the tradition going.
Yeah.
Nah, you'll be fine.
You'll be fine.
You'll be fine.
Mm-hmm.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I still don't see how the heck they got Danielle Hunter for 2 years. I'm very confused by this.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how this even happened. Maybe saw on day one where I think Blake Cashman going to Minnesota was just so appealing to him, and I don't think they were going to match. But maybe he just wanted to be in Houston. Hey, maybe he factored in the no state income tax. We hear that a lot. Maybe he factored it in.
Shout out to Morton Ranch. Isn't that where he went to high school?
Maybe he did that, but I got to confess, I'm still shocked that they got Danielle Hunter on a 2-year deal. I think that's insane.
I think it's awesome, but yes.
It's a lot of guaranteed.
A lot of guarantee. Maybe that was the biggest factor.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Speaking of Danielle Hunter, and there might be more of this coming, signing him was not just awesome on the surface. I got a little extra pleasure out of it because they were going head-to-head with the Colts. I enjoyed that. I think it says a lot about the attraction here, about getting the deal done and not being beat on that one. And I feel like they're going head to head with the Titans too. Potentially. So we'll see how that goes. It's just cool when you beat your division rivals.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I feel like I'm being brainwashed on TV, and I really don't know what's going on with this. But McDonald's has a new commercial where they're basically talking about their sauce, and it has a bunch of like Asian.
It said what Donald's.
It has a bunch of Asian writing and stuff on like that.
I thought I was tripping. I was looking at that.
Yeah,
I thought it was a skit.
I feel scarred every time I see that commercial, and quite frankly, I'm already rubbed the wrong way with McDonald's because they treat their sauce like it's the cure for cancer. Limits. They won't give you extra. You got to pay for the extra. They give you dirty looks when you ask for the extra sauce. That commercial freaks me out. I think we need to investigate and figure out what the hell's going on there because I feel like I'm being brainwashed with this sauce commercial.
I got to admit, I guess mini confession within your confession. I saw McDonald's trending this morning.
Yeah, and that's what it is.
And I clicked on it. I still couldn't understand what it was.
Yeah,
It's that?
Yeah.
I was like, okay.
Did they try to go for an anime type theme or something?
That's what it looks like.
No idea.
That's the best I could. That's the best I could gather.
No idea.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I am absolutely 100%, without question, going to steal Landry Locker idea. Just going to steal it, flat out. I'm telling you right now.
It's all good.
I'm stealing it. So we were talking about mutton busting earlier. Apparently, Patty Smith took a tumble, like got run over by a little girl or boy.
I texted her
on a mutton.
I texted her and asked her about it.
How is she?
Let Let me see. I didn't even read it because
Yeah.
it was during the show. Look, there's the
Like
first
she
of all,
got-
there's her getting ran through
Oh my gosh.
by the sheep.
She got destroyed.
So I asked her what was up. She said, "LOL, indeed, I did. I think I've gotten more calls, texts, and publicity on this than anything else I've ever done in
Hey,
my
spell
career."
the name right.
She said, "I've finally made it."
Yeah, yeah. So it led to you saying, "Oh, I am absolutely going to get my daughter into mutton busting."
That's my confession.
I'm stealing it.
It's my confession.
I'm going to do it first.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I think
that'd be awesome.
Watching mutton busting the last 2 years, my confession, I think it made me want to be more fertile because I want I want to have my daughter out there. I want to have her out there mutton busting.
Mm-hmm.
It's gonna happen because I'm gonna talk to Patty. I'm gonna say, who do I need to talk to get Avery out there mutton busting? I think she has to be 5. Patty will still be doing it.
Mm-hmm.
Patty's gonna do it forever because she's the best at it. So I'm motivated every time I'm out there. I always loved it, but now it's just like, man, I can't wait till Avery's on that sheep, man. And you know what? If she doesn't get at least 10 feet, she's walking home. Ain't gonna be no tough love.
What
here.
were you saying?
What?
Every time you see mutton busting?
Oh, it kind of made me want to have a kid, man.
It does.
So I'm gonna have to be the practice guy too, because every time they ask the kids, they're like, "How did you practice on my dad?"
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna have to be the practice man.
Yeah, I guess so. But here's the thing, like, I try not to, and we all do, like, cash in a favor. I'm totally.
It's getting cashed in.
I'm totally cashing in.
Yeah, you
I don't
got
even know
to
if
do
it's
it.
that much of a cash in. Just say, "Hey, I got a mutton bust."
Yeah, I'm totally.
It's got to go
cashing
down.
in. Hey, Patty, how about a little,
she's mutton busted.
something for the effort here.
Yeah, no doubt.
But yeah, little Natalie and or little Penny are going to be on that mutton.
Yeah,
they're going to be on it.
Have to.
That's going to be awesome.
Have to.
Watch this. My confessions.
I still think Eric Armstead and Justin Simmons are in play. They're working on that defense. They just cleared a roster spot, cleared a little money with the Malik Collins trade. They still have $26+ million last I checked that they can spend. Dude, this could get really good really quick here. I still think Armstead and Simmons are in play, and I am here to watch it happen.
Something's going on. If you're just tuning in, Malik Collins traded for a 7th-round pick to the San Francisco 49ers.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I got to confess, man.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if I'm as into March Madness as I typically am.
You will be.
I'll get into it a little bit, but I don't know, man. I think the Sweet 16, I'm going to start like $100 buy-in bracket, but I don't know about these kids.
Yeah, I totally, and I've said this to you, I'm not sure on the air or off, but I generally watch a lot of college basketball during the year, like for decades. I haven't watched that much this year. So I'm going to be totally the guy that fills out his bracket on his gut and, and mascots and what you're reading from other people, etc. Because I know I will. Anytime March Madness comes around, we all get sucked in. But I think I'm not as I have been.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
So my daughter and son-in-law and son and daughter-in-law went to go see Bun B last night. Well, the All-American, what they call it, the All-American whatever.
Bun B All-American Takeover.
And so we got the little baby, Penny, who's barely over a month old. We kept her. Totally ditched my wife with her about 10 p.m. so I could go to bed. They didn't get home till 1:30 last night, and so I was helping her watch Penny. I was like, all right, I got to be fresh tomorrow. just handed her over to my wife and said, you're on your own. I slept upstairs, so I didn't have to hear the crying if she cried or whatever. I just totally bailed on her.
Slime ball.
I was.
Just like old
Look
times.
at this slime ball.
Just like old times.
I totally bailed on her.
I'm sure she was like, yeah, I remember he used to do this all the time.
Nah,
20 years ago.
I'm good at
Babe,
that.
I got to go cover the Rockets.
No, I'm good at keeping the babies, but I was like getting sleepy.
I got to get up for work.
I was getting sleepy, and I'm like, all right, I guess you're going to take over from here.
Oh, damn. I wasn't supposed to be at the stadium till 4. I gotta go get an exclusive with Rudy T at 1.
Yeah.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Don't really regret not going to that concert yesterday.
Really?
I heard good things. I heard it was fun. I heard, all these artists hit it out the park. Didn't feel like I missed out. I don't need to see Drake. If Drake's going to be in the building, I need a full show.
Apparently, it was really, really, really good.
Well,
yeah.
I mean, people are lost in the moment. They would have said that no matter what.
I was reading a review on Culture Map that said it was just off the charts. Apparently, all the intro videos were over the top.
They always do that. They have like real celebs getting them ready. I do think Bun managed his time a little bit better this year than he did last year.
I was looking for that. Yeah. That's why I called up the review.
Figgy sent me the lineup.
Yeah.
Playlist.
Yeah, the playlist.
Man, the Yin Yang Twins had a lot more songs.
That's what my daughter said.
I know that was the highlight. That was a bit of the highlight of the show, but they had like 5-6 songs.
Yeah, more than Rick Ross and Nelly.
Yeah,
put together.
Yeah. So Lil Jon introduced Yin Yang Twins via video. DJ Khaled, Rick Ross,
Eve, Landry's favorite, female artist.
Scarface introduced that Mexican OT. Apparently, the videos were really, really good. So, not only that, but the show was good.
Good job, Bun.
Allegedly,
it's good balance, man. Good bounce back.
And Drake said he's a Houstonian. He announced
that's how they introduced him.
I know where he stays.
Yeah.
Houston's own Drake.
I know where he stays, man. Yeah. Shout out to him. Good for him. I think he gets his own show next year. That's my prediction.
Oh, that'd be good.
Yeah, I think Drake gets his own show.
Mm-hmm.
Don't you?
I think
at
that's
the rodeo.
Yeah.
I think he gets his own.
That might be a lot. I don't know, man.
What do you mean a lot?
Nah, Drake is up there, man. I don't know if he'd do.
Yeah, I think he would.
He's Houston. He's not fake embrace Houston.
Yeah.
I mean, there were people who thought he was from here.
Yeah.
For a while. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, he's from
Marshawn Lynch introduced, I don't know if it was him or someone else, but
E40.
E40?
For sure. Yeah. That would be the only person that would make sense.
That's Bay Area.
Yeah,
okay.
Or Too Short.
Both of them from the Bay Area.
Yeah, Too Short was out there, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Good for him. Shout out to everyone that went to the rodeo. What do we got? Like a few more days of that left?
I'm going tonight.
Yeah.
Who's performing tonight?
Nickelback. It's gonna be pretty packed too. It's the free night.
What do you mean free night?
Free night at the rodeo.
For the
I guess
carnival.
the carnival. Yeah, I ain't even know that exists.
Yeah.
So apparently it's kind of crazy now.
What does that mean?
You can get into the carnival grounds.
Yeah, for free.
Not the concert, not the rodeo itself. But
so you just go carnival for free.
Just go hang out.
It's like going to the zoo when they had free day at the zoo or something.
Go get some funnel cakes and sausage on a stick. Cedric the Entertainer introduced Nelly.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, they both from St. Louis.
Well, he was in his first video.
Yeah.
They from St. Louis.
Yeah, he's from his video.
That makes sense.
So there you go.
Questlove brought out Eve.
Oh, they both from Philly.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can't
I
win
see
them.
the thing.
Can't win them all. Coming up next, was Nick Caserio really aggressive yesterday? I think the answer is no, and I'm going to explain next.
All right, guys, it is spring.
supply. See website for data management practices.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you here on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. So we talk about aggressiveness in free agency and being conservative, and the Texans make a move yesterday that shakes up their roster, shook up the internet, shook up the league, really. I'm looking at this move, and what is the definition of aggressive, first of all? Aggressive to me is doing something that could have consequences. High risk, high reward is when I think of aggressive.
I think risky.
Yeah, risky.
Yeah.
High risk, high reward.
Mm-hmm.
Something that you wouldn't normally do.
Mm-hmm.
Escaping from your typical behaviors. And it's all proportional. Some people are less aggressive than others, so their actions might be considered more or less aggressive. The thing about this Danielle Hunter move, the rewards in the short term, they speak for themselves. You're getting a guy that was one of the best in the NFL at getting to the quarterback last year. But the thing that makes it crazy to me is I don't even look at it as really aggressive. It's a 2-year window. It's lined up with your young talent. Derek Stingley's rookie deal before the 5th-year option will be expired when Danielle Hunter expires.
Mm-hmm.
C.J. Stroud and Will Anderson will be eligible for extensions. It really isn't that aggressive of a move. And I'm not saying that to minimize it. I actually think that's the most impressive thing about it is you made a move that can have the same impact of an aggressive move, but you really didn't risk as much as, say, the Raiders are for Christian Wilkins, who hasn't been as productive as Hunter. He's been a good player. Or most of the other moves that you've seen, you didn't risk. This move is, I don't want to say it's definitely not conservative, but it's not overly aggressive. Caserio was able to stay true to what he's done for the majority of his tenure, just on a higher scale.
I think, and this is kind of like maybe being a bit nitpicky, but I think it's aggressive in terms of the money you're guaranteeing, but not necessarily aggressive because of what you needed. And so, like day one, as we've talked about and had some fun with today, you lost on some free agents that you were reportedly and credibly linked to. You lost, so you had to kind of be a little more aggressive to make sure you got the players that D'Amico wanted. So maybe not aggressive in terms of like high risk, because he's not a risk. You know, he just turned 29. He's had double-digit sacks, Danielle Hunter, like 5 times. I think he had 16 and a half sacks. So, like the player, that's not aggressive. That's and especially when you get him for 2 years. But spending $48 million, even though he just did the 2-year increment, which he's talked about, that's more money than he's spent. So it was a little bit.
But it's more money than he's had.
Correct, which is why I've always been saying smart big money. This is the time. If not now, when? All that stuff. So I'm really encouraged that he's doing that.
You talked about John McClain, and you talked about how he said that based on what Nick Caserio has done in the past, that he didn't anticipate Nick Caserio in free agency. So you said you thought McClain was wrong. Was he really wrong?
Well, let me put it this way. When he talked about he's not going to spend big on free agency, he's not going to spend. He hadn't doing it the first 2 years. And you agreed with me on this part. That's a different planet than the Texans are on now. Of course, he's got more money. Of course, he's going to spend more. $49 million on Danielle Hunter, $34 million on Alshire, $20 million on Danico Autry, $36 million on Dalton Schultz, $15 million on Kaimi Fairbairn, and that's not even counting $5.7 million with the trade of Joe Mixon. So that's a lot of money. And also, if you just look at they may not be like over aggressive to go with your theme, in this segment, but it's a lot of money. Like he did spend more than he's ever spent before. The Texans right now have spent the second most of any team in the NFL in free agency. They still have $26 million in cap space. This is not 2022 Caserio. So when I say John McClain was wrong, he was wrong about he's not going to spend a lot of money. By any definition, that's a lot of money. Now, it might be smart big money, which I've encouraged because it's 2 and 3 year contracts, but the Texans are definitely spending money.
All right, so the definition of aggressive, we have the 901. He says the definition, he or she, the definition of aggressive does not contain words that imply risk. Pursuing one's aims and interests forcefully. Forcefully is risky, right? Like if you're naturally risky.
It should be.
Right?
Yeah.
So I think
Ooh, well, actually, guy.
yeah, I would say aggressive has higher consequence, right? Be aggressive.
It should.
Aggressive base running. There's a better chance that you're going to get out.
That's a great example.
No risk it, no biscuit. Aggressive driving. There's better chance that you're going to get a wreck, but there's a better chance that you'll get there soon. I think Nick Caserio still went the speed limit. He's just in the HOV lane. I look at Daniil Hunter. It's almost like being able to go the speed limit, being in the HOV lane.
Well, I think I'll give you an example. Like there's this cut when I'm in my boat and I want to go fishing that's only about 6 or 8 inches deep. I can go other ways and make it a safer, make sure you don't bust your propeller. But I do make that aggressive move through the cut because I'm confident that I know what I'm doing. That's kind of what Nick Caserio is. Like it is out of his skin a little bit, at least from what we've seen in the past.
You think?
A little bit because of the money.
I think this is his kind of party.
No, the contract length is, but the kind of money he's spending.
I don't think he's uncomfortable with it.
No, I don't think so either. That's what I'm saying.
I think this is his kind of bash.
He's being, quote, aggressive because he's confident that he's getting it done right and he can get it done.
Like you've been at a craps table, and you've been at
more than a few.
You've been at a roulette table. Like when you aggressively play, there's a brief there's a gasp, there's a sigh, there's tension, there's all that.
Mm-hmm.
If Nick Caserio were at a craps table and he was reporting of what the Daniil Hunter thing is, I don't think he's really sweating that much.
No, he's got a good bankroll.
Like the worst case scenario.
Well, let's use that example.
Yeah.
If I'm at the crap table and I'm 24 years old, I'm sweating because I'm probably spending diaper money. But when you get a little older and you have a better bankroll, it's more fun than anything, and it's more smart than anything. So I think that's what it is. He's got a bankroll, so he's being aggressive but smart and confident in what he's doing.
It's just amazing that he was able to remain true to his self and all the while get player that, according to Ian Rappaport, could have gotten more money elsewhere in Daniil Hunter. And the value of staying home along with the value and the appeal of the Texans, I think it's kind of a combination of everything. This is the first time that we've actually seen that come to fruition. I mean, this is the first example of, well, the Texans' tax might be dead and all that.
And I think he's just so smart and diligent and disciplined that he knows where the line should be, Do
you think that's always going to be the case, or do you think there'll be a time where he's just like, F it, let's go?
I think they're going to be one-offs. I think he's going to be this. He's always been this, and he's going to stay this. But if there's that one guy, he'll say F it. Let's say you get to the AFC Championship game, you lose on a last play of the game. You just need that one guy that can maybe put you. I think maybe then, yeah.
Do you think this put him close to that? Because signed Daniil Hunter for a 3 or 4 year deal, then you'd be talking about it and you'd be like, man, that's a good move. He's good, but he's going to be 32, 33 when the deal comes through, 34, whatever the hell.
Yeah.
Does this move make you closer to that? Because the move's not as aggressive, does it mean that perhaps more aggression is coming? That's a question I think we should attack when we go around the NFL.
We might hear about it here in the next hour.
Yeah,
so, yeah.
I think that's something that we need to ask. If this is not an overly aggressive move, then did it set up potentially an extremely aggressive move? I think that's something we need to attack when we go around the league. Internet going nuts coming up in about 40 minutes. But coming up next, let's go around the NFL. What the hell are the Texans up to? They're up to something. What is it, though? And could it involve getting C.J. Stroud some more weapons? Around the league next.
All right.
always live on the free Odyssey app.
Let's go around the NFL to keep you in the loop. This is Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, let's go around the NFL here on Sports with John Lopez. Figgy Fig with you. The Texans, they make a trade. They trade Malik Collins for a 7th-round pick. This is the day after they traded a 7th-round pick for Joe Mixon. So basically a wash there. But the question has emerged, what the hell are they up to? What are the Texans doing? Are they trying to acquire a safety? Are they going to try to get a receiver? Is Eric Armstead going to end up here? What the hell are the Texans doing? What the heck are they up to? They're up to something.
Yeah.
They're up to something.
And it's kind of my gut, but kind of just seeing what they've been focusing on in free agency. I feel like it's going to be a defensive player. I mean, maybe I'd love to see Hunter Renfrow with maybe make a trade there before free agent he's released to make sure you got him, similar to Joe Mixon. But you got to believe it's going to be something on the defensive side, especially with the Malik Collins news, which he's been traded to the Niners.
Yeah, good for him though. I'm glad for Malik. I like Malik Collins. He's traded to the Niners. There's been a lot of talk about the wide receiver position. Here is an interesting update on Calvin Ridley. This is from Cameron Wolfe. Calvin Ridley hasn't signed yet. There could be a little bit of shenanigans going on in Jacksonville. This is Cam Wolfe with the latest on Calvin Ridley.
They didn't sign Gabe Davis as a replacement for Calvin Ridley. They signed him ideally as a complement. There's a little bit of conditions in the trade they had from the Falcons. If the Jaguars re-signed Ridley before Wednesday at 4 p.m., they would give the Falcons a 2nd-round pick. They signed to be a 3rd-round pick. Ridley has shown a willingness to wait, and right now it's a little bit of a waiting game.
Those tricky Jacksonville Jaguars.
They're making some moves, man. They really are.
I didn't know that was in the contract.
Yeah,
Man.
they really are.
Yeah, that's kind of wild.
And that was kind of weird from the very start when Gabriel Davis was signed.
Yeah.
Like there was like, okay, is Ridley
You got him as a compliment.
Back?
Your guy.
Yeah.
Your obsession, Gabe
I wouldn't
Davis.
say obsession.
Obsession. You kind of like him a lot.
I like him a lot. That's
kind
not
of
an
like
obsession.
him a lot.
That's not an obsession.
You're a big Gabe Davis guy.
I am.
For sure.
Yeah.
Big time. Other wide receivers that are still on the market. Hollywood Brown.
Mm-hmm.
Don't know what's going to happen with him. Curtis Samuel. Tyler Boyd.
Mm-hmm.
And Cedric Wilson. Along with Hunter Renfrow from the Steelers, who got released today.
Yeah. I could see, like, which of all these that might capture my fancy, I'm kind of in on Hunter Renfrow, to be honest. I don't know about Tyler Boyd. I just can't see him being any big upgrade, you know. Now, Samuel maybe, but I like what Hunter Renfrow might be able to bring. Do you have a favorite there?
I like Hollywood, man. If you can get Hollywood on a 1-year deal like you got Schultz last year, a little bit of speed, unrealized potential, never really gotten to get in a rhythm with a quarterback. Give me Hollywood.
Yeah. I wouldn't be against
Although I
it.
like Curtis Samuel, too.
Mm-hmm.
Do a lot of things with him. Bobby Slow could probably run 5 reverses a game with Curtis Samuel.
Oh, my God. He absolutely
Shovel
would.
pass.
He absolutely would.
Reverse, all that. I think he could enjoy that. Pittsburgh, they traded Deontay Johnson to Carolina. There's speculation now that they could take a wide receiver at 20. Could I interest you in a scouting report? Speaking of these wide receivers.
Yeah, man.
So this is from the 33rd team. Greg Cosell, big scout. He broke down your guy, the honky, Lab McConkey, white guy from Georgia.
Yeah, I like him.
Number 84. Again, Georgia, it's hard to evaluate those receivers for a lot of scouts because they don't throw as much. The guys don't produce as much as a lot of times their talent would allow them to do so. But you ready for this scouting report? You ready?
Am I?
All right, let me catch my breath.
Am I?
All right, ready? Here we go. Strength, smooth, fluid, loose-hipped, shifty wide receiver with extensive experience lining up outside in the slot. Short area burst and quickness is immediately evident. No wasted motion or steps in and out of cuts. Shows excellent short area quickness to defeat press coverage and get into vertical stem without disruption. Knows how to use vertical stem to attack corners to get them off their spot and or get their bodies turned. Shows the athletic ability and body control to stop and change direction with few steps and then short area burst. Has natural quicknesses as a route runner with burst and accelerating speed to run by and get on top of corners. Outstanding stop-start ability in and out of breaks with sudden burst and quickness. This is somewhere. These are the strengths. Flashes body control and soft hands to make back shoulder catches from the outside and slot fades. Final strength, elusive run after catch traits with lateral quickness to make defenders miss in space. Shows fluid shiftiness. Okay, those are the strengths.
Let's go, Jerry Rice.
You ready for the weaknesses?
Are there any?
None. That's
Really?
what he put. That's what Greg Cosell
Greg
put.
Cosell did that?
None. That's what he put.
Let's go. Let's go. Especially after the combine. You're like, ooh, you can play anywhere. But see, maybe they have their eye on him or someone else similar to that, because there's so many receivers. I mentioned earlier 7-8 receivers ranked in the top 40.
He really put none, brother.
None.
Look at this.
None.
All those strengths and then weaknesses, none.
Let's go, Jerry Rice. White Rice. There you go, nickname.
Come on.
You like it.
No.
You like it.
No.
White Rice.
No.
Let's go. You like white rice?
I prefer, where are we at? Are we at an Asian restaurant?
White rice or brown rice?
Gotta go brown rice all the time. But, do you ever...
Beans, vegetables?
Peppers? Sure. Yeah, put whatever
I like
in there.
putting anything in there, yeah.
What kind of meat?
Do you ever get the white rice at Chinese restaurants?
Yeah, it's so good. How do they do that?
What? You get that over the fried?
Sometimes. No, I like, you know me, I'm shrimp fried. It's all clumpy and gooey, and I'm talking about how they make it more than anything. How do they do that?
So you get the white rice.
The only
over
time I
fried.
get the white rice is if I got to settle with it. If they don't do fried rice or...
Yeah.
I'm a basmati guy myself.
All right, I get white rice.
Basmati rice is really good.
Better give me some sauce to put on that rice, though.
Yeah.
We can give
Soy
you that white
sauce.
rice.
Hey,
Yeah.
man.
Soy sauce.
You made fun
sweet
of me.
And sour.
You made fun of me for Harris County.
Yum, yum.
You made fun of me for Harris County, and now they're making T-shirts about it. White rice. Let's go. Let's go.
Jonathan Owens is going to the Chicago Bears 2-year deal.
Mm-hmm.
So from Green Bay to Chicago. Simone Biles living that wife life.
Mark Berman is moving to Chicago.
Yes, he is. He's going to do an interview, a sit down with Jonathan and Simone.
Yeah.
Brock Bowers, he's not going to work out at his pro day. He'll have a workout in April, the Georgia tight end. Any thoughts on that?
Not really. I think he knows he's going to get drafted high.
Patrick Mahomes, he's restructuring his contract. He's going to create an additional $21.6 million in salary cap space for the Kansas City Chiefs.
Oh, great. He's going to get another big lump sum of money when he does this.
DJ Reader, he's visiting with the Lions. Good for him. That would be a good fit.
Mm-hmm.
From Cincinnati to Detroit. Clowney, our guy J.D. Clowney, he's visiting with Carolina.
Mm-hmm.
Local guy around there, Jadeveon Clowney. End up in his stomping grounds. How many teams he going to play on?
JD tour.
Is it Matt Burns or the
I was just trying to think of an NBA player.
Is he Matt Barnes? Patrick Beverly?
Mm-hmm.
Jeff Green.
He's going all over the place.
He might be
man.
Jeff Green.
Goodness gracious, man. Now, is it going to be a 1-year deal once again? Hunter Renfrow, you might remember him from such plays as Deshaun Watson wins the national championship, as Clemson upsets Alabama. And he also had like a 75-yard touchdown a few years ago when the Raiders were in town. I remember that. He's going to be released. So a slot guy on the market, Hunter Renfrow. There's been some chatter, dialogue. Should the Texans be in on Renfrow? I don't know. Are they?
I like the idea.
I like the idea of Cedric Wilson because you can do a lot of things with him, and he's in the slot. I felt bad for him. He went to Miami, and then they traded for Tyreek Hill. They already had Waddle.
Mm-hmm.
I like Cedric Wilson a lot.
Look, I think
they need a slot guy.
Yes, that's what I was about to say. I think it's time for them to throw a little attention over to the offensive side of the ball, as much as they've been focusing on the defense. And I think he's like a $13.7 million hit if If you get his contract, Renfro?
He's getting cut.
Yeah, but if you make a trade,
let him get cut.
It won't kill you if you really want him.
Yeah.
It won't break you. And he's one of those guys that has had a couple of real big seasons and then kind of slid a little bit. But I don't know if that was because of. In fact, I don't think it was because of him as much as the situation he was in.
Chargers, we knew they had to make some tough decisions. We've talked about Bosa. We've talked about Mack. Hell, we just mentioned Deshaun Watson's former teammate, Mr. Renfro.
Mm-hmm.
Another Deshaun Watson former teammate, Mike Williams.
Okay.
He is released. Williams on the books for a $32 million cap hit. Becomes a top free agent wide receiver available. So we started this thing talking about wide receivers. Mike Williams, add him to the mix.
Thoughts?
That's cool.
Yeah, it's okay.
I mean, I don't dislike Mike Williams. Not dying for that.
Mm-hmm.
But good for him.
But there's other decisions that are going to be made
Clint Stoerner
similar to that.
Clint Stoerner seems to be on board. Clint Stoerner said, "Hello, Houston. How you doing?" LFG.
All right.
So Clint wouldn't mind Mike Williams.
Mm-hmm. You got other decisions?
I guess you could do worse.
Yeah, no, he's not. Yeah, it's not bad. I just feel like they got to do something at the wide receiver position. If not, we can pretty much count on that number 23 overall pick being a wide receiver. Maybe a cornerback, but a wide receiver.
That's going to be competitive. That's going to be interesting. Although I do think there's a lot of possibilities if you're ever going to be in the need for that. Mike Williams, 3 games played last year. Before that, 13, 16, 15. 31 career touchdowns in 7 seasons. I guess you could do worse.
Yeah. Yeah.
Big dude, 6'4", 218.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but it's just a matter of how and when.
Let's make no bones about it. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. John Lopez thinks that Nick Caserio is a cyborg.
He is a cyborg.
Lay out the case. It's around the league here on Sports Radio 610.
I think this is a good example of, he is the example of a guy that comes in, whether it's football or your business, has a plan, and just no matter how many times you might say something, he hears things, he might be tempted or others would be tempted to change that plan, never changes it. I mean, you could see this coming from the very start of Nick Caserio's career here. How he handled the first year with Culley, the second year, the Lovie Smith stuff, the Deshaun stuff, clearing cap space for the right opportunity to spend smart, big money. And look, the guy is just like, he's programmed. He's a machine. And here we are. Everybody can get a little bit influenced by emotion and stuff. He doesn't. I mean, he's a part machine, part human. And I think this is kind of the example of that. Day one was.
You're not necessarily saying that's whether that's good or bad.
No, I think it's good for what. I mean, he's sticking to the plan for what the Texans are doing now that we've seen, the first 2.5, 3 days of free agency with more moves coming. Like, he is just meticulous. He doesn't veer off that plan. That's hard to do. I said this yesterday. I don't think I've ever had a 5-year plan in my life because I knew that it was ever changes in 5 years. Like, I might have an idea of this is what I want to do, a plan like RoboCop or the Terminator or whomever, you pick your favorite cyborg, and he just doesn't have feelings. Like, he just is programmed to do it. No, this is a compliment. It's one of the hardest things in the world to do, to just say, this is what I'm going to do. And by God, he does it. Year 1, year 2, year 3, into year 4. I'm serious. I'm totally serious.
He doesn't have feelings, and
he doesn't have feelings. He doesn't eat food. Well, real food. He looks like a machine. The way he just, the way he stares at you, his demeanor. He talks sometimes, as you say, for 40 minutes, and it's oftentimes just not monotone, but very deliberate. He references, Silicon Valley and books and data points and trusting the process, etc. That's easy to say. It's hard to do, and he's been able to do it. Credit to Nick Caserio. We've been very impressed with his work lately. I have.
Yeah, I mean, he's been. I was never really as critical of it like early on.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, what's his big F up like at this point? Kenny Green. Everybody misses on draft picks, though.
Mm-hmm.
I will say though that early on the Easterby connection was kind of annoying, but
yeah,
I never cared about who the coach was during the muddy. I looked at that as a Jim Tom Sula, Chip Kelly type of thing.
There's no denying.
Now, do you think he would have hired D'Amico without Cal and Hanna?
Probably not. So he's gotten some help,
which is good.
Yeah, but to his credit, he accepted it and still.
You think probably not?
Still stuck to the plan. No, I don't think so. Do you? I really don't.
I don't. They were clearly involved.
Yeah, they were.
And
involved.
And that was when he was clearly a little bit down.
You know what's funny? And I'm just thinking of this right now. Like we were criticized for freaking out, which I didn't think we were, and everything after day one. I feel like this show was at the forefront of
patting yourself on the back again.
No. I feel like this. It's just to balance it out. Like you think we were freaking out when other people were freaking out about some of the moves and the hires that
like during the rebuild.
Yes.
Oh,
we were at the forefront. It was
hilarious. Like it was fun. It was
David Culley.
It was funny,
and I was like, guys,
but it was funny.
David Culley's not going to be here next year.
And Lovie Smith was a beating. It was funny.
Lovie Smith.
It was
I'm
funny,
like, guys. Like this, we saw Nick working before anybody else.
But I didn't know he was going to do it like that.
Right. But people are like, what is he doing?
What's his best move? Is it draft? Because I think the best thing that he did was he was patient with Deshaun. Remember all the pressure? Oh, you got to get rid of him now. Mm-hmm. He took it on the chin.
He's a cyborg.
$55 million.
He didn't care
money.
What you thought or I thought or anybody thought.
Waiting for the Deshaun trade, I think, was the best thing.
That's another example.
Well, that made the Will Anderson CJ possible. Kind of an inherited thing.
Yeah.
I also think it's kind of I don't want to say it's a blessing in disguise because ideally you want your franchise quarterback, and I don't think he came here anticipating that Deshaun Watson was going to ask to be traded. It happened after. Mm-hmm. But I do think it kind of gives you a little bit of a grace period to where you can't just completely blame him because Deshaun wanted out because of the sins of the past, and then you're patient. So I think that kind of helps you a little bit. I don't know, like when are we really going to – I think him and D'Amico are a good pairing.
Thus far, I think three things have defined Nick Caserio's career. Well, not counting the bad thing, hitching your wagon to Jack Easterby was nonsense.
Jack helped get him here, but that's just like when a weasel hires someone then tries to take credit for it.
Yeah, I'm sure he realizes that now. But three things define his career. First one to me is the Deshaun Watson patience, not listening to the noise, making sure he got a deal, setting a standard of what he wanted in return, and sticking to it. That's one that's going to define his career because they're still reaping the benefits of that. The second one...
And it looks better with as bad as things go in Cleveland.
The second thing that I think is going to define his career and maybe extend it and maybe ultimately get him a Super Bowl.
Oh, wow.
Yes.
Is there now?
No, I said maybe ultimately.
Okay.
The second thing that's going to define his career is doing something that I would venture to say at least 90% of general managers would never do, and that's being flexible enough to be willing to take us and learn to get along and learn about D'Amico Ryans.
Okay.
That's huge. That's checking your ego, you know, when general managers have ego. And the third thing is getting that trade done. Will Anderson and C.J. Stroud. Like those are going to absolutely define his career. To this point, they have. But they're going to be three of the biggest things that define Nick Caserio's career. But when people were freaking out, we were the ones not freaking out. Like we were the ones. I mean, how many times did you hear me call?
You're patting yourself on the back so much today,
because I'm just saying what our opinions are on a given day can go either way.
Yeah.
And it's not freaking out. It's not freaking out. It's what we think. Like how many times did you hear me say David Culley is an empty suit?
We did freak out about them not losing the right to get Bryce Young, though. You got to bring us down to earth. We did want Bryce Young.
Oh yeah, but that.
So you got to be fair. Let's not just toot our horn. We did want Bryce Young. But Bryce or bust.
Let's be honest. I feel like not knowing what we know now, we'd believe the same thing going back in time.
Yeah, I think they win a price too.
Yeah.
Sometimes you get lucky.
Yeah.
When you get that mix, when you get that gumbo of patience, selective aggressiveness, luck, that's where you might be able to brew up something special.
Yeah.
Hopefully they're brewing up something special because we all want the same thing at the end of the day. Coming up, the internet goes nuts. The reaction to Danielle Hunter and the man who said F you to the Jags and left them at the altar speaks on what went down next.
the 2024 draft. Inside information, in-depth analysis, and behind-the-scenes interviews you won't get anywhere else. All on Texans All Access, 6 to 7 every night on Sports Radio 610.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
I got the internet going nuts.
Stuff that broke the internet here on In the Loop, Sports Radio 610. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. Daniil Hunter, he ended up in Houston. Nashville, 102.5 the game. There's a guy named Jared Stillman. Wasn't too happy looking at it through Tennessee goggles.
Jamie from Paris says, last year the excuse was no money. What's the excuse this year? I'm furious so far. Well, see, and that's why I tried. Oh, my God.
Uh-oh, what happened?
Breaking news. According to Ian Rappaport, four-time Pro Bowl defensive end Daniil Hunter is signing with the Houston Texans. So I guess the Texans are allowed to spend money in free agency, but God forbid the Titans do that. Let's add Daniil Hunter to the list here. Of all the guys the Texans have signed, that's now 15 guys since free agency started. They have completely revamped their defensive line around Will Anderson Jr., and they still have Malik Collins.
Well, that brings us to the next internet going nuts.
Yeah.
I got the internet going nuts.
Texans have traded Malik Collins to San Francisco for a 7th-round pick. This is the day after they traded a 7th-round pick for Joe Mixon, so they have the same draft compensation today that they did yesterday before the trade. And Malik Collins, he gone, and the internet is going nuts in Houston with speculation about what the hell is next.
Yeah, that's the second part of that is as Cody put it, Nick has some. What does Nick have up his vest? I see what he did there. But it's something. I mean, they are definitely gonna make a move. Maybe not today, but they're definitely gonna make a move, and that's what we're all hanging on right now.
I got the internet going nuts.
Drake. Houston Rodeo, man. My kids went with their significant others, and this morning, 75,000 wasn't quite a record, but it was very, very close to more than 75,000 people, and apparently, it was one of the best shows of all. Drake, Nelly, Rick Ross, Eve, Yin Yang Twins. Apparently, the Yin Yang Twins were kind of maybe stealing the show a little bit, but they killed it.
Yeah,
that Mexican
thought they were
OT,
in bad shape, man.
Yeah, DMC from Run DMC was there, according to the review I read anyway.
What's he doing?
I don't know. Did you hear that part?
He just came on at the end.
Okay. Came on at the end.
Did a little Who's house, Bun's house.
Oh, okay. I think he got the full report.
So was it Rev Run or DMC?
It was DMC.
Okay.
Yeah. So
I'm DMC in the place to be.
Yeah.
I go to St. John's University.
It was big time, and winding down,
he did his thing.
Winding down rodeo. I'll be going out there tonight.
He did his thing.
Little Nickelback action.
Yeah, well, can't win them all.
Why not?
Can't win them all, bud.
You're one of those then, huh?
No, it's fine. But, I mean, you just laid out Drake and all that, and then you said I'm going to see
and
Nickelback
tonight.
Yeah, good for you.
You got a problem with that?
Have a good time.
I got the internet going nuts.
I think I'm going to go to Brad Paisley on Saturday. I got
what kind of insurance does he have?
Nationwide.
Is it on his side?
I think so.
Okay,
for sure.
Yeah.
But yeah, the wifey's sister and her husband are coming in town, so they want to check out the rodeo. They've never been, so we'll check that out. The 50 Cent concert, though, hard to top, man.
Yeah,
hard to top. The guy that backed out during the legal tampering period was Will Lutz, the kicker for the Denver Broncos. It was reported that he was going to Jacksonville until he wasn't. Here was his story with Pat McAfee yesterday on ESPN on why he stuck two middle fingers, or why he said goodbye to the Jags before his tenure even began.
Yeah, we had a good run with the Jags. It was good.
Jags legend. Retire the jersey. Retire the jersey down there in Duval.
To clear the air on that, I think sometimes in this little tampering window, the source says, often jumped the gun a little, and I have no problem admitting there was a little miscommunication on my team's side. Nonetheless, I think my family and we couldn't be more fired up to be back in Denver.
All of a sudden, we all thought you were on the Jags. Wait a minute. How's it unfold?
Dude, I was on the phone with my agent, and we hadn't even gotten to the point of the numbers we really wanted. Next thing you know, I'm getting congratulations texts. I gave my agent the right, if we get to this number, let's just go ahead and do it, because we weren't sure what Denver was going to do. Not even before my agent got off the phone with Jacksonville, it was like, geez, I'm a Jag. I was like, wait, there's just a lot going on, and we're right where we want to be.
That's awesome. I think that's really cool. No, it's nobody's fault, really. I mean, he did tell the agent, go for it, and then had actually got a second offer.
He said, I want to stay in Denver.
Yeah, not even second thoughts, got a second offer.
I know you would rather be in Denver than Jacksonville.
Why? Because of the weed?
No, just because you don't like Jacksonville. You hate Jacksonville.
I hate Jacksonville.
Yeah.
I hate Jacksonville. It's an armpit. It is.
Yeah, this guy.
It is.
I like Jacksonville, man.
Yeah?
Yeah.
How many times have you been there?
2.
Okay.
Yeah.
What'd you like the best about it?
All the chain restaurants.
Okay, you would like it. Yeah, you would like Jacksonville. It's
some nice folks, man. Some nice folks.
Yeah, I'm sure there are. I'm sure there are some.
This guy.
I got the internet going nuts.
I got to be a little delicate with this one.
Okay.
It's been trending since I woke up this morning at 5:30, opened my phone. It's trending like number 1 or 2 right now nationally.
Okay.
You know what I'm talking about?
I don't.
You don't? So these days, kids call it kill a guy, where back in the day, you used the word smear. Kids game.
The game where if you have the ball,
Kill a man. Kill a man is what they call it now.
Yeah.
It's been trending for 12 hours.
Yeah.
I used to call it Dino Man.
I used to call it
smear.
Smear.
Yes.
Someone.
And so I'm like,
who?
Why?
Smear who?
The guy.
Why? These things, it's a fascinating thing how something gets a hold of the internet and it starts trending for 12 hours for no apparent reason at all.
Well, because you can't call it that anymore.
I guess somebody started it with that, but I've scrolled this morning. I've been scrolling during the break and right now as we're talking, and I'm like, I don't understand why it's
I told
trending.
you the guy who used to dominate up.
Mm-hmm.
That used to just completely dominate. He hit puberty before everyone else.
Okay.
He was on First 48. They killed an old lady. Him and someone else I was
that
in
guy.
school with. Yeah. Yeah.
Dang.
Yeah.
That was your best friend, right?
Okay.
That was your man's.
Hey, I didn't know he was going to do that. That was middle school, man.
But here's
I will say this.
You ate ribs with the man.
It is weird watching 2 people that you knew in middle school on First 48.
We're going to get in trouble, yeah.
Weird.
Yeah. But here's the other part of it that I thought of. Like, we tend to get way too far into political correctness sometimes.
Yeah.
But this needed to be changed. Like this needed to be this one. I'm with you on that.
Really?
Changing the name of smear.
You don't want to go back to the old one?
I don't think that's quite the appropriate thing. And I'm with you in terms of like sometimes you go too far the other direction. But yeah, this one definitely needed a change.
I got the internet going nuts.
By the way, on the text line, John, you're getting kind of called out.
I
want you to defend yourself.
Mm-hmm.
This is from the 832. God, John, you say that Bruce Springsteen is overrated, but you're going to a Nickelback concert. Get the hell out of here.
Nickelback's better than Bruce Springsteen.
Say that again?
Nickelback is better than Bruce Springsteen.
Oh, yeah, it's not close.
Right?
Yeah, I thought you said Springsteen was better. I was taken aback by that.
No,
okay,
Nickelback is better.
God, yes. It's not close.
Yeah.
You watched that documentary of, what's the song they sang? We Are the World?
Oh, I watched it like last week.
Yeah, you watched
really
it?
Really good, yeah. The night
Springsteen sucked singing, and they were acting like he was good. I was like, is this like a joke? Like, do you ever feel like people are messing with you when they say that? I was listening to him sing. They're like, oh, yeah, and I had to follow Bruce Springsteen.
Yeah.
You're welcome.
It's like something like the most unforgettable night of the year. I'm butchering that, but I forget what the name of it is. You know what I really loved in that?
Stevie Wonder.
Bob Dylan. Like, he knew he couldn't really, like, sing.
Yeah.
So he was over there with Stevie Wonder. No, he was with Ray Charles. So, like, how do I do this? Help me how to sing this.
What about Kenny Rogers?
Like,
Kenny Rogers was doing this thing in there.
how about the dude that just dipped before they even started? The country and western guy. I forget who it was.
Lionel Richie was in there.
Yeah.
Who was the person Michael Jackson was making the weird face to when they started singing?
And he owned that. They could have just let him sing the whole damn thing.
Dude, it was a really
that
good
That was when
documentary.
Michael was.
Somebody started singing.
There.
I don't know if it was one of the Osbournes or what.
Yeah.
But he made a weird face once they started singing.
And
like,
Cyndi Lauper is badass. She can sing.
They just gave Michael his own little section.
Yeah,
They basically made like a whole studio for Michael, and everyone else was shoulder to shoulder.
Yeah, Figgy, if you haven't seen it, you would love it.
He's seen it.
Now I seen a couple clips. I ain't watched the whole.
The Greatest Night in Pop.
Yeah,
that's what it's called.
Yeah, it was crazy.
Excellent.
The dude had a Rolodex, man.
Yeah, it was. God, and they started
literally a Rolodex.
To do the song, right?
No, well, Michael Jackson did some on his own that morning, but they didn't start even getting everybody over there.
Someone says Waylon Jennings was dipping.
Yeah, Waylon Jennings was supposed to be in the song, and they started doing something, and he's like, I'm out. He just walked out.
Why? Because he thought they were too good, or he's just?
I don't know. I don't know what it was. I think it was something that when they were trying to, and they didn't do this, trying to put like some African lyrics into it. He's like, I can't do that. I'm out. But they didn't even start recording until after the American Music Awards. So they went to like 8:30 in the morning. It's pretty good. It was really good.
It was interesting.
Mm-hmm.
I got the internet going nuts.
So Patrick Queen, he signed with the Steelers yesterday from Baltimore. 3 years, 41, I think ended up being the money. This was Patrick Queen in the past talking about the Pittsburgh Steelers, specifically head coach Mike Tomlin.
Anytime you join this organization and they talk about this game, it's the game that defines you and makes you a Raven. And when I was on their sideline my rookie year, Mike Tomlin was looking at me, yelling at me, "You're not a Raven. You're not a Raven. You're not supposed to be there. You're not one of them." So every time I play them, it's something personal.
I guess it is. We'll see what happens there too.
That's internet going nuts here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up, Cheap Act versus Smart Act. And is John Lopez going to ruin this Daniil Hunter? John Lopez is really going to ruin a good thing. Are we taking it too far?
No way.
We'll discuss next.
Come on down!
from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry
All
Locker.
right, Lopez. Why you got to ruin a good thing, man?
I never ruin a good thing.
Why you got to ruin a good thing?
I'm not ruining anything,
With
man.
this Danielle Hunter move.
What about Danielle Hunter?
You're comparing the Texans to what? A Super Bowl team?
Yeah.
2-time Super Bowl team?
Oh, yeah. Well, the one for sure. Now, you gotta work with me on this, because what I'm saying is...
What if I don't want to?
Okay, you don't have to if you don't want to. Figgy, maybe you want to work with me on this. Like, when they put the 2007 New York Giants together, they kind of coined the term super unit. In other words, be so good either in the secondary or at linebacker or up front defensively that your defense becomes exponentially better because no one can deal with that one unit. And so what their super unit was like ridiculous. Like D-line, front seven, D-line in particular.
Pressure Tom Brady.
Yes. Michael Strahan, Osi Umenyiora, Matthias Kiwanuka, Fred Robbins, Antonio Pierce, Kavil Mitchell. That was just their defensive front. Like Pro Bowler, all across the front. Guys were Justin Tuck in 2007 came off the bench, had 0 starts. Think about that. He had 0 starts when they won the Super Bowl in 2007. And that's the super unit. And so I'm looking at what the Texans are doing defensively. This is their depth chart right now. And keep in mind that they still might end up with Eric Armstead or someone because they traded Malik Collins. Will Anderson, we know what he might be. Well, obviously, Fatukasi, the defensive tackle that they're high on. Now you got Danielle Hunter. Your backup at one end is Danico Autry, who had 12.5 sacks last year. I think then if you throw in linebackers, you got some really good young linebackers. Christian Harris, they brought in Shire. So the front seven of the Texans, I'm not saying they are. I'm saying I think I know what they're trying to do.
I wonder if Byron Murphy from Texas falls down to him in the first round if they don't just go completely all in on that.
Yeah. I'm a super unit. 2000.
Still think you're taking it too far.
I'm not. Because what I'm saying is I see you working, D'Amico. I see you working, Nick. You're trying to make this front like if that front seven can get even in the neighborhood of what that Giants front seven was in. Think about Derek Stingley. Think about Jalen Petrie. Like how much better he'll get at that big time on your front seven. Like it's going to help everybody.
Titus Howard yesterday, when the move was made, said, quote, "Our D-line is nasty." And Derek Stingley said, "You bet."
Didn't he also say, maybe it was someone else, one-on-ones are going to be, maybe it was Laramie Tunsil.
Yeah.
Like one-on-ones are going to be off the hook or something like that.
Will Anderson and Hunter? Damn, I might have to go in the trenches.
Yeah.
Stay away from
might
the
be
receivers.
rough for Titus Howard.
So I really, they're saying, look, and he predicted this. We should have listened to him, D'Amico Ryans. We got to get better on the defensive front. Well, boy, they're trying. How many of this? 3, 6, 7, 8 signings on the defense alone. That includes Lonnie Johnson. And now
my question for Titus Howard is: the offensive line going to be nasty?
Yeah,
I mean your top 5 paid tackle. Is the offensive line going to be nasty?
Mm-hmm.
Do you think? Because we've thrown this out, and Nick Caserio able to make a splash without being aggressive. It's got to be right up his alley.
Yeah.
So we keep throwing out these possibilities, and it seems like we're replacing Jalen Petrie, and not for good, but we're talking about the possibility of upgrading Jalen Petrie.
Yeah,
right? We're throwing out safeties.
Yeah,
upgrading John Mechie. We're throwing out wide receivers. Are we just dismissing the possibility of upgrading guard Kenyon Green?
I mean, you almost have to.
Is that just going to be something within where maybe you have Patterson at center and Scruggs at guard? Is that
should have kept Dieter?
Stop. But is that even something that you think they consider? My problem is I don't trust him to draft a guard.
Yeah.
Like, of all the stuff, do you trust Caserio? The Kenyon Green pick, for me, that's got to be a home run.
Mm-hmm.
When you draft a guard there, that's just got to be a home run.
It's a day one starter.
Yeah, not man, is he going to be on the team 3 years later and looked really out of place?
It's got to be a day one starter.
Yeah. So I don't know, like, if they decided, hey, we want to draft a guard in first round, second round, my problem is I don't know if I trust you to draft a guard.
I trust your free agency.
I trust you to do a lot of things. I don't know if I trust you to draft a guard.
Yeah. Well, there's not a lot of evidence otherwise. But what
is there any pictures of Kenyon Green or something? Do we got like his Instagram?
Remember last year about this time or a little after? Maybe it was in the summertime. We're like, dang, he is cut.
Was he cut or just awkwardly fat? Was he like skinny fat?
What we were saying, like, dang.
He was like skinny fat.
He's about to go off.
Looked like Mr. Potato Head.
Yeah, he's about to go off.
Had like the short arms, and he was like bought a car or something. I think it was like a Mercedes.
And then we got the training camp, and we're like, oh Lord.
But so we're just good. We're just going to go with the interior line. A lot of these guys coming back that were hurt last year.
Yeah.
So we're good. We're not looking there.
Don't you have to be? Or because you're so committed to getting it done, or you can say, screw it, let's just swallow our pride and get somebody in here. By the way, Titus Howard said, one-on-one's about to be lit, is what he said after the Daniil Howard signing. Lit,
huh?
I said Howard Hunter.
I saw a Photoshop of him. He was rocking 94.
It's got to be 99.
You're giving away JJ's number.
You have to. That's why you do these things.
By the way, you got people really upset with your Springsteen. I guess I don't want to distance myself. I think he's overrated.
Nickelback is better.
Yeah, you pissed some people off on the text line, man.
There's some Springsteen fans, man.
I'm sorry. You ever seen Springsteen in concert? If you have to rely on...
Do you think if Nickelback came out when Springsteen did, they would have like the same type of following?
Probably.
Because there was like...
I have a question for people criticizing my Nickelback is better than Springsteen comment. You ever seen Nickelback in concert? I'm being a little bit facetious. I know Bruce Springsteen is accomplished, like hugely, hugely accomplished. He's overrated. He's definitely overrated. Oh man!
Why are I think this is like one of the biggest generational divides because I think sports unite people for the most part, and anyone who tries to use sports to divide is just I don't want to hang out with you. I don't want to talk to you. You're weird. All that like the friendly rivalry is good, but sports unite people for the most part. And I think that's all throughout generations. I think whether it's got people your age, people my age, people younger, like sports are kind of uniting, and they're intense, and there's trash talk. It's serious, but it's all good. For some reason, your generation, and I'm not
me.
I'm generalizing big time. I'm generalizing big time, but there does seem to be a very passionate defense of musicians and stuff that I don't think exists with my generation. Why is that?
Now, I will say I fall into this category. I think like 70s into 80s rock was like the standard, like the absolute standard of rock and roll. If you want to say that's because, I'm old, whatever, that's fine. But I do believe in that. But I'm not blind or ignorant to the point of there are some musicians.
But why is it so? Why is it so?
No.
Why is it so serious?
I don't know why it's so serious.
Like if you say Texans suck, I think that's great.
Yeah, like
that's
people want to fight you over something.
Yeah, that's the spirit of it because you're competing.
Yeah,
you're competing. It represents your city and all that.
Yeah.
Why is it that like if you talk about the Beatles or you talk about Bruce Springsteen or something like that, it's like that big of a deal? Like how much Figgy and Ryan Rocket crap on my music taste. It's like, yeah, all I like is South rap. I don't, I like country.
Yeah.
I'll get in on some, like, all that. Like, it's a wide array.
Mm-hmm.
If they tell me that Webby's album sucked and is overrated, I'm not offended by it.
Right.
By the way, Figgy didn't say that. I don't want you might get just as much smoke for saying that.
Yeah.
Like when Figgy says Boosie's a clown, I don't get mad at him for that.
Yeah.
Did he say that? You said that?
I never said
stand on that one? Okay.
No, I never said that.
My misquoting Figgy. When Figgy says Lil Wayne was the worst in Cash Money, I don't say, come on, brother.
Yeah.
That's not true.
Yeah.
But if I did say that, you would say, come on, man.
Yeah, but
well,
I
you'd
wouldn't
go back
doing
and forth.
I wouldn't be
But you
that
wouldn't want to
upset. I
fight
wouldn't be
you.
that
If I
upset.
said Chameleonaire was overrated, you're going to be like, man, come on now.
But he wouldn't
that's
want to
fine.
fight you over
I mean,
it.
he's top 5 to ever come out of Houston, but that's fine.
Yeah.
No, that's cool.
Yeah.
Top 5.
You ain't going to say that's cool. You're going to be like, I'm tripping.
Hey, whatever you want to say is fine. I think he's one of the top 5 in Houston. It's cool. But for some
Difference
reason,
of opinion.
yeah, you mentioned Bruce Springsteen or you mentioned the Beatles, and it's like
It's
people want
on,
to fight
baby.
about it.
It is on.
Damn boomers, man.
Yeah, it is on. And I'm not one of those. I am not a Springsteen guy, in case you haven't picked up.
What's up, boys?
How are you, man?
What's up, man?
I love you, man. I mean, for many reasons.
I love you back.
I mean, there's a debt there that I don't know that I'll be able to repay on multiple fronts.
Yeah.
But damn, that video was good. Because the whole time, like, I saw it. I wasn't listening when you did it. And then I saw it, and I was like, damn, what Lopez? I mean, I thought it was serious. Like, I thought I was like, damn, well, what did he say something I missed? What happened? And then I listened to that damn thing on social media, and I started smiling at the beginning, and I was laughing the whole way through. Damn, that's good. Not day one.
Hey, not day one.
Hey, don't you be pissed because lack of action on day one. But day 2, if they make some moves
It's over,
now,
baby. That's
we
a
can
wrap.
break them damn pom-poms out, man.
That's
We can
right.
claim Super Bowls, man. We can claim that defense got a lot better, boy. Woo. Hell,
did.
man.
It did, though.
Yeah, correct. It did. It did. And guess what? And it didn't on Monday.
That's right.
It did.
But had it happened on Monday, it would have been too early.
Oh, yeah.
It would have been too early.
Oh, no. We'd all had them cheerleaders out.
I just don't want to.
Pom-poms out.
That's my whole thing. Like, when some jamoke will like define, the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over. It's like, yeah, no, okay, I got you on that. Like, hey, it's okay to react to day one.
Oh, I love it. No,
It's all fun.
and then when you do, and you get hammered for it a little bit. Hey, man, in today's world, you got the mic on day 2. You can do whatever the hell you want to do.
You have to issue a written apology.
Oh, that was good. That was good.
Got Clint Stoerner, Sean Bajani in the building. Texans make a trade. Malik Collins traded to San Francisco in exchange for a 7th-round pick. So you basically traded yesterday for Joe Mixon. Back. A lot of people wondering what the hell's next for the Texans. What are they up to?
I was wondering why the Texans only got a 7th-round pick for one of their highest-paid defensive players, a guy that's only 28 years old. I thought that was curious. I don't know if you guys talked about that or if it struck you like it did me. I thought about that, and then I thought about this. Like, everybody's talking about Eric Armstead. Why couldn't this situation with San Francisco have turned out very similarly to how it did with the Bengals and getting Joe Mixon? Why couldn't you just trade Malik Collins and get Eric Armstead?
Yeah, I wondered about that a little bit as well.
Money, man, his deal. His $28
deal
million
was huge.
cap hit. $28 million cap hit.
I want a clean slate with Eric Armstead as well. I don't want that $80 million part of that $80 million deal he signed a year or 2 ago, and I want a clean slate after he didn't perform as well in San Francisco.
What I'd like to
I guess that's why if I were the Texans, I'd have damn sure played them cards tight to vest.
I wasn't looking at it like that, which is the proper way to look at it, but I'm looking at it from the standpoint of just Armstead himself. Like
player for player, yeah.
Yeah, player for player, but then he wasn't going to be satisfied with the money that he was owed. He's obviously looking for more and thinks he's got a lot more left in the tank. So you're probably right.
Well, D'Amico said he wanted to invest. He let arguably the best player on the defense walk and end up elsewhere, and then he traded away the highest paid player on the defensive side of the football today.
Yeah.
See, I think for me, it kind of pushed back, because we were talking about Autry and we were trying to compare him to Grenard, and it's like, okay, well, now you're comparing Autry to Jerry Hughes, and you're comparing to Neil Hunter. Pretty good thing.
Yeah. Upgrade.
You're listening to KILT AM, KILT HD2. The Drive is live.
There we go. 2 to 6 right here, baby.
We got him.
I am Sean Bijani and not Ron Hughley. Hughley is on vacay with the fam, enjoying his time the rest of this week.
Little spring break vacay, man. Once some kids get school age and their spring break hits, man, you gotta get them out of town for a few days. There you go.
I cannot wait for that, man. I cannot wait.
Ron Hughley.
He went to your old stomping grounds. I told him I said you got to call Lopez, man. What is, by the way, San Antonio is where he went, and obviously Lopez grew up there. What's the Mexican food restaurant that's just been around forever? Like, is it Gloria's or
Mi Tierra? There's
I always get the one in Fort Worth
Casa
mixed
Rio.
up.
This is what I sent him: dinner, Casa Rio or Mi Tierra, depending on how you want to say it, or La Fogata. Are the top 3 for dinner. Lunch, you got to go to the original Blanco Cafe. Thank me later. Get the Mexican dinners, 2 courses. It's awesome.
And are any of those actually on the Riverwalk, or are those kind of like
Casa Rio?
Okay,
is on the Riverwalk, and arguably the best hamburger you'll ever eat, Chris Madrid's. I sent him all this stuff.
Good. I'm glad he hit you up on that. Now, you got to get with Lopez, man. Ain't no sense in me wasting my breath. I like San Antonio. I don't know it that well, baby. I've had a few good times in San Antonio.
You don't know it that well. You were trying to compare a Mexican restaurant in Fort Worth to San Antonio.
I always get them mixed up, man. There's one. Obviously, it's pretty touristy because Lopez didn't name it, but it's like if you go to Fort Worth, there's a Mexican food restaurant right off. I believe it's right off downtown Fort Worth. I believe. We used to go to Stockyards all the time, and we'd have to stop there and drink some margaritas and stuff. Got a great outdoor area with this stone wall around it. I mean, it's absolutely – but I always get the name. Same thing with San Antonio.
You're not talking about Taco Bueno, are you?
No, we ain't talking about no Taco Cabana or no Taco Bueno, baby. This is
right.
Gosh dang, now I forgot the name of the one in Fort Worth, too. But I always get them mixed up, and nonetheless.
It's going to bug you for the whole show.
It just means that me and my wife me and my bride got to take a trip to the Hill Country. We got to take a trip to San Antonio and visit some of Lopez's places, man.
You doing Wimberley this year?
We're considering it. There's a tie there with my family, man. My brother would have bought 7 Acre Ranch growing up had we come from money. I mean, he absolutely loved it. As you know, we lost my brother a few years back, and so it's kind of one of those deals where 7 Acre Ranch got bought out by a bigger company. The river's dry half the damn time. They put all these restrictions in place, and the prices went through the roof, and so it's hard to keep wanting to go back. But because it was my brother's spot, there's a sentimental. Aspect to it. So
no, I feel that. I just asked, really for this year because the drought, you had last summer. You haven't gotten a lot of rain. A lot of the water's going to be down again, and that takes a little bit of the fun away from it.
It was so down last year and the year before that it take all the fun out of it.
Yeah.
I laid my big ass up in the pool for 2-3 days. Now there is a new spot in the New Braunfels area that I think we're going to end up trying out this year. So it's on the Horseshoe up by Whitewater Amphitheater, and it's got a little more. The amenities are updated, and there's a few more of them. So I think with kids and all, we may ease up there. The Wimberley thing was always fun when we were small because there were things for the kids to do. Now corporate America took over, and if it ain't gonna make them $1 million, they ain't gonna offer it. So the arcade is crap. The ice cream parlor's crap. It's just a little different.
I know it hit you sideways. I heard you talking about it a lot last summer, and
I love it though, man.
I agree with you. That's a place we've been frequenting. Probably I'd say every summer about the last 6-7 years at some point. And there's so much more they could do with it, entertainment wise. And everybody's just all the properties up there. They're coming in and they're making these gigantic, 15, 20 yard like lots.
Yeah.
I don't want that.
They had Sean. They had a 7 Acre Ranch. We're talking about up in Wimberley in the Hill Country. They used to have and it's still there. It's just they just don't use it. But it's like a crossroads of an old western town.
Yeah.
And they've got a theater.
I know what you're talking about.
They've got all kinds of these different buildings. They used to be museums. They used to have all kind of shows.
Yes,
shows going on.
That's right down the street from where we always stay.
Yeah.
And that place can be popping.
Now they don't do that anymore because you don't make $1 million doing it. They're all their cabins stay rented year round, and so there's no motivation to do it. But nonetheless, I just need a little piece of that hill country every now and then. I like to get out of my truck and give you a good smell that Hill Country, grab my lady's hand.
Well, you know,
maybe
if you
sip
went,
on a little wine or some little Hill Country wine or something.
Depending on what time you went last year.
Baby, if
took
you
that
listen,
deep
I need
breath-
one of them.
You took that deep breath, inhaled through the nose, and tried to exhale through the mouth, it was going to send your nose hairs because it was like 120 degrees outside.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. That heat in the Hill Country don't bother your boy one bit. I'll sit my big ass out on in the square in the middle of that heat, drink wine, tequila, listen to country music, knowing I'm going to crawl out of that damn thing looking like a lobster. And I won't check up one bit, son. I will enjoy every single minute of it. And then I'll get up crispier than the sunbuck the next day and go do it again.
Yeah.
And love every minute of it.
I won't disagree with you there, but I will on the tequila and the wine and the hot sun. You give me a cold beer every single time.
Well, I mean, that's usually where we end up. You know what I mean? You start with that other stuff.
Yeah,
and
you
then,
wash it all down.
Yeah, that's right. Then you ease on into the cold beer now.
With the Blue Mountains.
Come
right?
on. Come on, them old wolf killers, baby.
Hey, 713-572-4610 is how you can be a part of the show today, every day. You can also hit us up on Twitch and YouTube. A lot of you are already there. We appreciate it.
Stay with us, baby. Stay with us.
Absolutely. Look, we got a lot of reaction the last couple of days, man. I know there's been some show-on-show violence that I admittedly am not really privy to. I've heard bits and pieces of this, throughout the last couple of days, and frankly, I'm just glad I'm not a part of it. I just get to sit back and enjoy, really. But I tell you this, we got a lot of reaction last night as things have started to move along with the Texans making a deal, find Neil Hunter for 2 years. You couple that with what they've gotten in Danico Autry.
Already have with Will Anderson.
Yeah, Will Anderson. I mean,
come on.
I'm really liking the way that the roster is shaping up, and I think as it stands right now, I mean, you're a better football team right now today on paper than you'd finished this past regular season, postseason. As now, look, there's still some holes, and we're going to discuss plenty about that. But like out of the blue last night, Clint, we're trying to talk some ball, have some fun doing it like we always do. But I mean, it was like text after text after text, Twitch, YouTube, text line. Hey, ain't no way Daniil Hunter's wearing number 99, right? Why are they showing Daniil Hunter in a Texans 99 jersey on NFL Network?
I didn't see it. Oh, the network did it.
I didn't see it either, and I'm just getting all this stuff, on the text line, and I'm like, well, because I didn't see it, maybe it hadn't really hit me, but I did see it today. And on somebody put up a picture, you know how they do, like they put the guy's uniform on his face, we're from his old team, and it was a 99 with a Texans jersey, and I'm like, all right, I have not seen J.J. Watt react to this in any way, shape, or form, though he did kind of bump up the news on Twitter last night with the Texas emoji, the H-Town kind of a thing. And, okay, cool. That's all I've seen. I just want to know if it hits you guys, Texan fans, how I thought it would. Me. Can you get down, great if not the greatest Texan ever, giving up his 99 for Daniil Hunter? Is that going to happen?
Can't happen, man.
You're saying it can't happen.
Can't happen.
So you're totally opposed to this. I mean,
hell yeah. Look, I'm opposed to it. You're talking about the best player in Texans history. You're talking about a first ballot Hall of Famer. You're talking about one of the biggest names in the game over the last 20 years. I'm sorry, man. As a fan of the Texans, and I'm nowhere near the caliber fan hell Tyler is, or even Larry and Stafford is, or any of these guys are. But the minute I saw 99, I said it can't happen. It can't happen.
No.
And I'll be honest with you. If I'm Daniil Hunter, it can't happen. I don't want it to happen. Like,
I don't know.
No. You can't allow. Not that it's an allow deal. I mean, it's a very respectful deal of Daniil. And Daniil's from here. Hell, his family's from here. He knows that. Yeah. Bottom line is nobody should wear 99 ever again. That number should be retired.
I would generally be 100% on board right from the get-go. And not saying that I can't get there, but again, maybe because I just didn't see it first and it didn't strike me a certain type of way.
I'm confused. Are you in or out?
Right now, I'm kind of like on the fence because I thought that's what the damn Ring of Honor was for. You don't retire numbers, you retire names. J.J. Watt's in the dang Ring of Honor. Daniil Hunter's always wore 99. I don't know that I would necessarily have a problem with them wearing 99 because you don't retire numbers in football. And it will have been 4 football football season played in a Texas uniform, and the way that things ended with him and how far we've come since then, this new era of Texans, I don't know that I would necessarily be opposed to him wearing 99. And I got to be honest with you. This is why I want to hear from J.J. Watt, why I want to hear from you, 713-572-4610. Like, if there's one guy in my mind that wouldn't have a problem with giving up his number, quote unquote, it would be J.J. Watt. I don't think he gives a damn. He's going to be in the Hall of Fame.
This ain't about J.J. Watt. It's about me.
It's about you. It's about the fan.
Me. This is about me, the fan. Of course, what do you think? JJ's petty enough to go, I don't want nobody else wearing my number. Let me walk around here and beat my chest.
No,
of
there's
course,
some guys that would be, though.
But, I mean, it's common sense. You're talking about one of the best defensive linemen to ever play the game, brother.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, you can't – yeah, and I mean, like I said earlier, if I'm Danielle Hunter, I don't want to wear 99.
No, that's not how you endear yourself to a brand new fan base.
There you go, Tyler. You're the nut job here with the Texans. I mean, what do you think about the?
I say hell no, and my main reasoning is, dude, I'm a Texans fan. I've been a Texans fan since 2002, whenever they became a team in the National Football League. We don't have a lot of nice things. We don't. We just don't. Well, now, hopefully we will have more in the future, the near future, but we don't have a lot of nice things right now. One of those nice things we do have is J.J. Watt. We must preserve every little delicate detail of the nice things that we have.
Hold on. And I'm just adding to the conversation and a little context. You had nice things. You just didn't take care of the damn stuff.
Fair.
Okay? You pissed all over it. JJ's now living in Arizona. You got him in the Ring of Honor. You've had nice things before. You just didn't know how to take care of it. You have nice things now.
Let me explain something here. You have a, they call him a golden goose. Is that what JJ would be?
A golden goose?
Yes, the goose that has the golden egg.
Mm-hmm.
Like you've got there should be a 99 store. There should be a store in that at NRG Stadium that's selling 99 J.J. Watt bobbleheads for $100. They ought to have every J.J. Watt memorabilia in that sucker signed.
Clint's marketing mind is at work, boys.
JJ's ass ought to be having at week 4, 8, 12, and 16 an autograph signing in there, live autograph. Like NRG, the McNair family should create a new LLC.
JJ kind of had, he had the Watt gear. He had the shoe, he had the shirts, he had the hat.
It should all be in there for sale.
I don't know what happened to that. It's funny you mentioned it. I was thinking about it on the way in today.
The shoes?
Totally unrelated to this. Yeah, it's like I ain't seen any Watt shoes.
Yeah, I can't get down with anybody wearing JJ. Sorry, I just can't get down with anybody wearing JJ's number. 713-572-4610. I got to believe, I told the fellas before we started, I said, we can't just brush over this. This has got to move the fan base at least a tad bit one way or the other. Are you okay with J.J. Watt, I'm sorry, Danielle Hunter wearing J.J. Watt's number, or anybody for that matter? I don't want to make this about Danielle Hunter for the record. It's not about him. It's about another player wearing J.J. Watt wearing 99. Are you okay with somebody else wearing his number? Alberto.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
What's going on, baby? How you feeling about that 99?
Man, you know what? I'm feeling good. I've got my last day at work, and I got spring break off, baby. Working from home, too.
Oh, what a
life. Anyways, listen to this, guys. You know, honestly, J.J. Watt, he is the player for the Texans history, but he wasn't loyal to the Texans. He went to go play for the Cardinals. He went to go play for the Cardinals for more money. So, you know, honestly, I think they shouldn't have done that. It's going to be hard to reverse that. But you've got now another really good player that's stepping up in his shoes, and maybe they'll come up to some kind of agreement between both of them. But I don't think the loyalty wasn't there at the end. And he even said, pay me if you want me to go and retire with the Texans. That's what he said. So that's all up to y'all. Thanks a lot. I
appreciate the phone call.
Hey, Johnny. So Alberto, last day of work, working from home, on his way on vacation, a little spring break. I think what he said, he got a little bit of Linda in him. he got a little bit of Mama Stoerner in him now. I think what he said is he's over 99.
That's what he said. I just put
out of here.
I just put a poll question up on sportsradio610.com. You can check it out on Twitter as well, at Sean Bajani. It's up. I ask simply, are you okay with Danielle Hunter wearing number 99 for the Texans, or should that be off limits forever? Let Hunter wear it, or 99 is JJ's forever. Those are your choices, so you can vote. It's going to be up all show long, and we'll find out the results. I really want to know. I kind of don't think I have an issue with it because, as one of the texters, actually a few texters pointed out, Danielle Hunter's legit. He's for real. He's a marquee player. He was the best, arguably the best pass rusher available on the free agent market, and the Texans went out and got that dude. Like, you're not giving this to, like, some draft prospect. Will Anderson didn't get it, probably didn't want it. Whoever you draft this year, if it's the Murphy kid from Texas, whoever it is, like, you're not giving it to him. This is a proven, legitimate NFL player who is a badass and has been a badass. If there's anybody that would deserve to wear it, it would be Hunter. So if he wants it, I think I'd be cool with giving that up.
All right, Johnny, it's 2-1. Clint and Tyler both say hell no, and I think Johnny, who's got to be chafed over here from straddling this fence, it sounds like he's saying okay with it.
I just said I'd be okay to give it up. I ain't straddling any fence.
Tom, what do you think, man? How about that 99?
Yeah, Clint. By the way, the Mexican food joint in Fort Worth is Joe T. Garcia.
There it is. Yes, sir.
There you go.
Yes, sir.
Now you can breathe.
I'm all for him wearing 99. And Clint, you as a former Cowboy, you know that one of the highest honors on the Cowboys is to wear number 88.
Uh-huh.
And, that's passed down to great players. And it's no insult. And I think if the guy is a legit player, which we know he is, 99 should be passed down the same way. Somebody wearing 99 is not going to let any of us as Texans fans forget J.J. Watt, and I think it can make it a legacy number, and so put me down on the side of it's perfectly fine. I think it's something just like I said, being an old transplanted Cowboys fan, knowing that number 88 goes all the way back to Drew Pearson and Michael Irvin and
Tom, real quick, is Tom still there?
Yes.
Real quick, Tom. Does anybody wear 12 in Dallas?
They have. Staubach did not. They've never not let anybody wear it.
Gotcha. I didn't know. I couldn't remember anybody wearing it, but I didn't know if it was official or not. Okay, Tom, appreciate it.
I hate to tell you, Tom, and I love you, buddy, but the Cowboys doing something makes me want to do the opposite even more. So that argument just worked in my favor, my friend.
I didn't know where Tyler had it. The minute Tom said Cowboys, Tyler had his finger up.
Oh, the Cowboys do it. We better do it.
Hold on, Tom.
I thought the same thing. It's like, damn it, man. Like, that's not the one thing that I want to be like vibing with the Cowboys. Same with 88.
There it was. Glory hole.
There it is.
What do the Packers do? What do the Bears do? What do the Giants do? What, these historic franchises that have been around for 100 years, what do they do? That would make me feel a little bit better if, in fact, they had these quote-unquote legacy numbers, if you will.
I'd like to do things the H-Town way.
What is the H-Town way?
Nobody ever wear 99 again.
Okay, so you're going to run the hell out of jerseys at some point.
Well, that'd be a great problem. Let me tell you what. I'd love to be a Texans fan in 20 years and somebody be like, damn, we've had first ballot Hall of Famers the last 20 years. We ain't got no numbers left.
You start adding decimals to these damn things.
I'd love to have that problem right there, brother. Oh, man, we lost, Tyler. We lost. 3-2, man.
Nope.
Johnny's got the pulse of the people, man. That damn nighttime show, man. Area 45, he's got the pulse of the people, man.
99 is sacred, dude.
I'm with you, man. And I think I'm onto something. Cal, Hannah, y'all want to make a little extra money? that store 99 with all J.J. Watt stuff needs to happen. Hell, I'll even let you add an 80 in there if you want to.
I'll give you the current results of the poll question I just put out 5 minutes ago. Are you okay with Danielle Hunter, wearing number 99 for the Texans, or should that be off limits forever? 52% of you say let Hunter wear it. 48% say 99 is JJ's forever.
Tyler, did he just give the results of a 50-50 split poll he's got going on over there?
Hey, we got to track it. We got to track this thing.
It's a tight race, baby. A tight race.
It's the primaries, man. 713-572-4610. 572-4610 is how you can be a part of the show today. Twitch, YouTube, hit us up. I am Sean Bajani in for Ron. He is Stoerner.
Ron Hughley.
I had to. That will live in my brain rent-free forever. I love PC, man. Coming up next, we can keep this going, obviously, on the poll question, but I got a question for you. Look, the Texans traded their highest-paid defensive player earlier today for a damn 7th-round pick. What does it mean? We'll try to provide some context for you, see if we can figure out what's coming down the pipe next. You stay right here. It's Sports Radio 610. He's Clint Stoerner, Sean Bajani, in for Ron Hughley.
Tell you about soda weight loss, life changer.
all out on the Odyssey app thanks to Planet Fitness. Get that big fitness energy. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
And for Ron Hughley, I'm Sean Bajani. He's Clint Stoerner. It's The Drive on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you joining us on Twitch, YouTube. You want to be a part of the show? Hit us up in the chats there. Tyler's saying hello right now as we speak.
Show him a nipple, Tyler. There it is.
Oh, boy, there we go.
That little bitty thing amongst all that fur.
Yeah, I need to get my Manscaped on pretty soon.
No, I think you should
Pretty
let it ride.
soon. Looks like you let that thing go for a while now, man.
I think you should let it ride and then shave a 99 in your chest.
Ooh.
Yeah.
You know what? I'm going to do that just for you.
Would it be for JJ or Daniil?
I'll post it on Twitter and let the people decide.
If you got the back hair working, just put Hunter right there on the back.
The back hair is embarrassing, though, man. I can flash all the people in my chest hair. The back hair is so embarrassing.
I mean, you just be a walking parody. I mean, that's what it's all about.
I know, but I hate it. I just hate it, man. I got one of them things in the shower now where I can get it myself.
I need to get me one of those.
Yeah.
A lot of reaction from the masses on social media. Poll question has been up now for a few short minutes. And I give you an update on the current numbers. 418 votes now. Big swing here. 55% in favor of 99 staying with JJ. 45% says Hunter wear it. On the text line, you getting anywhere from one of these from the 832? Oh, shut up, Bajani. There's levels to this. Watt isn't just good. He was the best. Another texter says from the, 832, let me be clear. Let Hunter wear 99. That from Alberto. None of these legacy franchises keep players from wearing those numbers. That from the 281. 713 says, yes, let Hunter wear 99. It's not about the number. It's about the name.
I got a few things. I got a few things. I got a few questions here. Comments here.
Uh-huh.
I get where people are coming from with, like, none of the other legacy franchises. Who gives a rip? I mean, we're the Texans. Like, I don't care who else does what way, man. I mean, if that has no bearing on the decisions that the Texans made.
Yeah.
I mean,
if the other organizations went and jumped off a bridge, would you too?
Yeah. I mean, I'm out on that deal. Secondly, I got a question. It is a kind of to my smart ass comment to you, Bajani, about your poll you're reading there.
Uh-huh.
Is the purpose of a poll to obviously see which way the people lean, but is like the purpose to be like a 52-48 or 98-2?
What do you mean? It's just
like, typically, like if you put a poll out, is I would think like if you put a poll out and it's like 98% one way, like your poll was pretty worthless.
Or 99% one way.
Or 99 great, like your poll was probably pretty worthless.
I see what you're saying. Yes.
So I'm what I'm doing is I gave you a little hell for reading a 48 to 52 percent poll there, and in reality, that's probably a high quality, high level question that you're asking.
I didn't need you to give me validation that it was a valid question.
Well, no, I was just.
I appreciate it.
I wasn't trying to validate it. I was apologizing for being a smart ass to you. But you know what? You can kiss every bit of my ass. How about that? Last time I apologized to you.
I'm just saying, bro.
I will say your apology sounded like a second semi-half-hearted insult, but
Well,
I know your heart was in the right
I'm just
place.
telling you where I came from.
That is a backhanded compliment from Clint Stoerner.
It is
It's like,
after
hey,
I
you know
said
what? After 458 people voted on this lame-ass poll question you put up, maybe it's question.
Well, no. When I made the smart ass comment, which there were some smart ass, no, zero doubt. I thought it was a good one, and then when I left, I thought, I don't know if that hit the mark. As I was going to get my water down here, my snack down here, I thought, I don't know that hit the mark because if it's a tight race, that's the whole point of putting the poll out there.
Yes.
So let me go back in there and apologize for being the a-hole that I am. So
Clint,
I did.
Clint, I love you, bro.
Yeah, man. Love you too, bro.
We're all growing here.
We're all growing. We're all growing.
Validate,
even if it feels
validate this, Johnny.
Even if he's trying to make me feel like he just kicked me in the groin, verbally. Like, fine. We got 3.5 hours left together in this room.
Johnny got a great poll.
Not the first time I heard that one.
Oh, yes. That's a drop if I've ever heard one.
All righty then. 713-572-4610. Do you like the poll that I put up there?
Get in on some of this poll action.
All right. Hey, get in on this action because I really do want to know, again, from you, especially from you, Clint, because this is right up your alley. I mean, what the Texans have done really since Saturday, not just day one, quote unquote, of the tampering period, whatever. They've been on these contracts, building the roster since the weekend. And today, the Texans making more moves, maybe a little bit of a head scratcher, maybe one of those moves that it's like, ooh, you know, it feels like, man, I know what my parents are out of town are going. I think they're probably going to hit my favorite store up, and they're going to get me what I really want for Christmas. This feels like it could be kind of like that when the Texans trade Malik Collins to the San Francisco 49ers this morning for a cap-cutting measure. That appears as what it is going to be. The move clearing a little cap room because Malik Collins would have counted $16 million on the cap. Now that you moved him, he only counts 10. So you got a little bit more flexibility. The numbers that I saw yesterday, Clint, $40-ish million still left to spend this offseason for the Texans. What's coming down the pipe? Is it Eric Armstead? Is it bringing back Sheldon Rankins? Is it going to possibly get a wide receiver? There are all of those needs and then more. Maybe is it Justin Simmons at safety? What is it? 713-572-4610. This is the beautiful part about free agency. It's the wish list. It's the hope. It's the good kind of anxiety. How do you see this, Clint?
Well, one, I think it's a positive. Look, I like Malik Collins. I thought Malik Collins was a really good player here. But Malik Collins, if you look at look at his career, and I'm not comparing to this person because I think less of this person for the way that they exited, but like to me, Malik Collins is very similar to Brandon Cooks. A mid-range pay in terms of getting paid, mid-range pay wise, plays a lot, productive, really good player, seems to be a great teammate, seems to be a guy that you would like could place. But when it comes time to address that position, they move on. They're going to end their career at 4 or 5 or 6 different places, like in their prime when they're still playing really, really good.
Right.
And Malik Collins is this move to me takes me back to like Brandon Cooks, extremely productive, but just for whatever reason isn't productive enough, isn't dominant enough, doesn't contribute enough to have staying power in a defensive line room around the league. And so he is obviously a piece that they could move, clear up some money. And now to your question, is that money for an Eric Armstead type of player? Dominant, game-changing type interior defensive tackle. Is it now available? You didn't know it when it happened, but is that money? Mike Williams all of a sudden, big-bodied, 50-50 ball, man-beaten wide receiver that was with the Chargers has been released.
Cap-cutting move there.
Could you make a move there? It frees up some money to let Nick continue to play in free agency, and I absolutely love it. I don't know exactly what it means, but I got to believe that it means that they're not done adding on the interior defensive line position, and it could potentially mean some of these guys that you didn't see getting cut, that get cut, like Mike Williams, could all of a sudden become attractive to Nick Caserio and D'Amico Ryans.
Yeah, and look, you don't make a move like this because you already know what you want to do, but you make a move just opens up a little bit of flexibility, the possibilities, right? I mean, still to this day, counting the weekend, and here we are sitting here on a Wednesday, really the only guy that you kind of swung and missed at is Saquon Barkley, as far as we know it to be.
Sure.
713-572-4610. You're more than welcome to weigh in on this. Want to know what you think. Coming up next, as we continue to talk Texans and free agency, I think we've all got a really good idea at this point in time about the direction the Texans need to go via the draft. And it's going to be a little bit more clear, I think, once we find out what the next move is after this Collins trade. We'll talk about that next at Sports Radio 610.
Breathing is one of the most essential parts of living, y'all. You got to breathe well to sleep well. You got to
Stoerner, Tyler Milner producing. 713-572-4610. You want to be a part of the show, call, text, hit us up on the chat via Twitch and YouTube. Many of you have been watching all the shows all week long. We appreciate you. And hitting us up on Twitter as well. 666 votes now on the poll. 55-45 in favor of 99 being J.J. Watts forever.
I don't know if you were wondering, that's a really high-quality poll question right there, Bajani.
Oh, look at this.
Really good job.
Back-to-back segments of validation from Stoerner.
That's that old dirty V.
Johnny, you nailed it with that poll.
You nailed it with that poll right there, brother.
And
I'm talking about the one on Twitter, you dirty.
You talking about dirty V's and nailing things with polls.
Come on, baby. Hey,
what the hell we're doing?
Things get sexual on the drive every now and then.
That's well
I've noticed. I've noticed.
Sexual healing.
Yeah. Anyway, moving on. I'll just leave that there.
Just be clear, if anything does ever get sexual on the drive, all the listeners out there, do not go to high-pitched Tyler voice right there. That's sexual. That is not going to end well.
All right, baby. Try to give us some.
Dirtbag.
Do you feel like we have a little bit better direction now with what we should expect the Texans to look at doing, pursuing via the draft as it currently stands? Given that, look, you've got Lorenzo Fatukasi, your defensive tackle. You got a corner in Jeff Okudah. You got a linebacker in Azeez Al-Shaair. Upgrade defensive end Danico Autry. Corner Mike Ford, special teams ace as well, by the way. You went out and got running back Joe Mixon. You added the big-time splash yesterday, edge rusher Danielle Hunter. Today, you work on the offensive line a little bit. You get you a swing tackle hopeful, another former Texan brought back into the fold. David Sharp is now in the mix. You traded Malik Collins to free up some cap room. Those are your biggest, most important moves. I'll even throw Desmond King in there. You brought him back. Thank goodness for that. You saw how badly you needed him last year. I think that's the biggest ones, right? What do the Texans absolutely need to address at this point in time in your mind, Clint, via the draft?
I don't have any clarity in terms of what they need to or want to because I think we're still incomplete here as it pertains to free agency.
Okay.
And I do believe there's a conversation. Now, it took place a little earlier about why or why not to spend money in free agency. But I do, and I don't want to have it in that capacity, but I do believe that the conversation about how there's so many holes on this defense of guys that were that 1 year guys, free agents that left under contract, Malik Collins.
Yeah.
So there were so many like starting spots you had to go out and get. I don't know what the answer was going to be. I'll tell you this. When you asked that question a little earlier, I immediately thought, because I'm not typically this guy, Bajani. I'm not typically a best available guy. Right. I actually hate that. I hate hearing that. Not that it's not true and it happens, but I hate that approach to a draft for any team. Like, you cannot tell me, like, you don't, like, there's not, like the best available may be a left tackle, but you got some bigger needs. The best available may be a D tackle, but you got some bigger needs. Like, I do believe that the Texans are positioning themselves. I don't think they're done in free agency yet on the defensive side of the football, particularly the interior defensive line. I do believe they're positioning themselves, though, to legitimately take and be in a spot to say, we want the best available.
I've never understood that whole conversation.
Best available?
Yeah. Like,
it's tough when
it's best available at position of need.
I agree wholeheartedly.
Like, why is this not obvious?
Position of need, it takes priority over best available. In my opinion, if you're building a roster and you're doing it with any level of structure, I would think that your defensive coordinator believes that position X and Y are more important than Lovie Smith thought position X and Y are.
Mm-hmm.
So I've always been a position of need guy, the best available at your position of need.
Yeah, thank you. Validated.
It's a validation hour, man.
God bless America, man.
Hey, anybody out there want to get validated by Old Dirty? Come on through, 713-572-4610.
Save one for me later on in the show.
Hey, I got you, man. I got you. Today's not Turd Day, is it? That's tomorrow.
That's tomorrow.
Okay, we'll figure something out. I think they're going to add another interior defensive lineman, or they're going to add an interior defensive lineman to what they've already signed. A big fish. And when they do, if you look at this thing, I think there's still positions of need, but I don't think there's any of them that's like, whoa, man, you better get this, or you better, like, you could draft a corner and be patient with him. You could draft an interior defensive tackle, a young one, and be patient with him. I'm saying if you need be.
Yeah.
You could draft a receiver, and I'd be A-okay with that. You know, it's damn near every position that you go, hey, if we started the season today on the depth chart, the ones, I could feel pretty good about it. I would like some competition at safety. I'd like some competition at corner number 2. I would like some competition at linebacker. They need, obviously, a possibly,
definitely.
So there's a handful of things that you go, yeah, I'd rather have this over that, but there's none where I look at it and go, my God, they have got to have this position right now.
Yeah, see, I look at running back that way.
Okay, fair.
I think you absolutely cannot afford. Right now, Dameon Pierce is RB3. You start training camp today,
okay.
He's RB3. He's got to earn his way to a legitimate playing opportunity on this team again. He just has to prove it all over again. He has to prove it all over again. Rookie year, never happened. Okay? Different era, different culture, different offensive scheme. You got to prove it all over again.
But you're not drafting a running back with a premium pick.
I don't want to draft a running back with a premium pick. I want to go out and find that dude. I think that dude to be an RB2 behind Joe Mixon exists, and Dameon Pierce can compete with that guy and duke it out for RB2 versus RB3. I felt really confident coming into today prior to the Malik Collins trade about, you know what, you line this crew up right now today, let's go play some football. And that's including Jeff Okudah as a penciled-in starter opposite Derek Stingley. But knowing a little bit more about Jeff Okudah's background, didn't work out in Detroit. They made him the 3rd overall pick. He ended up getting benched last year in Atlanta for another rookie corner. This is a guy that I look at has all the promise in the world. He just hadn't been able to put it together. And so, you know what? I'm willing to take a flyer on that guy and see if we can develop him within this defense, and what better staff to do it than this one with the Texans per se about having him start, but you know he's a capable starter. He's a guy that started 24 games combined the last 2 seasons for the Falcons. Yeah. So, okay, cool. I don't feel good about the interior defensive tackle position right now. I would have been good with, like, lining up, let's go play today. You good depth-wise, everything with Malik Collins here. That's not including an Eric Armstead, not including bringing Sheldon Rankins back, because they addressed it. That was one of their first moves in Folorunso Fatukasi. I'm good with Fatukasi and Collins, but now you don't have Collins. And so I need that proven, durable game wrecker in the middle, that run stopper that you don't have right now.
Well, my problem with that, Bijani, is that the head coach stood up there in a press conference and said we got to invest heavily in our defensive front, and I don't think they've reached invest heavily. I don't. To me, I'd have been scared if this Foley kid and Malik Collins would have been the starting interior defensive tackles. I'd have been nervous. Mm-hmm. I'd have been like, D'Amico, you didn't invest. Mm-hmm. You didn't seriously want this defense to get better. You went and got a pass rusher. Mm-hmm. You went and got a linebacker that maybe has a little higher ceiling than Cashman.
Well, you got a couple pass rushers. You got Daniil Hunter and you got Danico Autry.
Sure.
But here's my question, and it goes right into what I think you're going towards in terms of the interior and addressing the front, right? Do we know for certain right now that Danico Autry is going to be an edge guy? Because throughout his career, he's been somebody, he's seen most of success. 11.5 sacks last year, 8 in the as well. Do you think there's a possibility out there that in this scheme, D'Amico is seeing the possibility of utilizing Autry
absolutely
as a defensive tackle? Right, the versatility there.
To me, that's why you sign him, knowing you're chasing Daniil Hunter. That's why you sign him. Look, I think that's the beauty of this entire, like, the edge rushers on this team. The beauty of it right now, for me personally, is I think you need more than 2, and I think you've got 3 that are really good players. Mm-hmm. and they complement each other exceptionally well. Now, the wild card is Will Anderson, because I don't know if Will Anderson is going to be a great versus the run, a violent player, or is he going to end up being that plus a great pass rusher that can get you double-digit sacks consistently and affect the game on third down consistently in passing situations? I think, to me,
he was morphing into that.
No question. No question. I'm just not ready to hang my hat on it.
Yeah.
So that's the wild card. But the other two guys, an undersized edge pass rusher that plays bigger than his size but is an elite pass rusher, and then a bigger 285, 290 edge rusher that can also slide inside and play D tackle. I think that is the beauty of what they've done so far in this particular free agency, is you've added two guys to Will Anderson that complement each other exceptionally well and give D'Amico Ryans the flexibility to play guys in multiple positions. And in situational football, I think you need that. So I like what they've done so far, but in no way, shape, or form with the Malik Collins trade in no side. It's just a matter of, is it Sheldon Rankins? I know they love Sheldon Rankins. Sheldon Rankins is the dude you want in your locker room. He's a leader. He's a man. He's a professional. He's the dude. And is it Sheldon Rankins, or is it a bigger fish like Eric Armstead?
That would be nice. I like the familiarity factor between D'Amico, 100%. He's Clint Stoerner, Sean Bajani, and Ron Hughley. Coming up next, it's the Big Three at 3, including the Astros not having to face the representative of himself on opening day. That and more is next.
Come on down!
Oh, it's 3 o'clock.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. With the biggest stories of the day, it's the Big 3 at 3. Number 1.
Attaboy, Ron Hughley out today. I'm Sean Bajani. He's Clint Stoerner. Tyler Milner here as well. It is time for the Big 3 at 3. And look, we've been talking about this a little bit, or a lot of it, if you will, the first hour of the show. But that's where we start because it is the biggest story of the day. The Texans trading defensive tackle Malik Collins this morning. Niners in exchange for a 7th-round pick. The move clears some cap room for the Texans. Collins would have earned $16 million against the cap this season. Instead, it's only a $10 million cap hit for the Texans, who have been busy in recent days trading for running back Joe Mixon in exchange for a 7th-rounder. So that deal effectively nixes the swap for the Texans 7th-rounder for Joe Mixon. Because they get a 7th in return for the 49ers today. They also signed edge rusher Danielle Hunter to a 2-year deal. $48 million of that's guaranteed. That was the big news yesterday. And, of course, on the heels of trading Malik Collins this morning. The finality here is certainly more for Malik Collins. He's going to one of the best defensive line coaches in the NFL that the San Francisco 49ers have. Obviously, a Super Bowl contending team there already, perennially. For the Texans, still a lot of, well, what's coming down the pike? You don't really know yet.
Look, we don't know yet. You are correct, but I think there's something coming. It might be a freight train, Chief. This is one where you don't move Malik Collins and not have Sheldon Rankins under contract, and not have, and we know Danico Autry could play inside or outside, but ultimately you've got a bunch of, I would say, third string at best defensive tackles right now on this roster. And some guys that may creep into that second layer of the depth chart. This to me, the Malik Collins move tells me, I don't think they were done before the Malik Collins move, but this move tells me for damn sure that they are going to be active and aggressive as it pertains to the interior defensive line position. And I'll be honest with you, I'm leaning towards free agency and the draft right now at this point in time. The two starters and the guys, the big boys that you see in the middle in the Texans uniform playing this year, the two guys you're going to see the most, I don't believe, are Texans right now.
If the Texans settled on Tier Tart and drafted an interior a defensive tackle in the draft, would you be opposed to that at this point in time?
Yes.
If that was the answer?
Absolutely.
I'm with you.
Absolutely. Look, I am just, it's twofold for me, and I'm going to, this is a dead horse or a horse I'm going to beat until we see what unfolds here. I can't get D'Amico Ryans in that press conference or meeting with the media whenever it was shortly after the season.
Yeah, his first press conference
and him
after
saying
the Ravens loss.
he made it a point. Now I don't know if he meant to really do that or if he was a tad bit still emotional from what had happened in that Baltimore game, but he was pretty adamant about we are going to invest heavily. I don't believe that letting Grenard walk, Sheldon Rankins walk, and trading Malik Collins, and then Tier Tart being the answer on the interior defensive line is what D'Amico Ryans was talking about. So, yes, to answer your question, I would be disappointed. A draft pick in Tart, yes.
Yeah, I'm with you there. Hey, look, there's still DJ Reader out there, Sheldon Rankins. And the reason why I mentioned Tier Tart is obviously from a familiarity standpoint of view, and it was really geared towards, not that I'm in favor of it or anything, because I'm not, but these things have a tendency of kind of like day one disappointed. That particular move would disappoint, but what if it meant the Texans were able to spend, big on a guy like Justin Simmons or spend bigger on a guy like Mike Williams, and you feel okay about Foley, Fatukasi, or the depth that you've accumulated there. Yeah. I guess I could see a scenario in which, you know what, in D'Amico we trust kind of a thing because of how they addressed these other positions of need and the fact that Danico Autry could be one of those solutions on the interior.
Yeah, look, Sean, I think right now you put them. You take this squad that you got right now and just add some depth pieces, however you want to couch it. Some guys that you can add Sheldon Rankins if you want to. I don't mean he's a depth piece, but you can add him as a starting defensive lineman just to give us at least a start in front. Baltimore's going to run through you again.
Mm-hmm.
The same thing's going to happen.
Stacking up, man. Yes.
Well, look, I'm not even talking about the Derrick Henry aspect of it. The additions that they've made are not going to keep what we watched in Baltimore from happening versus better run football teams.
Mm-hmm.
So when I heard what I heard was, I'm going to do everything in my power, and my power is 60 million strong, to make sure that never happens again.
Mm-hmm.
That tells me, I like the Danielle Hunter thing, but that tells me, first and foremost, I went immediately to interior tackle. Like, in today's game, if you're talking about rushing the passer, collapsing the pocket, and you're talking about stopping the run, contrary to popular belief, I know the outside guys get paid for it, but them interior two, at least one, but I'm going to say two, interior defensive tackles is where it all starts.
Yeah, you can't disagree with that. I mean, if you could have a game changer on the edge, up the middle, on the second level, and in the secondary, have a couple of those dudes, 100%, you're stacked. And that's what a defense coached by D'Amico Ryans needs and deserves, to be honest with you.
Well, Johnny, here's another point to it, exactly based on what you just said. Mm-hmm. You can have a difference maker, game changer, edge rusher, a guy that can go get the passer. Let me tell you what makes his job significant. Take sacks off his plate. Makes his job significantly more difficult. Mm-hmm. If you're soft as baby mess in the front and you don't get any push in a guard, center guard, and that quarterback can drop deep and then just slide right back up underneath that tackle, and Danielle Hunter can't get there. Danielle Hunter can't turn the corner. Will Anderson can't turn the corner. Will Anderson, the push he's getting doesn't matter because the middle of your defense is softer than baby doo-doo. Sure. Right? So, I mean, they have got – I'm telling you, man, D'Amico, when he said what he said, he wasn't talking about no edge rusher.
No. And
they got a good one, don't get me wrong, but he wasn't talking about no edge rusher.
I think that's a great point you make. When he said front seven and a ton of resources in making the front better and significantly improve it, I'm not just looking at the guys that put their hand in the dirt either. I took that as the front seven, not just your front four, but the front seven. And so far, they've shown that they're addressing it. I mean, you upgraded at backer, you upgraded at pass rusher, you upgraded from a depth standpoint of view. Now you got to fix things a little bit and get that replacement in there as an upgrade over Malik Collins.
Tyler, you want to call your shot? You called it yesterday. You want to call a shot today, Bob? You called it yesterday and hit the nail on the head. 5:30. Danielle Hunter was a Texan. I'm feeling it. I'm on a heater. I'm going to say we're going to get some breaking news between 4:30 and 5 o'clock today. Well, you narrowed the window down. He really instead of just before 6, he gave us a 30-minute window. When you know, you know.
He's feeling himself. I asked him earlier. I said, all right, over under. What are you setting it at on breaking news sounders today? He said 2. I said I'd take the under.
I think that's a smart bet, by the way.
I'm just needing one. I need one.
Here's the kicker: is he can get a trigger happy in there. Me and you don't have control of that sounder.
I just start slamming breaking
news.
He's
breaking news sounder.
Breaking news.
Christian Javier just struck out the side in the first inning.
The Texans.
Son of a.
The Texans bring back Julian Davenport. Wait, what?
Hey guys, I thought it was breaking. What can I say?
They got a holding specialist for extra points.
I am in control.
They don't really trust Tommy Townsend to do that, so they got a holding specialist.
I won't do that to y'all or the listeners. Don't fret.
All right. Next up.
Big 3 at 3. Number 2.
The shorthanded Houston Rockets beat the San Antonio Spurs last night, 103-101. That was without Alperen Şengün. That was without Cam Whitmore. That was obviously without Tari Eason, as has been much of the season. But in terms of the Alperen Şengün news, yesterday coming down in the evening hours regarding his right ankle, better news than expected. Per The Athletic's Shams Charania, Şengün will not need surgery to repair a grade 3 ankle sprain. Here's the entire update from Shams.
Sources tell me Alperen Şengün, the Rockets' young superstar, has suffered a grade 3 right ankle sprain. He will miss several weeks. Tremendous sigh of relief is he's avoided any damage to that right knee. He's avoided surgery, but this likely ends his regular season. Houston is 5 games out of a play-in tournament slot. Şengün, though, he's had a breakout season. 21.1 points a game, 9.3 rebounds, 5 assists over 63 games. And when you look into the offseason, he will be eligible for a 5-year, $225 million max contract. And Alperen Şengün has put himself in that category of being a max contract player.
Hey, Houston fans, I am so happy.
All right, do you guys just gloss over that 5 years, $225 million, or did you do what I did and say, holy crap, that's what he's looking at? My goodness.
Look, it's hard to think that anybody's looking at that with what we watch from the Rockets on a nightly basis, but Şengün has earned the right to be in the conversation. The right in the conversation. I mean, I don't. The other ones are nowhere near it. So I guess I'd rather it be about him than anybody. I think he's earned. You don't think he's earned the right to be in that conversation?
Man, 5 years, 225. I don't know, dude. I feel like it's a significant bump up from what guys like Dylan Brooks and Fred VanVleet signed with the Rockets for this offseason. I mean, if you told me he was going to get the AAV, like 3 years, 135 to 145 million, that kind of a contract, not the max, but that kind of a contract where he's looking at like 40-ish AAV, be like, yeah, okay, cool. Because, he's been in the league a little bit, obviously is showing that he could be an absolute star, a superstar player. I mean, I'm looking at Joker. I mean, he's making it around 45, 46 million per. A couple more years, he's going to be making 62 per. So I'm looking at, in terms of future dollars, if you can get that guy on an AAV of like 40-ish right now, seems like it'd be a pretty good bet. But I completely gloss over the knee, the ankle. I heard 5 years, 225, and I'm like, holy smokes. For a 21-year-old player like Şengün,
yeah,
I don't even want to think about making that type of commitment right now. If you just got out of underneath of the John Wall crap, the Russell Westbrook crap, the James Harden crap, I mean, you're trying to build right now. If you can get him on a more team-friendly deal, I'd be all about it.
You're talking about, well, we'd all take that old team-friendly deal. When you're talking about a guy that my surface-level basketball fandom, Johnny's like, I mean, I greatly appreciate it. I like his style. The team plays through him on the offensive end of the floor. Then it's a more structured type of basketball. It's not the one-on-one stuff. Hold the ball till the shot clock gets down and then throwing up wild shots. The stuff we watch Jalen Green do consistently. Which, by the way, can I ask a question?
Yes.
Why does Jalen Green have such a difficult time just understanding, like, controlling his aggression? Like, whether we're talking about him taking wild-ass three-point shots when the game situation says you shouldn't, or it's him with the crazy athletic ability getting to the rack, and once he gets there having no control over his body. Or like last night, I'm watching that game, and the Rockets won. And I'm watching it simply I want to see him play really through Jalen Green. Like it's obviously not going to be through Şengün at this one time, so what does Jalen look like? And the careless, just like trying to throw the half-court pass up the floor over two NBA defenders, and the ball one of them just leaps up and palms the ball and takes it. Like the careless, just like, hey, man, here's what I need. I need Jalen Green. I need Jalen Green to take the approach that a young Major League Baseball pitcher takes in spring training when he's trying to add another pitch to his repertoire. Like, go out there and be willing to get shelled, knowing that you're going to be disciplined and you're going to perfect this pitch. You're going to work on this pitch. Like, he needs to go out there and know, hey, you might not score 10 points. But development, I mean, it's like a deer in the head. All gas, no brakes. I mean, it's just, I don't know how Udoka takes it. I'd be going crazy on the sideline.
Well, right now with about 17, 18 ball games remaining in this season for the Rockets and Jalen Green, it's pretty much right about that time because he's got to YOLO, if you will, with his basketball career at this point in time, and trying to figure out a way to properly evaluate Jalen Green without two of the better players available to him on the roster. No Cam Whitmore. He's gone for the rest of the season, by the way. I know he's only supposed to miss 3 weeks. There's 4.5 weeks left to go in the season. He's not coming back, nor should he. Şengün's not coming back, nor should he. Tari Eason's not coming back, nor should he. It's going to be a very tough ask to properly evaluate him.
All right, we got a little we got a little movement here, boys and girls. It's not breaking news, but we got some movement with with the player that a lot of folks desperately want and expect the Texans to be in on. A little bit of news, old rap sheet, he done put it out there. We'll tell you what that news is, and we'll discuss next. But before we do that, got to tell you about Academy Sports and Outdoors, man. This weather is absolutely beautiful out there, and I'll be honest with you, when the weather turns the way it is right
before draft. Inside information, in-depth analysis, and behind-the-scenes interviews you won't get anywhere else. All on Texans All Access, 6 to 7 every night on Sports Radio 610.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
In for Ron Hughley, Sean Bajani with you alongside Clint Stoerner. Appreciate you joining us on The Drive. Tyler Milner producing. He'll take care of you if you want to be a part of the show. 713-572-4610. You can call or text. Hit us up on Twitch and YouTube, Twitter as well. So the movement that Clint was referring to last segment coming into this one, multiple reports confirming the San Francisco 49ers have announced they have released defensive tackle Eric Armstead. So it is only a matter of time as there have been a number of teams reported to be interested in Armstead's services, the Texans being one of them, the Tennessee Titans being another one of the teams that is said to be linked to Lions and Cincinnati Bengals. So this is not a great situation, Clint. However, because we've seen things play out a couple of different ways. With the case of Danielle Hunter, there's the report that, hey, he took a little bit of less money to come back home and play for the Houston Texans. Getting the 2-year, $48 million guaranteed money. Whereas, hey, you swung and missed on Saquon Barkley. He decided he wanted to stay up there in that division, up east where he knows people, familiarity with the area, so on and so forth, and maybe feels like he has a better chance to get to the promised land with the Philadelphia Eagles rather than the Houston Texans. What is going to be the situation with a guy like Eric Armstead? How much do you think, and something we may never know unless it comes to fruition, he's a Houston Texan, Clint, how much does he value the familiarity with DeMeco Ryans, the fit in the scheme, if you will? All pertinent questions.
Yeah, I mean, look, here's the deal: is I think you got to take what we know about DeMeco Ryans, into consideration here. And I've not heard one player even remotely say anything other than I would love to play for that guy. And I'm talking about positions that he doesn't directly impact as a play caller on the defensive side of the football. So I think as you look at 32 teams in the league, whether it's the city of Houston or it's a head coach that Cal McNair hired in DeMeco Ryans, I think you've got a huge attraction. I think players respect and would love to play for a guy like that. And the truth of the matter is the way in which DeMeco Ryans handles his team is rare. It's rare. There's a former player perspective there.
Yeah.
There is a young coach perspective there. There is a legit advantage that everybody that plays for him has because of his ability to develop game plan, play calls, call plays. I'm sorry. There's every box about DeMeco Ryans is checked when it comes to players wanting to play for him.
100%.
I mean, yeah. He's a man of faith. He's a family man. He's going to make you a better man off the field. And all of this I'm sure there's some design behind it, but and some structure behind it, but all of it because it's genuinely and sincerely who he is. And so I think when guys like this, whether we're talking scheme or we're talking personal, emotional type of connection, I think the Texans have an advantage in free agency because of DeMeco Ryans. And I think that is very, very true and very, very present with Eric Armstead as well.
Yeah, it'd be a fantastic get if, in fact, Armstead did become a Houston Texan. Just reading a lot of the stuff that's been written about him in San Francisco just in the matter of the last few moments. In case you didn't know, in 9 seasons, Armstead, 33.5 sacks, 88 quarterback hits, 43 tackles for loss, 116 regular season games for the 49ers. Also is the sack leader, Niner franchise history in the playoffs. 8
that's
playoff
the big
sacks. Known for being a big game player. When the stakes are at the highest, he brings it.
That's the number that sticks out. I mean, the career numbers aren't they're more of the old school defensive tackle numbers, where the sack totals aren't real high, but he stays healthy, he plays a lot, he's a large human being. But then you look when the stage gets the biggest and the lights get the brightest. 8 sacks in 12 games. Forced a couple of turnovers. This past year had a sack, I believe, in the Super Bowl. And hell, I think he may have even forced a turnover. Either forced one or recovered one. But nonetheless, that's the thing about Eric Armstead is you clearly have nobody even remotely close right now to his tangible ability. And then, in my opinion, you got plenty of guys that can show up and show out week 1 through 18. Like at this point in time, it is the key matchups during the year, 2 or 3 key matchups, and then you get in the playoffs, you need somebody that's going to absolutely wreck shop. And so I think Eric Armstead would be a guy that has the abilities. I don't know what the hell he's going to do if they get him, but has the ability to do that. Now, I think it is important to point out, I think he has been he was somewhat of a disappointment, obviously, in San Francisco. Signed a big deal. I don't remember how many years ago it was, but he signed a big deal, and it didn't work out according to plan. I believe he refused to restructure theirs for release him. So there are some, call them red flags, call them concerns, whatever you want to call it. But, I mean, this would be a huge ad for the Texans.
Yep, Armstead had signed a 5-year, $85 million deal with the San Francisco 49ers, was going to be earning just over $17 million and was unwilling to restructure that, take a pay cut. From the 713 on the text line, the 832, obviously D'Amico and Nick made the Malik Collins trade with a plan in mind. I think they already know what they want to do and who they're going after. D'Amico wants a monster front 7.
Yep.
There's no question, and it's exactly what you'd said. You're not making this move if you're the Texans, trading away one of your highest paid defensive linemen without replacing that individual with what would be perceived as an upgrade. Eric Armstead would certainly be perceived as an upgrade. The familiarity with D'Amico Ryans, I mean, it just all lines up, and I think we've had this guy in mind for a long, long time. We'll see what happens. Tyler, you got about an hour, I think, 2 hours, right, before it needs to happen.
Yeah, it'll happen in about an hour.
Guys, you want to talk about you want to talk about rolling out a front. Forget the 7 right now. Let's just talk the front 4. You want to talk about rolling out a front 4 that can stand behind what D'Amico Ryans said in terms of investing in the front.
Mm-hmm.
You got Daniil Hunter on one end, Will Anderson on the other, and then you slide Danico Autry inside with Eric Armstead.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you got some dudes that can get the passer. You got some dudes that can get some push in the middle to allow your defensive ends to get upfield and shrink the pocket around guys like Lamar Jackson and really confine the space that those guys have to operate in. Now we're in that category of, okay, this is what D'Amico was talking about.
Yeah.
I'll still argue you're not there based on the way in which D'Amico said it. I would still say you're not there. An ideal situation would be another D tackle, and then you have Autry, Anderson, and Hunter all available at the defensive end position consistently. That would be a monster starting rotation, high percentage snap guys right there that I could really get excited about.
Give me Derek Barnett back. I like if
DB.
you could get him on a team-friendly contract, give him a pay upgrade. He's young enough, was productive enough last year for the Texans. For what T.R. Tart's projected to make on the open market, don't think that's going to happen. I mean, he was looking at 3 years, $18 million, I think, last week, according to Spotrac. That's going to be a little bit too rich, I think, for what the Texans would be willing to spend, but he certainly was nice.
But you think about it, Bajani, like they didn't spend it at running back.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't spend it with Wilkins in terms of just that absorbent amount of money.
Sure.
With $25 million per at the interior defensive line position. They haven't spent it with Simmons at the free safety position or the safety position
or wide receiver.
And so I mean, you start. I know you're going to sign some guys there, right? But you start instead of signing a $25 million, $15 million guy.
Mm-hmm.
All right, now you got 10 more to play. You got.
Yeah.
It's going to be interesting to see how Nick and D'Amico massage this defensive front because I think it could end up being I think it could end up being, and this is, I mean, it's positively, I think it could end up being almost overkill.
Yeah. I mean, look, it's in my mind, the way I see this thing, it's coming together, and it's looking really, really nice. And I wanted to paint the rest of that picture as you were talking about the 4-down linemen. I mean, my gosh, I'm envisioning Azeez Al-Shaair and Christian Harris and the linebackers, Desmond King at the nickel, and you've got Petrie and Ward, Stingley, and whoever the heck is going to be Nelson at the corner, if it is Nelson or if it's Okudah. Hey, that sounds pretty good to me.
Yeah, man.
Sounds like an upgrade. Smells like an upgrade. 713-572-4610, a place that the Texans, I think in my mind did upgrade as it stands right now for being the guy, Joe Mixon at running back. What do you think about the Texans signing Joe Mixon? Can you separate the football from the person? Or do you have trouble like some have? Joe Mixon released a goodbye letter to Cincinnati Bengal fans today. We'll also give you a little excerpt of that. We'll talk about it with you next at Sports Radio.
making driving at night difficult. GA gets worse over time and cannot be reversed. If you think you have GA, don't wait. Treatments are available. Ask a retina specialist about FDA-approved treatments for GA and go to GAWon'tWait.com.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
And for Ron Hughley, Sean Bajani with you alongside Clint Stoerner. Appreciate you joining the drive. Tyler Milner producing 713-572-4610, 572-4610. I'll give you an update on the poll question of the day that we put out in regards to J.J. Watt's number 99. Do you think that should be his forever, or are you cool with Danielle Hunter wearing it? We'll continue to get to your reaction throughout the show and your phone calls and text and all that good stuff. And I'll give you the latest results of that poll question.
And if you want to be on the right side of it, the answer is 99 should not be worn.
You are on the right side, and as I am on the left side.
Literally.
Literally.
If you want to be on the right side of Bajani's poll.
I do favor that side, you know.
Hangs a little to the left.
I think it's a good side. Photographs, what? No.
Brett Favre up in area.
Leave your cameras at the door?
Yeah, leave him at the door. Before we get to all of that, I want to ask all of you guys a question. Listening, watching, Twitch, YouTube, appreciate you. Because this is some of the initial reaction that I saw whenever the Texans made this deal for Joe Mixon. I mean, you all saw it. It was all over Twitter, and maybe you, Clint, have even fielded some phone calls and read some text about it. But, you know, football's football. There's a time and place for that. Right now it's the offseason. You're not playing football, so it becomes much more about the person at times and the background. And is this guy going to be a fit? You know, well, what about that thing that he did years and years and years ago? Well, that's kind of what I feel is happening with a guy like Joe Mixon, who, for, you know, the length of his career, has had a very difficult time, and maybe it's something that he'll always have a very difficult time with because, well, the video's out there and it's not going anywhere, separating football from the person. If you remember back in 2014, video was released a couple of years after the fact from something he did in 2014 where he clocked a OU student, a female, in a restaurant. And 3 seconds had forever changed, you know, really his life as we know it. Didn't affect his football career any. Maybe it did his draft. He ended up going to the second round, 48th overall. But since then, Clint, I mean, he's pretty much been squeaky clean. Last year, one of which he was acquitted on, where he was accused of pointing a gun and in somebody's face and maybe making some threatening remarks. He was acquitted on that. Another one, which I still think is ongoing, situation involving his sister and her better half on his property, brandishing a gun in some form or fashion. A child was injured during the whole ordeal, but it was nothing to do with him, just other than that situation took place on his property. And look, we're getting these texts that, man, Mixon's a piece of trash. He beats women. We don't want him. He's a trash human. Well, he's a Houston Texan right now. And my question is, you know, why is it that hard for you right now to separate the person from football? And then I guess I know why from a Houston Texans standpoint of view. This is a historic acquisition in my mind in terms of what the franchise has been about for the better part of, 20, 22 years. You haven't seen the likes of this type of signing at this premium position, this being a higher profile player, a player that's regarded as a upgrade at a position like running back. And it's something you're going to live with. The way that I view this, and I'm interested to know from you, what better situation could you envision a guy coming into that's had this past, albeit 10 years ago, as an 18-year-old for Joe Mixon than the Houston Texans? With how you just described DeMeco Ryans, what we know C.J. Stroud to be all about, and how it's trickled down and seeped throughout that locker room, guy like Will Anderson, Nico Collins, Tank Dell, you name it, Clint. I mean, this is a group that functions much more like a football family than anything you've ever seen before here. with your Houston Texans football team. What better situation for a guy like Joe Mixon, if you had a shred of concern about, to come in rather than the Houston Texans?
Well, look, I think it's obviously a great situation for anybody, whether it's a player or somebody working there, whether they've been in trouble or they hadn't been in trouble. I think you've got D'Amico Ryans as a leader of men that's surrounded himself and filled this organization with leaders of men and high character people, and I think it's always extremely beneficial when you can surround yourself with those kind of people, regardless of where you come from or what kind of incidences you've had in the past. Look, I don't know about the more recent stuff with the guns and having brandished a gun or injured somebody. And I mean, in today's world, man, I refuse to really put any thought or effort into those types of he said, she said, lax details kinds of situations. I just refuse to put any kind of thought into that. Obviously, the video of what Joe Mixon did back in the day is awful. It's horrible. I don't know to what degree he was held accountable. As you said, I know it really didn't impact his football career much. But I would imagine that there was some level of rehabilitation and counseling and anger management and everything that I think that the NFL and whatever NFL team he drafted by the Bengals, right?
Yes.
He was drafted there. So I mean, It was. I would think that team would pour into the young man and make sure that somebody that's wearing the NFL shield, somebody that's wearing the Bengals, badge for lack of better terms, is in the right spot and one, held accountable, but also continuing to move towards, hey man, understanding that's unacceptable no matter what the situation is. And so, look, I would imagine the guy's he's probably gone above and beyond whatever was required of him. And what I do know as a Houston Texans fan, once again, is with D'Amico and Nick and Cal and Hannah, I don't believe they're going to bring somebody into this organization that ultimately is a risk to that degree.
Right.
Like, which clearly, look, he did it. It's clearly possible. But I would think that before making a move and bringing Mixon into this thing, even though it was 10 years ago, the due diligence would have been ratcheted up significantly to make sure that as it pertains to putting his hands on women, that's been addressed and that's in his past and it's not part of his future.
I'm with you. I trust D'Amico. I trust his judgment, and why shouldn't you at this point in time? But for a guy who since day one has said it's more about the people than it is the player. It's people first, player second. And I think that's important. I also think this move doesn't happen 15 years ago in this organization. And that goes to show you, and look, that's the way that Bob McNair, wanted to run his organization, and there was alignment there from a general manager and probably from multiple head coaches. Cool. That was then, this is now. And I'm more focused on that, but I am intrigued and impressed that for an organization that constantly said year after year, we want to do things a certain way and get a certain type of player here. Well, that really hasn't changed. That verbiage is still the same. It's just when you go out and get a player you don't know, but you know the guys that you're bringing that individual in with, what better situation to keep a guy focused on football, being a better person, being a better human, and just not accepting the old risk that would supersede the future reward possibly, and keeping it strictly football when you have a great culture already in-house. 713-572-4610 if you'd like to be a part of the conversation, 572-4610. I'll just read you a brief excerpt from Mixon's message to Bengal fans. I thought it was a great read. Kind of lengthy, not this part. To the city of Cincinnati, I've called home for the past 7 years, and the fans that embrace me like family, I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart. The goodbye post got me super overwhelmed and very emotional, but I promise you all greatly I appreciate it. You took a chance on a 20-year-old kid. It made me feel put into words with this place and the people mean to me. Thank you for helping me live out my dream. Cincinnati is a place I'll forever call home. 28 out. He also put this in there. Like we say, stay 10 toes and never fold, end quote, from Joe Mixon.
I say that all the time.
You do?
I've never heard that.
What exactly does that mean? Glad to know he has all his digits, 10 toes.
Yeah,
that's good.
Look, I'm gonna go out on a limb and say that means stay grounded and never fold. Stay grounded, stay hard. I would imagine, but that's it's interesting.
Yeah.
Look, I mean, he's coming to a great place, man. I don't know what kind of demons the guy fights and battles consistently and still over his career. I'm sure there's some. We all have them. His were put on tape and a long time ago. Hopefully that's behind him, and he's coming to Houston, and hopefully he can have a handful of his best years he's ever had, and we can all flourish together, baby.
All right, you want the results so far of this poll that I put out earlier?
Tell us about your poll, Bajani.
I'll tell you about the poll. It's a good poll. It was a validated poll by Clint Stoerner, and I'm very proud
Dirty
of it.
validated.
All right, here we go. All right, pulling it up.
You're having a hard time finding it, ain't you?
Nah, these damn.
It happens when you get older, man.
Damn comments on it. Just pushing it down.
The older you get, man, the harder it is to find.
1,012 votes so far. 55 to 45. It's stayed pretty steady.
Great poll, man.
55-45. 99 is JJ's forever number. That is the winner. 20 hours left to vote.
That poll's so good it could be an Onyx, bro.
Telling you, man. Retire that poll. Just hang that poll up in the rafters. Salute that poll, if you will. Good?
I'm good, man. I'm good. All this poll talk, man, has got me wanting to see my wife.
All right.
And find my bride.
Let's do it. What you got coming up at football at 4, man?
We talked about Eric Armstead. The new league year is here, so Eric Armstead has been released. It's official. He's on the streets. Do the Texans go get Eric Armstead? Well, there's another player that has been released a little earlier in the day that has been released that, I'm going to be honest with you, he piques my interest. He turns me on a bit. This Texans offense would look really good with this individual in the huddle. I'll tell you who that is, and we will discuss next. Before we do that, I got to tell you about R Vision Homes. It's pretty simple, man. If you're
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Clint Stoerner's Football at 4.
Legal tampering period in the NFL started Monday. Was it Monday at 11? It was, I think, in the loop. Started rocking and rolling, man. The breaking news sounder is worn out in there. Texans not as active, or at least didn't bag the big fish, if you will, day one. But day two, they absolutely went to work. Now we are at 3 o'clock today. The new league year began, which, to my understanding, triggers some of the different releases. It's a timestamp for teams to make certain moves. Well, one move that we've been waiting on in Houston, or at least I have. I don't know about everybody else, but what I have, the minute that Christian Wilkins went off the board, the big defensive tackle that ended up getting back in the Brinks truck up, if you will, in Las Vegas. The minute he went off the board, it was obvious the Texans weren't going to get him. Okay, what are they going to do at the defensive tackle position? Word on the street was that Eric Armstead was going to restructure his deal in San Francisco. He was going to be cut at some point in time. Well, 3 o'clock today was when that was made official. The San Francisco 49ers have officially released Eric Armstead, a player that's been in the league 9 years, a player that has done his best work on the big stage when the lights are the brightest, 8 sacks in 12 playoff games, signed a big deal a few years back in San Francisco. Obviously did not meet expectations, live up to those expectations, I guess, of late. So they part ways. He is a guy that I think would be a huge, not an upgrade, but a huge upgrade here with the Houston Texans for DeMeco Ryans. They've got to get an interior presence here that's big time. Not just exist, but is absolutely big time. Last year it was Malik Collins and Sheldon Rankins. They've got to upgrade over those two guys. Sheldon Rankins is a free agent, and Malik Collins was traded this morning to the San Francisco 49ers for a 7th-round pick. So the path is cleared for Eric Armstead to be a Houston Texan, if indeed that is the direction that the Texans are going. So keep your eyes and ears on, keep your ears on Sports Radio 610, whether you're listening via the Odyssey app, which I know a lot of y'all do. We greatly appreciate it. Sports Radio 610 AM. We greatly appreciate all the old school folks. I'm a 100.3 HD2 guy. And then obviously YouTube and Twitch. We are growing that base as well. We greatly appreciate y'all for tuning in. Stay tuned in. Tyler will show you a nipple or two. You may catch me flipping the bird to Bajani or something, and who knows what the hell Ron's going to do next. But we appreciate y'all joining us. Here's where I want to go with this, fellas. We've talked a lot about Eric Armstead. We've talked a lot about the defense. Since Saquon Barkley went to the Philadelphia Eagles and all the running backs flew off the board, the Daubers been kind of down on the offensive side of the football. I think Joe Mixon, who we talked about in the last segment, I really like Joe Mixon, like a lot more than most people do. But I think Joe Mixon is a really good get for Nick Caserio, DeMeco Ryans, and C.J. Stroud. But other than that, there hadn't been a lot of chatter. I guess you can look at Dalton Schultz getting re-upped, and that was
the biggest
that
one.
was some news.
Kid is a freaking baller.
But I'm going to tell you, man, I've been a fan of this, that they need to add weapons offensively for C.J. Stroud. You've got an absolute monster at the quarterback position that is elite in the pass game. There is no reason on God's green earth not to have a receiving core that can attack every inch of turf, every blade of grass on a football field. There's room to improve there for the Texans right now. I got up this morning, boys, and I was thumbing the old social media, and I see the Chargers. Y'all have heard length of Khalil Mack and Joey Bosa. The Chargers have 4 of the top 12 cap hits in the entire NFL for the 2024 season. They're expected to release at least one of these 4 guys, if not multiple, assuming they can't trade them. Khalil Mack, he's due $38.5 million. Joey Bosa's due $36.6 million. Keenan Allen is due $34.7 million. And Mike Williams is due $32.5 million. So I put a nice little segment together. Hey, boys, who y'all want to keep an eye on this list? Who would you hope for on this list? Well, before we could get the show started, Mike Williams got released. And I'll be damned if Mike Williams wasn't my answer, Bijani. Mike Williams, the wide receiver that spent his entire career with the Chargers, that spent his entire career with Keenan Allen, and has provided that big-bodied, man-beating, 50-50 ball-catching, red zone advantage for the Chargers for, 7 years now? Is that right? 7 years in the league? I think he's been there 7 years.
Oh, you talking about Mike Williams?
Mike Williams.
Yeah.
I think it's been 7 years.
Yep.
He's been released. And word on the street is the Chargers want him back, obviously. But smart business, he is going to test the free agent market. And I'll before I fire hose you boys anymore, I'll get y'all's opinion. Mike Williams as a Houston Texan, do we have any interest? Am I out on this limb or on this island alone? Mike Williams, Sean, where you at?
I'm interested. He's a huge target, 6'4", 218. He's proven, for the most part, he's been a fairly durable player throughout the course of his career. ACL injury forced him to miss most of last season, only played in 3 games. But
what are you doing in 3 games? You look at that. I mean, in 3 games,
one touchdown, 249 yards, 19 catches.
And I'm assuming he didn't finish the 3rd game. I'm going to assume it's 2.5 or 2 plus. It's not 3 full games.
Yeah, you don't finish a game and then you're like, I got an ACL
hey,
injury.
by the way, about the 3rd quarter, I ripped my knee up. But yeah, I mean, he's the numbers are impressive. But anyway, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, Bo.
I mean, look, without that injury, he's probably looking at, a 5th straight 1,000-yard season, to be honest with you, because of various injuries that have forced him to miss anywhere from 2 to 6 ball games over the course of the last 5 years of his career. He could be looking at some very similar numbers to another high-priced free agent that was going to become available that didn't, named Mike Evans earlier. We know what he's done over the course of the last decade, but he's got 2 1,000-yard plus years to his name. Could have been the situation in 2020, but he missed, a couple of games. Could have been the situation in 2022, but he missed 4 games. Still had 5 respectively in those seasons. This is a guy who's going to get in the end zone. He's a big target, as you said. Like, I'm always in on that. This feels to me like the Texans could get him on a prove-it sort of type of deal. Coming off of injury, you're going to catch him, I think, still on the right side of 30, entering his age 29 season. I like that kind of move. It seems like it would fit with what the Texans are doing and have been doing in terms of the length of these contracts they're handing out to guys.
I like it. T, where are you at on a potential Mike Williams hunt?
Yeah, like you said earlier, a guy who can literally go up and get any 50-50 ball for you. If C.J. Stroud throws some up in the back of the end zone for him, I'm down. I also had him on fantasy a couple of years. The dude has been great for the Milner fantasy squad.
Yeah. Hey, so you're down.
Yes. Yeah, I know him well.
Look, boys, I'm in the Mike Williams boat, man. I think the injury thing, generally speaking, in the NFL is blown completely out of proportion. You can argue in 2017, his rookie year, he only played 10 games, and then in 2022, he played 3, or last year he played 3.
Last year he played 3, and the year before that, in 22, he played 13.
Yeah, so I mean, look, the third you get into the teens. To me, you're having I'm not gonna red flag you for that. I can understand the rookie year playing 10 games. And then last year playing only 3, like those injury issues, and I don't even remember what happened his rookie year, but those injury issues I can include in this conversation. I mean, if we're going to start missing 2 to 4 games in a season against a guy and labeling him injury prone because of that, then we're on our way to C.J. Stroud being that guy and Will Anderson being that guy, and Nico Collins damn sure is that guy at this point in time. Tank Dell's on his way to being that guy. So I just the single-digit seasons, okay, if there's multiple of those back-to-back or multiple of those in a 5-year span, okay, I can have the injury conversation. I think Saquon Barkley was unfairly labeled as an injury problem, and I think if we look at Mike Williams and we say, oh, well, man, I don't want to sign this guy, man, he's injury-prone. No, he got injured last year, and he was, for 3 games, showed that he was fixing to have a monster year, number one. So I don't subscribe to the Mike Williams is injury prone.
Breaking news from Sports Radio 610 is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today.
Damn it, Tyler, this better be good. I told you today we're going to interrupt Sean Bajani with the breaking news, not me, okay? You do it to me all the time. All right, we got some breaking news. Obviously, it wasn't Texans breaking news because we didn't hear it in the sound of there. What do you got, boss?
Yeah, not Texans related, but it is in the AFC South. This is coming from Ian Rappaport. Sources say the Tennessee Titans, those pretend Oilers up there, they are signing Jaguars star wide receiver Calvin Ridley, completing their free agency with a splash. A stunner around the NFL, according to Rappaport.
Well, Calvin Ridley, you take the little gambling issue out of the way. I mean, this dude is a 1,000-yard machine, and I think he is one of those wide receivers, which it wouldn't have shocked me that he would have ended up here if they were going to pursue wide receivers aggressively, because, I mean, he is a guy that Bobby Slowick describes all the time when he talks about his wide receivers, basically guys that can play any wide receiver position on the field, and they're all interchangeable and versatile. He's a guy that can play the slot and be a monster with the twitch and change of direction. With his speed, he can get outside. He plays a lot bigger than his size is. So he was a guy that I would imagine was on the Texans' radar as well, or at least I would like to think he is, or he was.
All the reports earlier today were indicating that it was a 2-man race between the Patriots and the Jags to retain him for Calvin Ridley. So the Titans swooping in and getting him, that's definitely a surprise. Do we have the figures on?
Must have been sources, man. There's some good sources.
We have figures on the Ridley contract?
Not that I see it, but I'll keep an eye out.
Okay.
Calvin Ridley, the Titans. The Titans have done they've done who all have they added?
Well, if you count Ridley, they added Tony Pollard in the backfield.
Yep.
They got themselves center Lloyd Cushenberry.
Mm-hmm.
Kenneth Murray, new linebacker.
Yep. Oklahoma, right?
Chidobe Awuzie, upgraded corner. And some depth pieces. I don't know how Sadiq Charles is going to factor in to the offensive line.
Okay.
I do have those figures for you, Bajani. Didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, go ahead.
Calvin Ridley heading over to the Tennessee Titans. 29-year-old Ridley is getting a 4-year deal with $50 million fully guaranteed.
Wow.
$492.
You're looking at 23 a year, bub.
Contract, of course, negotiated by one
Good
David
quick
Mulligetta.
math.
You're looking at 23 a year for Calvin Ridley, man.
Good quick math,
Wow.
sir. Yes.
Ooh-wee. Boy, Traylon Burks, you better have you a year now.
Yeah.
Traylon Burks, you better have you a year.
Well, I'm just trying to connect all the dots, right? So, we were talking about Mike Williams being a $30 million per kind of a guy, right? Is that still the bar? Is that what he got to stay in Tampa? It's like 30-ish. I want to say it was in and around
Mike
there.
Evans?
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought I heard you say Mike Williams. I'm thinking, God,
I might have. We're talking about Mikes and receivers.
Yeah,
so
I don't remember what exactly Mike got. It was rich, though.
Yeah, so I'm trying to look at that. Look at Ridley. You see what some of these other receivers have gotten on the open market this year and what Nico Collins could be looking at on the open market next year.
Look, I think it changes every year, obviously, but I think there's some guys that to keep an eye on in terms of what Nico's going to get, or like Cortland Sutton's, I think, is at $15 million a year kind of deal. So I think that's where the floor is going to be, and I think he signed that deal a couple of years ago. So that's where the floor is going to be for Nico, I would think. But I think Nico still has, in order to get where Calvin just got, I think Nico has some work to do. Nico needs another 1,000-yard season and needs to stay healthy and do work. But they're going to have to pay him up. But back to the Mike Williams conversation, just to put a bow on it. As I said, I don't think Mike Williams is an injury-prone player. He's had a couple of injuries that have cost him a couple of games. He's had cost him a season last year. But I'm not concerned about the injury bug with him at all. Unbelievably productive, and I think most importantly, man, he is. I like complimentary receiving corps.
Mm-hmm.
Like I'm not necessarily aligned with Bobby Slowick when it comes to I want all guys to be able to do everything. Now I get it, you want to coach them up to be able to do everything, but like there's got to be some specialty to what you have and who you are. And the one piece that I believe that the Texans clearly don't have is that big-bodied, man-beating, hey, you got me covered, throw the back shoulder, throw it up, I will climb the ladder and go get it, I will bail you out, C.J. Stroud. Every team needs that.
Yeah.
Right? You need that guy that can go make plays when the play's not there to be made. And I think Mike Williams is the guy that brings that. At the right price for the Houston Texans, I absolutely love Mike Williams' play style as it complements the rest of this receiving corps.
Yeah, so he's going to be, again, entering into his age 29 season. So he'll play some of it 29, some of it 30. He's got a birthday in October. Mike Williams' injury history, as I look over this, going all the way back to 2015 when at Clemson he suffered a fractured neck, the C6 vertebrae in his neck.
Mm-hmm.
Look, he's had knees, he's had muscle spasms in his lower back, he's had AC joint sprains. This ACL tear, the grade 3 tear that he endured this past season in week 3, that is really, I think, the most significant in terms of his NFL injury history. It's the question now going forward as he's getting to be older. He'll be 30 later on this season, a guy coming off of an ACL. I'm not necessarily there yet with a 30-year-old guy that, hey, an ACL is kind of like Tommy John in baseball. It's like like, psh, please, he'll be fine. It'll be okay. I worry a little bit because this is a big guy. He does have a big frame. He's been asked to do a lot. And in this offense, you want him to be able to do all of those things and play in various positions on the field. It's going to be kind of like, let's see what you can do. That might be very favorable in terms of a situation the Texans could be interested in.
Yeah, look, but Johnny, my only point, I don't say you flip every stone. My only point is I don't turn my nose up at Mike Williams at the end of the day, right? I mean, and don't forget, man, again, going back, I don't want to stroke D'Amico and this organization to that degree, but don't forget what Nico Collins has attributed his monster year to last year and his ability to stay healthy.
Mm-hmm.
Like they did some things differently with him.
Yeah,
I mean, who's to say Mike Williams don't need that same kind of treatment to be able to stay to recover from this injury that he had last year? If guys are going to respond that way from a health perspective, it's a huge plus for the Texans. But Mike Williams in a Texans uniform, I could get down with, and I would be A-OK with Mixon, Schultz, Tank Dell, Nick that.
Yeah, buddy.
And get the hell out of the way. Let CJ cook.
Let's go. He's Clint Stoerner, Sean Bajani. What do you think? You all about that? 713-572-4610. We'll see if you're all about this. Daniil Hunter wearing jersey number 99. We'll give you the results of the poll. Get more of your reaction next. I know Larry and Stafford was chomping at the bit. Hit me up on Twitter. Apologize we couldn't get to him on the phone lines, but we do got a couple of phone lines available if you want to hop in, Larry. You're always more than welcome, and we'll get the rest of your reaction as well. And not necessarily breaking news, but a former Texan headed elsewhere. I'll give you that update on the other side. Stay there at Sports Radio 610.
All right, what's good, Houston? Clint Stoerner here, and I got a question for y'all, man. Have you or a loved one been injured in an accident? If so, you need to know this. You have the right to hold the negligent party accountable. It's not always the most comfortable thing to make happen, but damn it, you got the right. You also have the right to get the compensation that you deserve.
Planet Fitness. Get that big fitness energy. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
And for Ron Hughley, Sean Bajani with you alongside Clint Stoerner, Tyler Milner producing. Appreciate you joining us on The Drive. I'll be in for the next couple of days, the rest of the week. And B. Scott will be filling my shift with Patrick Creighton on Area 45, if you're looking forward to that. Looking forward to talking to B. Scott next segment. We got him in for the Rockets report. In between, I've got a report for you via a poll question that I will get to momentarily. But first, one of the most important players for the Texans offensively last year, filling a necessary void at right tackle, will no longer be back with the Houston Texans. George Fant. Tyler, where's George going? I missed
the Seattle Seahawks.
Going to the Seattle Seahawks. Do we have specs on the deal that he got so far?
Let me check.
No big deal. No
Back
more
to the
George
Seahawks, man.
You know, I talked to George like mid to latter portion of last season, and it was right before, I think, that Jets game, or maybe right after the Jets game. I can't remember the timeline now, but, you know, it was when he was, like, oddly not in the starting lineup anymore.
Yep.
And Charlie Heck came back.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, dude, you know, do you feel like this is kind of revitalized, like, or put your career on a different trajectory now? Like, you came in thinking you were going to be a backup, and you started the whole season. Like, what do you think? And he's like, I came here to reset my market, and that's exactly what he ended up doing. So I'd be very interested to see the kind of deal he got with the Seattle Seahawks is. Presumably,
don't see any details as of yet.
It is to be a starter, I would imagine. I don't know their offensive line situation up there, but hey, happy for George Fant, because he was a huge sigh of relief to give you that kind of production at the right tackle spot.
There ain't no doubt, man. I mean, you were going into it after that first preseason game when he got beat pretty bad, and it was like, uh-oh, what are they going to do, man? This George Fant guy, you know, and boy, I think that they got to slide Titus Howard down to left guard, and George Fant takes over at right tackle, and I mean, the right side of this offensive line was never a problem.
Yeah, no,
it was absolutely never a problem, and I don't know what the numbers tell you, but I'm not. It wouldn't surprise me at all to say that they chose to try to run the football that direction, because the other direction was so much softer. So
yeah,
yeah. Look, none of them were. Don't be wrong. It wasn't in the run game. It wasn't great anywhere, but if you look at who gave you a chance, I believe, just off the rip here, based on the film that I watched all year long, just recall. I mean, I'd be willing to bet you that they chose to run the football to the right side when things got tough.
Yeah, I mean, just trust your eyes. I know you do that, Clint. I mean, that's what we all saw. There's no question. The latest results of the poll question I put out: are you okay with Danielle Hunter wearing number 99 for the Texans, or should it be off limits forever? 99 is JJ's forever. 55-45 on the poll question. 1,080 of you have voted so far.
So Tyler and I are on the right side of that, huh?
You are on the right
the
side,
winning
and
side.
I am on the left side of that.
The 55% side.
Yeah, winners win.
You know, it's funny, though. I bet you if you polled, the texters, I feel like a lot of the texters at 713-572-4610 have side. I think it's kind of interesting. You've got one result here via Twitter, another result with the text line. Let's see what one Larry in Stafford has to say joining the drive. What's up, Larry?
What's going on, Sean Clint? If Danielle Hunter run out of that tunnel number 99, you're going to have 70,000 folks over there looking at them like they crazy, man. You can't put number 99 on that dude, man. And I know some people say, well, it's just a number and his name is up in the rafters and all of that for the Ring of Honors. But that number 99 and number 80 are off limits, even though Cal and Hannah say they don't retire numbers. There's a standard and there's a respect thing that goes along with them boys being Hall of Famers, man. You just can't do it. And if I'm Hunter, I'm not trying to do it. I'm going to try to get number 94 or number 96 if the number is that important to him. Because if you think that you want to run out there and have 99 on the back of your on your jersey and then look in the stands and see number 99 with J.J. Watt name on there, that's going to make your ass feel a certain kind of way. Now, I want to talk about a couple other things real quick. They gave Calvin Ridley $50 million? Man, God, hey, man, look here. I don't know what they smoking up there or that Tennessee whiskey in Nashville, but $50 million, hey, man, y'all can have his ass, dog. We going to lock him up with Stingley anyway, so it don't even matter. If you crazy enough to give Calvin Ridley $50 million, I'm crazy enough to laugh at your ass. Also, look here, man. I love the fact, Herbie, man. And now that all these boys are getting released and everything, Go get me Eric Armstead, then go get me Xavier Howard, or go get me another safety back there, Quadre Diggs, or somebody to put back there to get my boy Jalen Petrie right. Then it's going to be a fun time in that AFC South. All you Titan fans, y'all going to have to come see your boy, man, because we making moves to try to go and get us one of them things on our fingers. Hey, Cowboy fans, y'all know we laughing at y'all and our howl.
Appreciate you, Larry. Thanks, man. Yeah, I know he's like the pulse of, a lot of Texan fans. He says absolutely not to Danielle Hunter wearing 99. I guess it doesn't hit me like it hits a lot of other people because Danielle Hunter's really freaking good. And it's been 4 years since JJ's worn that number as a Houston Texan, and he's since been put in the Ring of Honor. That's why I feel like I'm okay with it. I can't fake the passion. Like, I am not passionately like, why are they showing Danielle Hunter on NFL Network and the Texans 99? Like, that doesn't hit me that way. It's like, you know what?
Yeah,
that dude looks pretty damn good in that.
I'm not mad. I'm not one bit mad about it. I just it's a conversation that needs to be had because the Houston Texans, obviously we're home to J.J. Watt. J.J. Watt is not only a first ballot Hall of Famer, he's going to go down as one of the best defensive players to ever play the game of football. When you talk about first ballot Hall of Famers on the defensive side of the football, on the defensive line, he is in that conversation.
Yes.
I mean, he is in the conversation with Reggie White.
Yes.
I mean, he is in the conversation with the greatest to ever. So this isn't like, I don't care what the Ring of Honor and this and that. Like, it's like, man, you've got a young franchise, relatively speaking, and you've got one dude that is going to go down as one of the greatest to ever play the position in the history of the NFL. And boy, if anything ever deserves a little different treatment, I think that's it. I'll be honest with you. If it were me, I'm with Larry. If it were me, 80 and 99 would be off. They'd be off limits.
Yeah.
I'd have on one wing of the stadium. I'd have me a store with 80, and I'd sell the hell out of them bobbleheads, and I'd have me a 99 on the other side.
Text message says the number 34 from the 281. The number 34 should never be worn in Houston ever again. Well, it won't because it's retired as a Rocket. It's retired as an Astro. There's Olajuwon. There's Ryan. You're the Texans, not the Oilers. Amy Adams Skunk has that one up there. Yeah, I know what I did there. I don't care. She sucks.
I like it.
I don't know that a Texan has ever worn the number 34. Maybe there has. Maybe there hasn't. But I'm good with that either way. I just the only thing that I have reservations about J.J. Watt giving up the 99, giving it to Danielle Hunter is it's 2 years. It's a 2-year contract.
Even
you're
more
gonna let it, year. I know a few texters said that as well. That
more of a reason not to do it. Go get you a single digit. Go get you a single digit and get after it.
There you go. He's Clint Stoerner, Sean
Take
Bajani.
that 2 from what is
Number 1 is Jimmy Ward.
No.
And number 2 is who's number 2?
The receiver.
Why am I blanking? Who's
Robert Woods?
Robert Woods.
Mm-hmm.
Is it Woods?
Take that 2 from Woods.
He might be
and let's
gone.
roll.
You might take it from him anyway. He may not be back. Save a little money on him. You can continue to vote on the poll question at Sean Bajani at Sports Radio 610 on Twitter. Coming up next, we've got our Rocket Report with B. Scott. Can't wait for that. That's next at Sports Radio 610.
All right, if the last couple years have taught us anything, y'all, it's that you got to control the controllables, man. Value.
B. Scott in the house. Sean Bajani in for Ron Hughley. Clint Stoerner as well, along with Tyler Milner producing. Time for our Rocket Report. B. Scott, what'd you make of the nice little victory last night for Houston? 103-101. Ended up hanging on to that thing and made Wemby look like ass last night.
I'm just loving the way that they take it to Wemby.
Yeah.
You know, like, and Clint, I differ from you a little bit on, like, the whole Wemby going to another Texas team thing.
Yeah.
Like, I'd prefer... Like, it's fine right now. I think 5 years.
Prefer him being Canada?
Yeah. 5 years down the line, I'm gonna come back to you, Clint.
Sure.
When he's tearing them up.
All of Spurs Twitter is, by the way.
Hey, I'm gonna be like, wouldn't you rather he be in Charlotte? Watch. Hey, look, but as for right now, and the way that the way that the Rockets are playing it, I should say, I've been listening to y'all talk about the Texans for so long. I'm saying Texans, but the way that the Rockets are playing against him, man, I love it. Like, Wemby is this ultra talented phenom, superstar of the future, while the Rockets don't appear to really have any of that, especially last night without Şengün being out there.
Mm-hmm.
And I know Jalen Green is his own conversation, but they don't appear to have that kind of guy right now. And so to make up for that lack of talent, they have been playing a really gritty brand of basketball really all season. The jump that they've made in defensive rating and just overall as a defensive team. And they took it to Wemby. Like, they didn't have Şengün last night. And what do you see? Jayshawn Tate all of a sudden has to have a role again. And why is that? Because he is a bowling ball of a dude who isn't feet tall, but can get into a guy's chest. So I like the style of play that I was watching last night.
I love the style of play that I've watched for the last 2 weeks. Now, again, I wasn't watching much early, and I've just, since Şengün kind of arrived, and I hear you guys talking about big money and building around this guy. I'm like, well, let me take a peek. And since, so I'm about 2.5 weeks on watching, damn near on a nightly basis when they play. And I agree with you, B. Scott, with the physicality that they've shown of late. Now, my question there, I absolutely love it.
Yeah.
I hope that's like the identity of Ime Udoka, and I hope it's not just a response to not having, you got to muddy the game up. You got to ugly the game up in order to have a chance. I just, for me, it's one of those where, man, I hope it's how they play ball. I don't give a damn what the situation is.
I think it will be. I do. I think it's going to be a part of their identity for as long as Ime Udoka is the head coach.
I love it, man.
Like, this is the Boston team that he had was a much more talented team a couple of years ago, and they played similarly to this. So this is just what he's about. I think this is part of what the identity of the team is going to be. I think now you just want to see them take a leap in either the talent accumulation or the actual talent that they've already accumulated, taking the next step in their game. But I would just point out, man, they were going through a really difficult stretch there, and we talked about this coming out of the All-Star break, the rough teams that they were going to have to go up against, and they did go up against those teams. But quietly here now, they won games.
Yeah.
And they're still playing.
4 straight road games, too.
Yeah, after a while, like, I remember doing the H-Town Hoops podcast with Adam Spillane about a week or two ago, and they had 5 wins. I'm talking about they were like 5-20-something on the road.
Yeah.
So there was this conversation about, hey, why can't you guys get up on the road? And now that's not an issue anymore. You start to see that a little bit with the trip to Phoenix. Some of the stuff we were talking about in previous weeks about them showing a little bit more of an attitude, a little bit more of a grit. No back down whenever they were trying to get other teams were trying to punk them. So quietly now, the Rockets still have plenty to play for, still several games out of that 10th spot, but it's not insurmountable, even though it's unlikely. It was already unlikely and now far less likely without having their best player on the floor.
It's just, look, you're kind of, it's demoralizing because you don't have Alperen Şengün. You don't have Cam Whitmore. Those guys are effectively lost for the season. And as you were kind of going through, B. Scott, you're playing some of your best ball on the road. Granted, look, you're taking advantage of maybe a little bit of a softer schedule, but still, you're seeing the results on the road. The style of play is there. Maybe the culture's kind of coming around, but then, damn, you're not going to have, 2 of your better players available to you. the last 17 games of the season. That, to me, is a little demoralizing. So I'm going to ask you, what could you possibly hope to see in terms of growth these last, few weeks of the regular season?
Oh, it's got to be the young players, like stepping the young non-Tari Eason players, like the guys who sort of have their reputations not set in stone, but I think you feel pretty good about right now. And those are the two guys, they're out for the season.
Mm-hmm.
So I was talking about this on the podcast as well. Like, what an opportunity for all of those guys. Like, even if they don't attain the clear goal of making the play-in, they've already won more games than they did last. They're already going to be a much better team than they were a year ago. So the stated improvement or the stated goal of improvement has been accomplished. The thing that I feel like you're watching for is, okay, maybe Jalen Green doesn't take that superstar level step, but is he starting to show you more signs that he could be that number 2 or that he could be whatever he's going to be? Yeah. Is he going to give you a better sense for what that is by the time the year is over with? And I would just point out, too, he's been playing better. I know he had 16 last night, and he does this thing where he'll go off, and then the next night he's kind of pedestrian. He's just a guy. But I think that's the thing that you're sort of hanging your hat on, is wanting to see more consistency out of him, and to honestly for him to play more like he's played over the last 2 weeks or so.
That's fair. B. Scott, I'm going to be honest with you, man. Correct me if I'm wrong, which I know you will. With Jalen Green, like, the fear for me with him is, like, he appears to be uncoachable. Like, in other words, it's just the same issue, it seems like, for 2 years now when I turn the TV on. Let me finish, B. Scott, see what you think. Like, so it's the inability, his aggression, the inability to control his explosion, his athletic ability, his aggressiveness on the floor. And it's almost like I told Sean earlier this. I want to see Jalen Green take the approach of a pitcher in Major League Baseball in spring training that's adding a pitch in a spring training game. He's going to get up there and he's going to work on that pitch. They may hit 3 or 4 of them out of the park.
Yeah.
The stat line may not be worth a damn, but he's going to get better at that pitch. Like, Jalen Green is one that I want to see him, like last night. Like you said, kind of a pedestrian game, but was in there. Like, catching the ball and trying to throw it halfway up the floor for no apparent reason when you don't have the numbers, and turning the basketball over carelessly.
Yeah.
Or just jacking up a 3 at the end of a game when you got a lead and you should be chewing up the shot clock a bit kind of deal, and driving to the rim and not having any control when you get there, and sometimes you finish, sometimes you don't. It's all like, I watch it, I'm like, bro, it's a control issue. Just play with more control, and he would be that guy. Him and Şengün would be nasty.
So this is not going to make you feel better, Clint, but I think that Jalen Green, and I know you weren't watching a lot of him in the first couple of years, but that's one of the things that he's actually gotten a lot better at. The issue even more so than what you're talking about, and that's what you're talking about has been an issue throughout. Sure. Okay, so I'm not trying to belittle it, but that is one of the areas where he has improved with better teammates and better coaching. Having Dylan Brooks and Fred VanVleet on the court with him, and Alperen Şengün developing, and of course Ime Udoka being his head coach. So he actually make better decisions. The issue, Clint, and this is what's concerning for me, is that despite making some better decisions, it just hasn't actually translated. The jump shot is broken or inconsistent. Like, you can't rely on it on a night in and night basis.
That's it. It's inconsistent.
So, but B. Scott, has he gotten better, or has the team around him basically taken the ball out of his hand and ask him to do less?
I think both. Okay. But the issue is, Clint, like you talk about not wanting to jack up threes. At some point, I need him to just make more of them. Like, somebody was making this point about Jalen Green. The harder the 3 is, the more likely it is that he makes it. Like, my man can hit those 3s that you don't like him taking. He don't hit them wide open ones a lot of times. The ones that make more sense. Like the jump shot, the finishing at the rim could be a whole lot better. Getting to the foul line, that was the reason why last year was the best year that he's had, because he got to the line way more than he did as a rookie and a lot more than he is this season. I think that helps his game tremendously. So if he could do a lot more of that, I think those things would help.
In all fairness, I thought he's been a little bit better around the rim in the second half. Last night, not necessarily withstanding, but when you have, a freaking 7'5" dude as a rim protector there, and you're as physical as the Spurs can be. Like, I thought he was a little hesitant, when he'd attacked the basket last night.
Yeah.
But who's not going to be?
Yeah.
Who's going to look really unnatural when you get to the hole and you see a 7'5" dude there?
Yeah.
I get it. I feel like it's almost just been another disservice to him this year because guys like Fred Van Dylan injury earlier this season, and now you don't have Şengün, you don't have Whitmore, and you're trying to piece this whole thing together, yet still properly evaluate whether or not you believe this guy is going to be an integral piece to this team in future years. To me, Ime Udoka's job just got that much more difficult, the last 17 games of this regular season.
Oh, yeah.
And I know, like, we see something really intriguing with him. It's just, can he be consistent? I don't know that he's been given a fair shot.
Yeah, I'll say, I agree with you. Ime Udoka's job has gotten a lot much harder, but I would say that Jalen Green's opportunity has also become much greater because he has that chance to showcase himself, to do all of those things that you just talked about.
Hey, B. Scott, appreciate you, man. I'll
Yes,
see you
sir.
tonight. We'll
Yes,
talk
sir.
again.
For
B.
sure.
Scott will be in for Patrick Creighton on Area 45. We'll have it for you here, 7 to 10. Coming up next, 5 o'clock fire. Things starting to happen, moves being made, signings getting done. We'll have all of it for you next on Sports Radio 610. Keep it there.
All right, that weather's getting nice out there, y'all. It's that time of year when, boy, you look outside, you get up in the morning, you really want to get out.
get it done.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is time for 5 o'clock fire. In for Ron Hughley, I'm Sean Bijani. He's Clint Stoerner. Tyler Milner doing his thing, producing, being a badass. 5 o'clock fire brought to you by Kirk Holmes. First up on 5 o'clock fire, Calvin Ridley is going to the Titans. NFL insider Ian Rappaport has the details.
All right. You want a bombshell?
Lay it out, brother.
You want a bombshell, Rhett?
Let's have one.
Here we go. Sources say the Tennessee Titans are signing Jaguar star receiver Calvin Ridley. Listen to this massive deal. 4 years, $92 million for Calvin Ridley. $50 million fully guaranteed in this deal, negotiated by David Mulugheta and Reza Azam of Athletes First. Calvin Ridley turns 30 this season. 30, and he gets a massive, massive deal from the Titans. Everyone has been assuming, I think this whole time, that it's going to be the Jaguars, is going to be the Patriots. No, it is the Tennessee Titans.
Yep, Tennessee Titans. Did you get those numbers? Did it just fly right over your head? 4 years, $92 million, $50 million, $50 million.
Woo!
Guaranteed.
Love that money.
I know, but I just feel really old when people call 30-year-olds or insinuate that 30-year-old athletes are old as hell and shouldn't be getting $50 million. It's just, it's a hell of a feeling, people.
Yeah, look, I mean, here's the deal. Ron's a big age guy, man. I mean, the first thing Ron looks at when somebody signs is how old they are and how much, if they have any tread left, which makes sense. I'm not an immediate age guy. I don't, like, his age doesn't bother me. What bothers me is $92 million.
Yeah.
I mean, $23 million per year for Calvin Ridley.
And within the same division, by the way, because aside from the contract and how crappy you think it might be, the son of a gun is still going to be in the AFC South with the Tennessee Titans. That's the part that I don't like.
Look, I mean, I mean, the guy's a good player. Don't get me wrong, but I mean, $23 million, like Calvin Ridley. Correct me if I'm wrong, guys, but when whatever team, like when Tennessee comes to town next year, I'm not sitting over here going, man, how in the hell are we going to deal with Calvin Ridley?
Well,
$23 million?
I got to tell you, I'll be a little concerned until the Texans convince me otherwise that they're going to have that thing on lockdown, because the last time the Jacksonville Jaguars came to town, Tavius Thomas was out there getting barbecue brisketed all over the place. Didn't matter.
Look here, you put Tavius Thomas on the field, your ass deserves to get cooked. At some point in time, last year, through all that bull jive about PFF and he's a corner and he's fine and he made the team, and well, somebody told me Des King couldn't run fast enough, couldn't cover, so they didn't keep Tavius Thomas out there trying to cover folks. At some point in time, I'm surprised it didn't come sooner. At some point in time, Tavius Thomas being on that field was going to get their ass cooked any way you slice it. D'Amico knew that, and we kept on with the gamble. Look, trust me, it wasn't going to take Calvin Ridley to cook his ass.
I like this from the 713. I swear Mulugheta must have dirt on all these GMs or something. He gets his dudes huge contracts. That from the 713. Yeah, he's getting them paid, just like Scott Boras, man. Up next on 5 o'clock fire.
5 o'clock fire.
Texans earlier this morning trading defensive tackle Malik Collins. The move clearing a little cap for maybe future moves down the road. I don't know, maybe something that's going to happen within the next 10 minutes, 10 days, who knows. Collins would have been a $16 million cap hit. Instead, by trading him, the Texans make it just a $10 million hit, clearing a little room. Busy last couple of days for the Texans, though not busy enough today for, I know, a lot of people's likings. You get Joe Mixon, you get Danielle Hunter, you move Collins. Just has to mean something's coming down the pipe, and presumably, Clint, with the defensive tackles that remain on the open market right now, guys like DJ Reader, a couple of others I'm forgetting off the top of my head. Who am I forgetting? There's another big-time guy.
Armstead is out there.
Armstead, yeah,
duh. Is that who you're talking about?
Yeah, and I'm not used to him being released. But, yes, in fact, he was released earlier today by the San Francisco 49ers. Whether or not that kind of is what's coming down the pike, we'll see.
Yeah, the thing with the Malik Collins move tells me that I don't know what exactly went down. And you got to believe, given the fact that Malik Collins plays the specific position, that one, the head coach, I would say it was the number one reason why the head coach said they were going to invest in the front right after the season was over. Number two, it was a position of need because Sheldon Rankins is gone, is a free agent, and now Malik Collins. So the hole got bigger at the number one position of need, and you still hadn't made a move. So I got to believe the Malik Collins move was specifically made because they are going to make an aggressive move to bring somebody in on the inside of this defense, one of these D tackles that are out there, maybe even two of them, to solidify this defensive front.
I would not hate that. And let's go ahead and get to the next one up on 5 o'clock fire.
5 o'clock fire.
I just mentioned it, Eric Armstead. I'm thinking that should be and is the easy connect the dots aggressive move that the Texans could be making. You look at what he's accomplished over the course of his 8-9 year career as a San Francisco 49er. Look, you know there's familiarity there between D'Amico and Armstead. Cool. But here's the thing. You've got an opportunity, Clint, to have game changers, game wreckers on the edge, up the middle, at linebacker, in the secondary, hell, at the cornerback position, all over the place defensively. If you can get Eric Armstead in the middle, this guy rises to the occasion in big games. He's the 49ers' all-time franchise leader in sacks in the post, an organization that's been there, done that a time or two in the postseason. I want that guy on my team for many, many reasons, but namely because he is a big, badass player when the game is on the line.
Well, I got to believe that what I love about the situation is it's pretty obvious they've got to make a move. There's clearly a guy that has experience with D'Amico Ryans that is available, and this particular guy is a player that the Texans just haven't had in a while. I mean, you're 6'7". I mean, you're talking about a man amongst boys in the defensive line room.
Yes, sir.
Relative to what we've seen. And, I mean, I'll tell you, look, I mean, the truth of the matter is the interior presence on the defensive line, if it's the right guy, he has the ability to impact the game in a way that I always have said nobody other than maybe a man-to-man corner that's a lockdown corner can impact the game. And you're talking about a guy that tangibly is as good as Eric Armstead. He would be an absolute game changer for this team, and I fully expect the Texans to be in on Eric Armstead. I don't know what the number looks like. I don't know what the contract looks like. Hell, it's hard to tell these days with Calvin Ridley just getting $92 million. It's hard to tell who's going to get what, but I got to believe that whatever Eric Armstead is worth, D'Amico Ryans knows, and him and Nick Caserio are hot and heavy talking about it.
Yeah, something tells me, though, that the Texans a mistake, so if that number's a little bit too large, I don't anticipate the Texans feeling the need to go out and be overly aggressive, desperate, if you will.
I don't know if desperate's the right word, Sean, but I mean there's no, I mean, like who are the current Texans defensive tackles right now?
Current defensive tackles for your Houston Texans. You just got one a couple of days ago in Foley Fatukasi. You've got Kurt Heinisch. You've got McTelvin, good old McTelvin. I've nicknamed him McLovin. You've got Khalil Davis. That's your defensive tackle depth right now, and potentially Danico Autry, who can play inside.
You don't have a starter.
You don't.
You don't have a starter in that bunch right there. You've got a handful of depth guys, and the majority of those should be battling for third string spots or for your fifth defensive lineman in a rotation.
Johnson got Sheldon Rankins hanging out there.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm just talking about what you have right now.
Wouldn't hate bringing him back though.
Man, if there's ever been a need to get, again, I don't think it's desperate, but to ever get aggressive and take a little bit of a risk, the defensive side of the football at the defensive tackle position is a good place to do it, and it's a necessary place to do it if you're the Houston Texans with your roster currently built as you just mentioned.
I understand what I meant by, just being desperate. You don't have to be, for the same reasons like a lot of people were disappointed, angered, frustrated for the Texans. Instead of signing all of these big-time dudes on day one, they were watching guys like Blake Cashman and Jonathan Grenard leave and sign elsewhere. and all you had from the Kansas City Chiefs, whoop-de-frickin' do. I got the frustration there, but you see how it's turned out to this point. You're feeling pretty good, and I think they've upgraded a lot in a lot of areas. There are options, just like there were options out there once you swung and missed on Saquon Barkley. You went out, I don't care, call it desperate, call it a knee-jerk reaction, call it whatever you want to. Joe Mixon is an upgrade, in my mind, over Devin Singletary. You went out and you got that deal for a 7th-round pick, which has effectively, been wiped off the board by reobtaining that pick in the deal for Malik Collins to the San Francisco 49ers today. Up next on the 5 o'clock Fire.
5 o'clock Fire.
Should be just about underway. I believe first pitch was scheduled for 5:10, but the Astros taking on the Mets this evening. It'll be the third spring start for Christian Javier. The lineup for tonight's game, not what we've been used to looking at here in recent days for the Astros. It's not the big boppers and your 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Instead, you've got Cabbage, Diaz, Julks, Singleton, Myers, Loperfido, Hensley, Kessinger, and Whitcomb, who the Astros are trotting out today. But it's really about Christian Javier, Clint. He is had a pretty good spring so far. He came in 15 pounds under the weight that he'd reported at and played at last season. His fastball's up a full tick from 92 to 93 this year's, touched 94 a few times this spring. Good sign so far for Christian Javier. Would be anticipating seeing evening. Also anticipating this. One Garrett Cole. I will sprinkle that in here with you because, well, from today, we're just about 2 weeks away from opening day, Clint, and it was confirmed today by Yankee manager Aaron Boone that the former representative of himself, one Garrett Cole, will reportedly miss 1 to 2 months after doctors have detected a tear in his UCL. Boone officially ruling him out for opening day. Will start the season on the IL.
So sad.
Yeah,
I'm not going to celebrate, but I'm going to celebrate.
That's just too bad, little buddy.
You guys are terrible human beings, man.
I got a message for those Yankee turds.
This is Garrett Cole and his UCL, man. He's missing 2 months, and y'all gonna make light of it.
Poor buddy.
Hope y'all feel better about yourself.
Stupid shaven face.
The Christian Javier, the Christian Javier thing is very interesting, boys. I can't shake. When I heard they said he's gonna come into spring training a little bit lighter, he feels really good. He's lost some weight. I was like, yeah, right. We'll see what that looks like. The minute a picture surfaced of Christian Javier, it was a blatant, obvious 15 pounds. He clearly looked significantly better.
He lost about 5 pounds in his face, about 10 pounds in the
look
gut.
Here. Take it from a guy that could afford to lose 5 pounds in his chin and neck. I mean, he looks good, man. And I don't know what the better shape, the lighter weight, 15 pounds. I don't know what that's going to result in with Christian Javier. But if it's having more gas and then the ability to last and command and not fatigued, then damn, he's definitely made that move. I am impressed with Christian Javier. We'll see what it looks like once the season starts, but man, he looks good, man.
Getting light in the ass should equate to having more gas, is basically what you're saying.
He's light in the face.
Interesting.
Light in the face, light in the midsection. I mean, he lost it from all over, man.
I like it, man. All right, he's Clint Stoerner.
I hope y'all feel like real men. I hope you too. Hope you two feel like real men crying about Garrett Cole tearing his elbow.
I probably feel more like a man than Garrett Cole does right now.
I mean, I don't root for injury.
At least I can do my job right now.
Tyler, I hope you fall in your living room and break a rib tonight on the couch.
I've already done that one. That was painful, man.
Just get a load of that.
Garrett Cole is a whiny little bitch.
Oh, yes.
That can be true. You could also not celebrate his injury. How about that?
I'm not all right, I'm celebrating.
yeah, you did.
Screw you, Garrett Cole, and anything wearing pinstripes. Sorry, bud.
Yeah, I'm all about it. 713-572-4610. If you want to be a part of the conversation, you can be next. Twitch, YouTube, call, text, however you see fit. We're going to get back to the Little Texans, which, look, they are a better team today than the one that ended at 10-7 in the regular season, than even the one that got their asses kicked by the Baltimore Ravens. Change my mind.
You sure?
Right now, expectations should have changed for you. We'll talk about it next.
All right, before we do that, I'm going to have to get me a cold beer.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, coming up at 6 o'clock, Texans Radio will be right here for you, Sports Radio 610. I saw John Harris in the building. Does that mean it's him and Mark Vandermeer, Tyler?
Back.
You get to their beautiful faces live and in action back-to-back nights. How about that? And then 7 to 10 on Sports Radio 610, Area 45 with myself and B. Scott. PC's out enjoying some family time at Nickelback tonight. So how about that? Get you some there. Nickelback. How about that?
I would have bet PC was a Nickelback fella.
Yeah, it certainly rings true. Can't wait to get that report tomorrow, as in not. Because many people over the course of the last, few hours have requested, via the text line at least, and I'm sure some of you are probably wondering what the heck's going on with the Texans here today and just overall. Hey, can you recap what have the Texans done in free agency? Sure. Quickly. They have not retained Jonathan Grenard, nor Blake Cashman, nor Devin Singletary, nor Cam Johnston. Instead, their free agent signings, the biggest ones I'll give you, right? Not going to talk about John Weeks, Dalton Schultz, Kaimi Fairbairn, Desmond King, Lonnie Johnson Jr. No, sir, I won't. I'll give you the big ones. Foley Fatukasi, Jeff Okuda, Tommy Townsend, upgraded punter, Azeez Al-Shaair, Danico Autry, Mike Ford, special teams ace and corner, Delshawn Phillips, linebacker, Joe Mixon, running back, Daniil Hunter, edge rusher, and badass. They even upgraded a little bit in terms of their depth at the tackle position today, bringing back a former Texans practice squatter, David Sharp, into the mix, while cutting loose with one Malik Collins, which we've been talking about in some way, shape, or form. Now, look, I said right now, I feel like this is a better team on paper than the one that ended the season. I know they still have some holes to fill at corner and, some depth issues, but you're returning basically your entire offense with an upgrade at running back and Joe Mixon, and assuming all things health. I feel like you got to like and appreciate what you're looking at right now going into year two.
I can like and appreciate what I'm looking at, and I'll have the conversation just for grins, but the Texans are incomplete. I'm sorry. I can't look at this squad and think they're even remotely close when they don't have a starting D tackle.
We don't like that.
They don't have a starting D tackle, or they don't have a starting D tackle that you like. Because
I don't think they have a starting D tackle in the NFL that's going to be in any way remotely close to a difference maker, impact player, like above average starter in the NFL.
Not even considering the possibility that Danico Autry could be that guy at times in the middle for you, as it's currently constructed with Fatukasi.
No.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think. I mean, I think Danico Autry's a good player, but the appeal. I mean, he's a really good player. Don't get me wrong. I'm not knocking him. The appeal is the fact that he can play D end or inside. Mm-hmm. If you take him and go, well, he is one of the D tackles. One, you're doing that because you don't have anybody else. But number two, I think you're playing a position playing a player left-handed instead of playing him to his strength.
Yeah, no, that's fair. So, and a lot of the production that he's gotten, see the 11.5 sacks that he compiled last year, career season for him, that came via the edge for the most part. You're 100% right.
Well, if they don't, here's the thing, and the way I look at it, if they don't do something above, like last year you had Sheldon, when healthy, Sheldon Rankins and Malik Collins. Right now, that combination would be significantly better than anything they have in-house.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
If they don't get two guys that are significant upgrades from those two guys, now it could be Sheldon Rankins and Eric Armstead. Mm-hmm. I can get down with that. I can make that a significant.
That sounds
upgrade.
Beautiful.
Oh, it sounds so beautiful. But that's why I say they're incomplete. Like right now, the conversations of comparing this team to last year's team or this team to really anything from a compare. There's too many holes on this defense. Nonetheless, never mind that it's the two biggest holes, in my opinion. If we're talking about going from a 10-win team that won a division to being a legit contender for a Super Bowl, outside of your quarterback, I'll argue that the two interior defensive, like your interior defensive line presence is as important as anybody on the field.
Here's where I'm coming from. I mean, I can't disagree with you that there are holes still left. I mean, there's a hole at corner, there's a hole at linebacker, and there's a hole in the interior defense. But in terms of what you've done so far to address other positions of need on said defense, it is awesome. We're talking about Hunter on the edge. We're talking about Fatukasi in the middle. I mean, that's good depth. The ability to move Danico Autry around edge and interior. That's what I'm looking at. I'm also looking at Shair. I think you couple him with Christian Harris and your linebacker core, the way that Harris played last year, I'd say the last month and a half, that's badass. That's nasty. I want to bring Denzel Perryman back and have that trio of a linebacker core. No, they're not going to be on the field very much, but maybe, 5% of the time. But you've got that depth. You've got that nasty. You've got the ability to, wreck plays, stuff the run. There was a good question earlier on the text that I'll ask you now, just to get your thoughts on. As much as we talked up Blake Cashman for being a really good coverage linebacker, okay, well, who amongst this group right now, as it's currently constructed, is going to be that really good coverage linebacker? Who are you wanting to match up against the opposition's best tight end? Who's going to be that guy?
Christian Harris.
Christian Harris, who was really good in coverage last year. But do you not need another guy up the middle like you had with Blake Cashman with Harris on the edge? He was really good with the eyes in the backfield. Getting cutting off that little bubble route, the little swing pass. I love that.
Yeah, look, I'm just going. Both of these guys better be able to cover. This Al Shazier kid, or how do you say his last name?
Al Shair.
Shair, there you go. Al Shair, like his ass better be able to cover. If his ass can't cover at least remotely close to what Blake Cashman could do, then what the hell are we doing?
Yeah, and I was actually trying to look at some of Al Shair's numbers, and it gave me the amount that he allowed in coverage last year. If you would like to take a shot at parsing through those and tell me whether or not that's good. I mean, that's like, I don't know what I'm looking at because I need something to compare it to. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but I'm not familiar enough with his play style. I'm leaning heavily into the fact that DeMeco Ryans knows who the guy is and has experience with him, and he's played well in the past.
Well, the way he played against the Texans last year.
I don't watch enough Titans football to know if he's going to cover Calvin Ridley down the seam the way that Blake Cashman did in opening or in third game of the season last year. Mm-hmm. That's kind of stuff you got to watch damn near every snap to know if a kid can do that. But I don't like. To me, you look at Toa and you look at Perryman. Like those guys are major problems for the defense in coverage. Like they're ducks. Tavier Thomas, duck, right? I mean, these guys, those guys are and look, it's not to each their own, man. That sounds disrespectful, but it's just the reality of it is Perryman and Toa are downhill run stopping linebackers. They're not coverage linebackers, and in 2024. You're going to need coverage linebackers on the field the majority of the time.
Don't worry about sounding mean. I mean, you call them a duck. I like barbecue duck, well, look, if you will. I mean, that's what we saw
I don't want to come across as disrespectful, but as it pertains to the guys and what we're saying, like in coverage, you're a duck. You're going to get targeted. Whether it's Perryman and Toa, we saw it last year, particularly in the red problem. We saw Tavier Thomas get cooked. What did you say? It was Jacksonville when he just got cooked time and time again. Like they're going to, and look, I like Jimmy Ward's ability to get down and play nickel defender sometimes. But if the offense can dictate when Jimmy Ward's down there, Jimmy Ward's gonna get ate up. Yeah. He may not get cooked the way Tavier did, but he's gonna get ate up.
Yeah,
it's a lot of these guys are playing out of position. That they're put in position to where like Denzel Perryman or Toa should never be at the linebacker position with split safeties. You just shouldn't.
Correct. Yes. I had to think about that one for a second, but yes, you're correct.
Any version of wide quarters or cover two where the safeties are widening at the snap or have their attention outside the hash at all. Like you can't call that coverage with those guys on the field.
Right.
You just can't.
Right. Yeah.
And so any kind of man coverage
with Tavier Thomas in the slot on the field. You can't call it.
Yeah, and you don't need to talk about Tavier Thomas now because you brought Desmond King back, and that's going to be a very important piece of the puzzle there.
Yeah.
When you go nickel, there's your Desmond King. When you go dime, Desmond King, and I'm envisioning Jeff Okudah. You need depth there, but I mean, I'm rolling with that unit right now.
I mean, I don't want to get too far off in the weeds on coverage stuff, but I'm anxious to see, because I do think the Texans address the safety position with as many guys as are available. I think they can upgrade that room as a whole and really upgrade the safety position. I'm talking side covers, box safeties, as well as high safeties. Like they can upgrade that. I'm anxious to see what happens with Jalen Petrie, because a hill I will die on is Jalen Petrie's going to be a very productive football player in the NFL. I don't know exactly where that's at right now, to be completely honest with you, but he's going to be a productive player in the NFL. I'm anxious to see if he doesn't end up being one of those box guys that can play some man and some zone and can cover tight ends. I would like to see that work out.
As much as you've disagreed with me today, I would join you on that hill to die with Jalen Petrie. I think year 3 for him with the Texans and DeMeco, year 2, as far as that's concerned, is going to be a huge one.
Here's the thing, Johnny. Like, look, teach their own. However, people want to evaluate. I think speed fools you. I think speed can get people really horny and it doesn't work out. I think length can get people really excited, and if there's not an awareness, it's useless. I think size, just height and build can be misleading. The one thing that I just flat-ass refuse to believe is misleading is instincts. I mean, you can take a guy with great instincts that doesn't necessarily have great man-to-man cover skills, and he can be really good in man-to-man because of his instincts, right? Yes. I mean, that is – and Jalen Petrie has that. So I just I don't believe that instincts are misevaluated, or when you have that, man, you can overcome some shortcomings. And not that he has any, I'm just saying that's when you've got that, it's a huge plus.
We'll see if I overcame this in the poll question that I put out today. We'll get the final results from that next and put a wrap on this beautiful show of ours. He's Clint Stoerner, Sean Bajani, and for Ron Hughley, Tyler Milner.
Absolutely classic.
Well played.
I love that. That's next.
To learn more.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, final segment of the evening. Things haven't necessarily gone the way that we would have hoped today. Unfortunately, Tyler, I told you pick the over-under, man. You said it at 2 in terms of breaking news sounders. Now, we did hit the under that I called for that actually had absolutely not a damn thing to do with the Houston Texans outside of a weapon exchange, going from one team to another within the AFC South.
Did you call for that one?
I just took the under for over-under.
No, but I'm talking about, did you call for the Calvin Ridley breaking news sounder? I was under the impression that was Tyler's kind of that was his cushion right there. He was trying to get one in the holster so that next one that he at least had a chance.
He told me it was coming, and I said, "All right, I'm ready. Let me hear it." I hoped for the best. I hoped for the best. All right, so looks like this movement stagnated on the poll response the last 2.5 hours, I would say. It's holding steady.
You got a stagnant poll?
I got a stagnant poll, man. It is just right there, ready to rock. 55 to 45. I'll kill the results now this segment. 55% say that 99 should be J.J. Watt's forever versus 45% let Danielle Hunter wear it. That 1,136 voters have taken place. Appreciate you if you took part in the poll. Reacted on the phones, text line, all that good stuff. I still think there is a pretty big disparity between like the response that we've gotten on the text versus the Twitter poll. I think it would probably be flipped.
I mean, look, if it makes you feel better, like if you need that 10% really is bothering you, you need to feel better about your not wanting JJ's number, not wanting 99 to just beat JJ and JJ only.
I wouldn't hate it.
If that makes you feel better, I'm cool with it, man.
It's just a question. Just a question. I was all about the conversation once you validated the question itself.
You need something validated, Old Dirty's here for you, bud.
Yep, you've done that multiple times for us today. We appreciate that.
You got anything in this last segment you need me to validate, Tyler?
I forgot to think of something.
Do you need a doctor's excuse?
Yes.
All right, I can
for a number of reasons.
You mean leave the line for the date empty? You can use it later.
That would be perfect.
Oh man, you too.
So Danielle Hunter, 99. That's gonna be something I'm gonna have to worry about it because I don't necessarily foresee that. I just think it was an easy thing for NFL Network and people on social to do.
Sure, it made sense.
Pop that 99 on there.
I mean, you can't tell me folks didn't say Danielle Hunter, the Texans. Here's the deal. Here's the money. Great fit. Wait a minute. He's wearing 99 in Minnesota. How quickly, graphics, can you put a 99 Texans jersey on this guy and get it out? Because it will absolutely kick the ant bed. One way or another, It's going to kick the ant bed. Whether you care or you just noticed it. You care enough to notice it or you care enough to cuss it.
Just like that little program. Do you remember like on Microsoft? Did you ever go to Paintbrush when you were bored back in the day?
Yes.
And you get the paint cannon, it just changes the color of everything, just like boom.
Yes.
Change the color from purple to red, baby. Battle red.
I'm gonna tell you this, Bajani. I'm gonna tell you this. I don't think anybody should wear 99. If I'm the Houston Texans, if I'm Cal McNair, we ain't wearing 99.
In fact, I'm going to Jerry Jones that sucker. I'm going to take 99, and I'm going to see how much money I can make on it over the next 10 years before.
Get it on my schedule.
No question. I'm going to have a 99 store in that damn shop. Not a Texans. I'm going to have a 99 store.
Yeah.
You can buy autographed memorabilia. You can buy autographed bobbleheads. I'm going to sell 4 million bobbleheads out of that damn store this year, this football season.
I get you.
If it's me.
Capitalize.
Look, and as the fan in me, I don't want to see nobody else wearing 99. I don't want to look down there. I don't care how good they are. In my mind, I want to see 99. I want to see J.J. Watt's big ass in 99 making plays. I hear turn down for what, and I see him doing his thing. Right? Yeah, I don't believe 99 should be worn. I understand the league may do it a certain way and yada yada yada. I don't believe it should be worn. Number one. Number two.
That was number one?
That was number one.
Good Lord.
Bajani. Number two, I don't know why in the hell Danielle Hunter would want to wear 99. I'll tell you what, take this from – look, and not at the NFL level. This was when I clearly was being used, which I was okay with because they were paying me, at the Arena Football League level, right?
Uh-huh.
When I signed with the Dallas Desperados, after I got done with the Dolphins, got cut for the last time, got tired of it, boom, I'm going to go play arena ball. They pulled me aside and said, hey, you're going to wear number 12. I said, oh, is that right? Mm-hmm. And at this point, I had a good number. I was 7 in college, 7 in high school, 14 in college, 5 with the Cowboys. So I was like, hey, I can pick any of those numbers. I'm cool with it. They said, no, you wear 12. I said, well, why is that? Well, if you know anything about the Desperados, Jerry owned them, and everything was coined after the Cowboys. So the star and, that kind of deal. The Desperados, yeah. Well, their marketing ploy was the jersey would sell more if it was Roger Staubach's number, number 12.
Yeah.
So before I ever got there, they had thousands of 12 jerseys printed up, right?
Wow.
So when I got there, they sell our jerseys as if our quarterback's worth the flip and he's wearing 12. We can sell more jerseys.
Yeah.
So I walk out. Now, me being the shallow individual that I am, I walked out in that 12 jersey like, damn, look at all these people wearing Stoerner, man. This is good stuff. I thought this was about me now, but in reality, I knew it was Roger Staubach, right? If I'm Danielle Hunter, I'm going to show up week 1 over here, and there's going to be a stadium full of 99s. We know that. Danielle Hunter's a big sign for us.
Yeah.
He's a big get for us, but you ain't filling the stadium with 99 jerseys. If I'm Danielle Hunter, I'm coming single digit. I'm buying somebody single digit. And I'm rebranding myself in Houston with a different number that nobody has, quote unquote, branded themselves.
Is it football blasphemy if in fact Danielle Hunter stays with 99 and you as a Texan fan who have a 99 J.J. Watt jersey just kind of put the duct tape over it?
Don't you do that to J.J. Don't you do that to J.J. If anybody sees a J.J. Watt jersey with tape over it and Danielle Hunter on the back of it, I want you to slap them in the fat of their neck. Right in the back. Just wow. You get permission. I'm not going to pay for the consequences, but you get permission to slap. No, you don't. See, that's the other thing you risk is goofballs doing that.
And people would do it. That would not sit with many people.
No, sir. No, sir.
94 was his college number for Danielle Hunter. And number 94 right now was one Khalil Davis.
I think that's Khalil Davis. No, he's got to go single digit. I would probably go talk to who did I say earlier? Who's number 2?
Robert Woods.
I would go to Robert Woods. I'd go to Old Man Woods. Everybody wants to talk about how good of a dude he is. All right, well, let me get that 2. And I would wear 2 coming off that edge.
What if he went 4?
Who was wearing 4? Tavier Thomas, wasn't he?
Yes, I believe so. He went back and forth. He started with 4,
I wouldn't have a problem.
0.
I wouldn't have a problem with 4. Now he may not want to do the Deshaun Watson thing, but I wouldn't have a problem. In fact, now see we're on to something.
I'm not gonna let it take my joy.
I like Deshaun. I think a lot of people like the football player Deshaun, but I don't think people are offended if somebody wears 4. I don't think when you see the number 4 you think of Deshaun automatically. We may be on to something. Bring your Watson jerseys in. Bring your Watson jerseys in. We'll rip the nameplate off, and we'll put Hunter on
Hunter.
That's the plan
and
right
put
there.
QB before. Hunter. QB Hunter on the back of his jersey.
No, don't do that. Don't do that. I like where you're headed. At first, I was like, Deshaun Watson, Hunter. What are you talking about? I got it. No, there it is. Wear number 4. Tell everybody to bring the jerseys in. Take Watson off the back. Put Hunter on the back. Boom. You got a built-in fan base. Folks had to at least take one step to wear your jersey to the game. They didn't just tape over 99 or your damn sure ain't changing 99, right? I think he's got to do it, man. I think single digits the way to go.
Yeah, I'm just looking at all the single digits. Like, the only ones available, it's 4. I mean, 5, 6. Who's wearing 6? Anybody wear 6? Mechie's got 8. Brevin's got 9.
Brevin's gettable.
Stroud, obviously,
if
7.
Brevin Jordan plays his cards right, boys, he could get Dalton Schultz and
Perryman's got 6.
Which he's not. He's a free agent, right?
He's coming back.
You think Perriman's coming back?
No, I just want him back.
So, I mean, I'm telling you, man, 6 is available. That would look nasty coming off the edge. Not quite as nasty as 9. Not near as nasty as 4. Brevin Jordan, I mean, he's got a real opportunity to make some money here.
He does. What were we talking about? Jordan giving up his number
Schultz.
to somebody else? Oh,
it's Dalton Schultz. That was Dalton Schultz's college number, apparently.
Yeah, whatever happened to that situation?
Well, nothing yet. I think Dalton tried the first time, but now Dalton's got a little more money.
He tried.
And now Hunter's got a little bit. He could get 2 dudes. I'm telling you, man.
So you start a rift in the locker room now between
Daniil Hunter. The 9's perfect.
Daniil, Dalton,
9's
and Brevin.
perfect.
Like,
cut 99 in half.
Schultz is going to be like, bruh.
Cut 99 in half, man. Wear 9. That's a great move for him.
Yeah.
Why are you wearing 9? Well, I was 99. I got this gig. J.J. Watt, one of the best ever. So I
like that better than my 4 idea.
9, yes. Yeah. He's got to do it though. Don't wear 99, Daniil. Get you a single digit. Come off that edge, sack quarterbacks, and boom, we'll all be happy. Yeah. We can all celebrate.
And I just hope he's here for longer than 2 years for the life of that contract.
If he does 9 right, we will.
He gets like 20 and a half sacks this season. At the end of the season, you reworking that deal with the Texans. Long tension. Where's the clap? I know that was Dre. Wow!
Whoa! Yes!
Wow! Speaking of which, his counterpart, Mark Van